Welcome back, folks. It is day 297. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は297日目です。We got a little carried away yesterday. Had some super fun, interesting discussions. However, we kind of fell behind just a wee bit, but we're one. Hey there, Loki. We're back. We're gonna try to complete this unit, right? Do our 15 bootstrap, then see what the story is about, which is nice, and then we'll finish our second set. Right. Yesterday's thing, we had a lot of great conversation. At the same time, right? At the same time, yesterday's unit was far more related to a grammar point than the topic title would suggest. So we're gonna have to cover some of those things. Not that much vocabulary as it deals with grammar. Well, let's go. Let's review from yesterday. Unit 78. How am I sorting this out? We're gonna start with the adjectives. So our new adjectives are mezurashi. Mezurashi. FYI, you haven't been on stream much because you're in Bosnia now and there are constantly problems with electricity here because there's a crap ton of snow. Well, I hope you're enjoying the snow. No worries. No worries. Is your time in Bosnia great? Outside of the constant electricity problems. Do you do something with the snow? Sounds like something, maybe it's so common that it's not as exciting anymore. However, sounds like an experience. Mezurashi and yasashi. Oh man, yasashi is so so tall. Yasashi. Sugoi. Those are our adjectives. Then we have kimi. These are pretty random, so just lumping it in with the random category. Kimi. Aisha. It's been well and nothing with the snow either, but you gotta go now. I just want to let you know. Yeah. Yeah, good luck. See you in the New Year's. Happy holidays. Yeah. Enjoy your New Year's. Hopefully it's spent by a warm fire with family and friends. Hello there, Yumeko. Konnichiwa. Yumeko-san. What else we have? We have Hatsuon. Yes. That's one. Hitsuyo. Hitsuyo. You were looking forward to my stream? Oh, that's thank you for the kind words. You have something exciting to share, Loki. What did you do recently? Since the last time we spoke. I got up. Yeah, it was late. We went really late yesterday, so I went to bed. I got up, warmed up, changed, ran out, went for a run, showered up, had a light snack composed of white rice, steamed romaine, lettuce, and some sort of garlic, with some garlic, and a fish fillet, a salmon fillet, and 3 pieces of roasted duck. And then here I am. It was like 12:27. Yeah, the last time we talked. Yeah, it went a lot later. I met after during the Chinese lesson. I met another person who is quite enthusiastic about Japanese culture and the Japanese language. We kind of chit chatted for quite some time. And it took us to like 5 or 6 a.m. my time. And then I have to squeeze in like 2 or 3 hours of things I have to do at the end of a stream. And then it's contiguous with the story till now. Okay. Then we have new verbs. So, sagatsu. Sagasu. Yaru. Yaru. Tetsudau. Tetsu. Dao. Whoops. The show. Tetsudau. Morau. Morau. Akeru. And we had some stuff with these two. Try to stay up, but you passed out. That's understandable. 1 a.m. is quite late for most people. Glad to hear that you're having. Hopefully, you're having a healthy and sustainable sleep hygiene. It's up and down for me. I make time. Make time for conversation. Pretty rested still. But we like take the stem. So we can take the verb plus the te form. Also introduced another phrase. Ame. Ame no. This type of expression is also related to kureru. Kureru. Right? Kureru. God. We have kedo. Kedo. It's kinda similar to ga. It's an ender. We'll be reviewing today, so get more familiarity. Oh, sore de. No, wait, yeah, sore de. Like a sore de. Dakara. Us. Which is kind of like a so as well. Dakara. Or sore tomo. Or why do I stream at night? It just became a routine largely. It got later and later, but usually I get up around noon and I go to run. So the first thing I do every day is, in an ideal median time to run, I run when the sun is somewhat past its peak in the sky. That's a compromise between when it gets very cold and then when it gets very warm. And then it kind of just started drifting hour by hour because the sessions got longer and longer. I stream at night because I'm most intellectually alert following my run, which happens to be the afternoon or the evening. Streaming in the morning is a possibility. However, that it's whatever came first. I find that slightly after, starting around +4 hours before the evening, with respect to like the Europe region, and then through the evening in the United States, the Western Hemisphere. The United States, usually evening is when people hang and chill as opposed to doing the workday, right? So most of the time I bridge the two evenings. The two evenings that are dominated by English speakers. That happens to be the pattern of the time. Daylight savings threw me off hard no matter how far into... Yeah, I could understand that. Yeah, so it definitely slid 1 hour after daylight savings, for sure. Yep. Since I don't have any like formal or professional obligations, typically as long as I maintain a 7 to 8 hour rest period, I'm pretty good. It's pitch black by 5:30. Yeah, it's pitch black by 5:30 here as well, more or less. And slow and steady, earlier and earlier rise is the way I readjust, right? As I reinforce most of the things I talk about when it comes to adjustments. So getting it back to like 2 o'clock, like in the PM, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., we're just gonna like shift it by 15 minutes or 30-minute increments slowly to an earlier time. That doesn't reduce the session though. The stream session continues to extend beyond that. It means that I liberate time for it. Yesterday was your occasional longer sessions, largely due to very excellent discussions. So the nice thing about routine and habit formation is that you can often make time for extraordinary cases without completely like falling off the rails, right? So sometimes maybe I sleep 3 or 4 hours, and then sometimes I would stream for like 14 hours. It won't break the bank due to a lifetime of discipline, I imagine. I imagine that can be relatable to quite a lot of people. Right. Let's see. We had Sonna and Anna. Yeah, things like that. Like that, of that nature. And then we had one of our major grammar points. And the unit used iku. Oops. Aku and Yomu that I can recall. And to create this expression, it's the nakude mo i is the phrase, and it's often created by adding the stem of the verb and a shift to a. So like ika nakude mo i or nakude mo i desu. So we add nakude mo i. Oh, there, Cozy. So that's our new one. It's expressing to be done without. So nakute mo is to be done without, and i meaning good or should. So when you add them together, nakute mo i, there's no need or you don't have to. And then when lumped with the verb, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't need to go somewhere. You don't need to buy this. You don't need to read this. So this is kind of like a 3-in-1 here. So pretty good. That was a little bit of homework I did on my own because it was interesting. It's not every day you get a central point, grammar point exposure in Japanese. Although, with that said, the last 2 units happen to be a unit on it. Unit 77 introduced the potential form. So things that can be done or can't be done, could be done, or could not be done. 7, okay. We had some vocabulary. Alto, which is interesting that they brought it back in as a random vocabulary or pronunciation. Hatsuon and Oto is another read on that, which have an aspect of sound as well. This is sound. Oto, which we mixed with koe, voice. And then koe leads to... Oops. Aggressive. Naku, which is a whine, or again, another sound, naku. And that leads to our new predicate in this unit, which is kikoeru, to listen or to hear. Koeru. Which I'm drawing a blank right now. Hold up. Kikoeru. Oh. Kikoeru. Kikoeru. Then we have another group. Oh. Wakaru. Wakaru. Oboeru. To understand, to learn. Right, oboeru. And then shinjiru. So if you to understand, or if you understand, or if you learn, you can also believe. So shinjiru. That's how I'm grouping these guys. Shinjiru. Shinjiru, which also has you, to tell, to say. So that's our cluster for that, and then we have some arbitrary action. I'm not your unk. Let's do... So we have new predicates. No particular order. Naosu. Naosu. Oh, this is odoru. Odoru ne? Odoru. Odoru. And then practice 2. Oops. Ooh. Let's try that again. It's fine. It's pretty floppy. Try again. Tobu. Tobu. Arau. And then we have our grammar point, right? Ichidan. Godan. Which for the potential form, for Ichidan thing, dare, and then for go is a conversion to e. So you take verb stem, right? Verb stem. This is to convert it to e, and that's about it. Lucky made you cry. Oh dear. You call your wife to calm you down. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's keep on going. All right. This is a review. We didn't manage to close off this lesson, so it's a good start. I used to do it this way, where I leave the last exercise. So I do the whole lesson set, and I leave the exact last exercise. So then when I recall, when I do my active recall, I go directly into the review, and then review again, but going through the steps. So this is technically the review that I should have finished yesterday. Okay. Which husband are we using? Otto.
Otto.
Otto. A husband. So, Ottoに犬を散歩して
散歩
して Yes, no と夫のに散歩犬
の散歩
犬の散歩をして
ため
This is the new phrase. So, 夫ためのに犬の散歩をしてあげました。
あげまた
Oh, I put the no in the wrong place. I needed to place it here. You learn meru. Not the word, separate character. Oh, menu. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Aw. Well, so cozy. You're gonna need a hug. Let's see. 必要発音探す珍しい君発音直します君信じます珍しい踊ります
彼は髪を洗っていません。
彼は髪を洗っていません。He not washing. He is not washing. His manga.
手伝ってくれますか？
手伝ってね。
手伝ってくれますか？
くれますか？おくれ。
手伝ってくれますか？
くれますか？おくれる。
手伝
ってくれますか？
くれますか？
Do you need help? 手伝ってくれますか？ Or could you help me? Oh wait, yes, the other way. Could you help me? Right, くれる。
ピザを配達してもらった。
It's gonna be a little bit of adjustment. And then the mara, yeah, there it is. Morata also is a little bit of adjustment. Coming from a different perspective. 피자 を配達してもらった。A pizza, sure.
一緒にやろう。一緒
にやろう。
やる。
Okay.
洗濯してくれますか？
洗濯してくれますか？ Could you help me clean? Could you help me do laundry? Could you do laundry? Oh yeah, it's just could you do laundry? The laundry. Okay.
妻は犬を洗ってくれました。
洗ってくれました。Okay.
妻
は
犬
を洗ってくれました。My wife washed the dog for me.
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
あの人は誰か知っていますか？ Do you know who that person is?
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
娘ね。
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
そう。
娘
は私の車を洗ってくれた。Okay. Right.
夫
のために。Oh, I did write it no by accident. I guess it's ために. That was supposed to write. We'll see. I don't know why I wrote it no. Is there another? 夫のために犬の散歩をしてあげました。散歩 I mean, technically, wait, hold up. Ureru is here. Technically, oh no, never mind. It's past tense though. So can't get away with it.
散歩
をしてあげました。I was gonna say if kureru was in a past tense, it would be interesting if they accept it. It's clearly what they're looking for. Okay, let's do our 15 minutes. Pitch up here. Hitsuyo. What the heck? Okay.
必要
Yo.
必要
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 Oops.
必要必要
Yo. Sorry, I was watching a lot of deadpan humor earlier today. It's making me laugh because it was Japanese deadpan humor or Japanese related.
発
Hatsuon.
発音
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 発音発音
発音
発音
Okay.
必
必要。
必要
Okay.
必要
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 必要必要
Okay. 意味。発音。
発音
意味。発音。意
君
味。店内。
店内
店内。
丸発音
発音。猫。
君
Neko was in one of the skits.
君
発音
君
君。
目
言葉。
言葉君
君。
発音兄
発音
音。
発音
誕生。
誕生
誕生。
発音牛。
牛. Oh, right. Ushi. I said Gyu. Gyu is the other read. And Gyunyu. Ushi. Ushi.
Kimi.
Kimi. Ani. Kimi. Sentaku. Oh, whoops.
君
Kimi.
田中
Tanaka.
発音
発音。
選択
洗濯。女。
女
Yeah, there's been a lot of updates to the game Wakotabi, and we're gonna wait for one more update before we revisit Wakotabi. Fantastic game, by the way. Not sponsored. Itsuyo. Can't wait to get back. Itsuyo.
必要
I saw a lake house. Ooh, someone has a lake house?
必要
Lake house?
必要
It sounds lovely.
必要
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 Oops.
必要必要
It has a bad roof and leaks a lot. Well, there's one way to fix that. Okay. Ongaku.
音楽
Yep. And hitsuyon.
は
Hatsuon. Hatsuon. Ongaku. Hatsuon. Mainichi.
毎日
Mainichi.
発音
Hatsuon. 陸上。
陸上音楽
Ongaku. Tadai.
宿題
Skudai. Oh, whoops. I'm thinking of assignments. Skudai. Skudai. Hatsuon.
音楽
Ongaku.
音
Ongaku.
発音
Hatsu. Or ha. No, hatsu.
音楽
Ongaku.
発音
Hatsuon. Nagasode.
長袖今
Nine. Oh, kyo. Whoops. Skudai. Skudai. You bought an old lake house. I see.
店内
Whoops. One. Two.
発音
発音
発音 発音
発音
What do you usually do at the lake house? Or was this a recent
Hatsuon.
acquisition?
発音発音
Two separate thoughts. Sorry.
発音
Okay.
必要
Yo. Whoops.
必要
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 必要必要
必要
必要必要
You probably go to your sister's and have a drink or two with her. Aw, that's really cute.
必要
That sounds lovely.
必要必要
必要
必要
必要必要
必要
必要
Your ma'am isn't doing anything for it? Really?
必要
Just
必
chilling?
要
I know I'm saying ma'am. I'm saying it ironically. But I'm not actually sure if it's mom or ma'am. I'm doing the Kekona A sound because it reminds me of what do you call those? Yams? Yams. I'm not calling your ma'am a potato, but I'm thinking of yams right now.
発音
So it had an old roof on it and the house was built back in the late 80s. Oh. Did you recently acquire this or have you been chilling at the lake house for quite some time now? Uh,
発音
hopefully it's sunny, you know?
発音
At least sunny. So the roof does not leak.
発音
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 Chris, maybe some
発音
overcast day.
発音
Lovely overcast
Hatsuon.
or somewhat piercing sun over the lake.
発音
Sounds very painterly. I'm thinking of a very painterly image. Maybe something Bob Ross would whip up. Mom? Ma'am? Mom? Mom? Oh, sorry. Now I'm thinking of a scene from Family Guy.
必要
Mom, 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 mama, mommy, mom, Lois. It's like a 2 to 3 minute long scene of Stewie just calling Lois while Lois is like sick and out of the weather and she's just lying in bed and it's just him going saying that over and over again, trying to get Lois's attention.
必要
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 So the problem with
必要
is it could be as
必
well.
要
必要
Like
必要
it's the same vowel that changes in American English. So that could be looked at as or at the same time. Like since it's not IPA, there's no way to distinguish between the So ah could be ah or ah. And that's pretty much like American English versus British English kind of deal. The ah. Yes. Yasashi. Alright, let's see this monster.
優しい
Look at that monster. Oh! Oh, I actually had a stroke error there. I made these separate, but it actually closes off with that. Okay, that makes it a little bit more bearable,
優し
actually.
い
優しい
優しい
Look at this
優しい
monster. It's so stacked.
優しい
優しい
Just got it, and we want to redecorate the inside of the lodge. Ah, that sounds
優
like
し
it'll
い
end up being a lovely place.
優しい
優しい
Cozy up. Have some warm bev. You know, get some warm
Yasashi.
bevs going. Chill. Does it have a fireplace? When I think of lighthouse,
優しい
I often think of a
Yasashi.
fireplace.
優しい
Somewhat of a cabin in the woods situation, but in the woods next to a lake. Hitsuyo.
必要
Tsuyo.
必要
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 必要必要
必要
必要
必要必要
A large fireplace. Nice. Dashi. Oh.
優しい
That was a weird typo. That was stroke error here. Fine.
優しい
We'll fix it.
優しい
優しい
We'll note that tomorrow.
優しい
優しい
Oops.
優しい
Almost did boku. There's a reason why they included boku there.
優しい優しい
優しい
優しい
優しい優しい
With real wood. Okay. Okay.
や
You did. Ah! Why do I keep typing he? Oh, because I'm not typing
Yasashi.
S twice. Okay. I made the same typo twice.
優しい
Unless my S isn't
優しい
actuating. That could be
優しい
a possibility. My S
優
on my
しい
keyboard is already
Yasashi.
wearing down. That's a thing already. S is a back
優しい
or down
優しい
優しい
in video games.
優しい
優しい優しい
For the fire? Yeah. That's what we're talking about. For the fire. Alright. It's story time. What do we have? A new coat. Alright, let's put on our detective gear.
新しいコート
Atarashi koto. And of course, atarashi is not. Right. So, atarashi. Atarashi.
ビクラムは服屋にいます。一人の女の人がビクラムに話しかけます。
And then kakemasu is coming back. Kakeru. So we're talking about Vikramu again. Vikramu wa Fukuya. Wait. And not quite so Fukuya. Oh, I totally missed the mark there. Fuku, and then Fukuya. Right. Fukuya ni imasu. 一人の女の人女の人がビクラムに話しかけます。Wait. Okay, Vikram's at a clothes shop. And he's going to inquire. There's a woman he's going to like initiate a conversation with. A woman alone. It's the one gonna spend time, or he's gonna. Yeah. To initiate, to cause someone inconvenience, to burden someone, to impose. No. Man, Takeru, man, I'm telling you. Okay. So, hanashi. All right.
すみません。
Oh, maybe it's the other way. No. Oh, no, it's the other way around. A woman alone was approaching Vikram, actually, the other way around. No.
Hi.
Yeah. So, one woman, like a woman, is approaching Vikram, more or less. They're initiating conversation. They're not saying goodbye.
お店の人ですか？
お店の人ですか？いいえ。Or actually, we don't actually know if Vikram works at this shop now that you think about it. It just says he's at the shop. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't work at the shop. So, お店。Right. 店の人。
僕は
僕 No, don't pull an Eddie. Don't you, Vikram, please. Don't pull an Eddie. Where have enough Eddies?
よかった。手伝ってくれませんか？
Oh, she superseded him. よかった。Oh, 手伝ってくれませんか? Okay, so they ended up not using 手伝. So 手伝 is our new vocabulary. New kanji. 手伝. つだ is and then よかった is fine. And then くれる is fine too. Like great, right? Awesome. Can you help me, right? Could you help me?
新しいコートが欲しいんです。
新しいコートが欲しいんです。I want a new coat. Right. 新しい。欲しい。欲しい。欲しい。
この赤いコートはどうですか？
How about this red coat? この赤いコートはどうですか？赤い。You could say that I pay for a new roof. Yikes. So we have akai or aka. Wait, aka. Whoa, gold. Yeah. So akai, and everything else is.
それか。この茶色いコートはどうですか？
Interesting. それか. Wait, do we have それか? No, we did not, but it kind of makes sense. So. Oh, wait. Did we? Yeah, それで, but それか. Interesting. It's like that. Like, how about that? Like that? Question mark. それか. それか, or maybe. There. Yeah, or, yeah. それか, like, or, like that. Interesting. What did we get for それか? The other one was それとも. In the middle of the sentence. Interesting. Let's write それか as a note. By context, it makes sense because she's offering another option. She's talking about the yellow coat. Or no. Well, what was it? Brown coat? Brown coat. それか. それか、この茶色.茶色. We have 茶色. Right. 茶色. 茶色. 茶色い. Is there an extra E? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the E. Fair enough. 茶色いコートはどうですか? How about this brown one?
そうですね。
Oh, I kind of like that. そうですね。
その茶色いコートは安いです。
安いです。その茶色いコートは安いです。So we have continue 茶色。茶色安い。Right. 安い。It's cheap. 安い。安いです。
でもその赤いコートはとても綺麗です。
でも、OK。でも、その赤いコートはとても綺麗です。So saying the but the red coat is very pretty, right? Beautiful, right?
そして暖かいです。
そして暖かいです。Oh. Interesting. そしてSo you can and find okay. I see. Didn't use it that way yet. そして暖かいです。暖かい has often been a problem for the kanji side of things. Wait, is it this? Oh no, I keep missing the middle stroke. There's an extra stroke in the middle. So like oh no, there's no. Did I add an extra stroke? I did. Ata and then kai. Okay.
あなたにぴったりですよ。
あなたにぴったりでしょ? Perfect. But I don't know ぴったり. No, ぴったり is ぴったり. Wait, あなたにぴったりでしょ? Oh wait, unexpected. Not perfect. ぴったり. No, yeah, wait. Yeah, ぴったり is perfect. Oh no. I guess it suits you. Yeah, it perfectly suits you. Yeah, ideally suits you. I'm guessing he's referring to the red coat, right?
わかりました。この赤いコートにします。
Okay, and then nisuru. Fair enough. わかりました. Right? わかる. So we'll write the plain form. Wakaru. Or I guess wakatta. No wait. How does that work? Wakaru. Do so wakatta would be the casual form, but wakarimashita. So わかりました。この赤いコートにします。So she's gonna go with the red coat.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
レジはどこですか？
レジはどこですか? No. Just looking for the, like, to check out the coat. To buy out the coat. The register. Cashier.
わかりません。
Wagarimasen. Okay. I don't know.
僕はこの店の人ではありませんから。
Ara. Oh, that's interesting. Boku wa kono mise no hito de wa arimasen kara. Because I am not either I am not, there are no people. Oh, because I'm the only one here in this store. I'm the only one in this store. Or I am not this store. I'm not from this store. Or I'm not. Interesting. Wait. There are more. So there wa, yeah. Wait, let's see. Boku wa I am not. Yeah, I'm not from this store. Like, I'm not the people from this store. Boku. 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 I should double check Boku. Oh. Okay. And then mise. To arimasen kara. What happened in a story? A woman gave Vikuramu a job at the store, worked at the store, buy a new hat, thought that Vikuramu worked at the store. Alright, and that's the end. That's the end of the story. That was a cute one. Sumimasen. Yasui. Ni hanashi kakemasu. Talk to, right? Atarashi kairo. Bum. Alright. Now we're back to our lesson. Cute lesson. Cute story.
This is everyone's movie. This is
これはみんなね
これはみんなのための映画です。これはみんなのための映画です。のための映画です。
これはみんなのための Oh yeah, there was a ためのための映画です。This movie was for everyone? This is a movie for everyone? Okay. 珍しい。
珍しい。
What the heck are two of those things?
たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
たくさんプレゼントをねもらいました。
たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
Okay. I got a lot of presents. 君
こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。
ダイヤモンド Oh boy.
こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。
onna. That's
こんなに
onna ni
ダイヤモンド大きな
okina diamond は珍しいです。
めずです。
onna ni. Oh, so like a diamond this big. A diamond this big is very rare. A diamond as big as this is very rare. Okay.
プレゼントありがとう。
プレゼントありがとう。
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
Holy heck. Okay. Got stuck on something. Oh.
郵便。
郵便。お、手紙。Wait.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さん。
Is that really what I heard?
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
郵便屋さん。Mailroom son? Oh no, not mailroom son. Name room change? What change? Okay. That's actually new to me, so we'll just see what it translates to. 漢字に暗記を作ったことがある? There are uses for this kanji in Aki? Wait. With a question mark. You use this in Anki? You use this kanji in Anki? Wait. I don't understand. You use this in there are uses for this kanji and Anki have uses for this character.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
Oh, I think I heard something else. No, wait.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
Have you ever used Anki for kanji? Have I ever used Anki for kanji? Huh. Not what that says, huh? No, I have not. Not sure if I already. I thought you have asked that before. No, I don't use Anki for kanji. Have I ever used? Interesting. So when you put the past tense and then you do aru, it translates to have I ever used? Interesting. That reads to me as Have you used Anki and then kanji? Have you used Anki? I guess ever works. Yeah, makes sense. No, I have not. Oh, because of Aru. Oh, no, wait. That makes sense. Right, because Aru is the activity instead of saying Iru, as in me using it. Right. Let's see. I'm not getting the middle of the sentence.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。お、届け届け、大きな、届け。
届け、届け。I thought it was tegami, but
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
What?
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。届け。お、大きな、お。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。小包
That's why I have a problem. I was misreading. I was misreading this.
大きな小包
Okay.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。お、彼に
彼に
あげてた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。届けて。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
So, what could that mean? I guess.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
So, I delivered to him a large parcel / package mail shop son post office, like the postal person, the postman. Okay, the postman. Oh wait, not the postman, right? Because the postman delivered. Interesting. So they went with Yubinya san for the postman. I keep trying to think it's some sort of post office, but that's not post office. We know post office. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Interesting. And then of course, kyoku. Kyoku is what they used for the office. Yubin kyoku. Yeah. That threw me off a lot. Is ya can also refer to an establishment too. Okay. And then kyoku. Oh, not kyoku. Oh, I've already forgotten the read on that. Parcel. Or package. Kotsumi. Yeah, kotsumi. I could not, for the life of me, remember the read ko for chi. Kotsumi. And that unit did not sit. Okay. Okay. 踊ります。
踊ります。信じます。君。
直します。
直します。
珍しい。
子供に絵本を読んであげた。子供に。
子供に絵本を読んだね or あげた
絵本を読んであげた
読んであげた珍しい
直します。
踊ります。
踊ります。
踊ります。Whoa. Sorry. Thinking of delivery still. 君、信じます。たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
プレゼントを
もらいました。
もらいまた。兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。
Okay. 兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。ダイヤモンド。So we had それ。そんなにね。そんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。or 珍しい。
こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。
君と一緒にいることは楽しい。
君と一緒に。Wait, did you use a different read on that?
君と一緒にいることは楽しい。
君と。Alright. Oh, I know where they got kun from. I see. Because one of the things is familiar language, sometimes considered male language, referring to someone of equal or lower status. That's kun. I see. I think they were going for Kimi here, though. Yeah. obsolete term only applies to oh no. Oh, maybe they are going for kun. But it's still kimi. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, there's kun, the onyomi. So I don't actually know. Let's type this in. This one's kind of weird. Fine. We're just gonna stick with kimi. 君と一緒にいることは楽しい。Being with you is fun? Right. You are not alone. 君は一人じゃない。ね？
君は一人
じゃない。
じゃない。
外国人ね。外国人が外国人がいい辞書が How do I do this? Maybe no? Oh. ため or の yeah, ための外国人のためのいい辞書がありません。ありません。Call me by your name. Call me by your name. The heck? The what?
Kimi? De?
君って僕の名前をWhat is
4
What is going on? What's going on? No idea what this means. I don't even understand the English.
De?
I don't know. 君の名前で僕を呼んで。Okay. 君の前で僕を呼んで。I kind of get it, but man. So your name, Kimi no namae de. So by your name, right? Oh, I flopped it. I flip-flopped it. And then boku wo yonde. No, wait. Yonde. But is it a song or meme or something? I feel like it's a song lyric. Call me by your name. So that's my thought. Yeah, call me by your name. Like I feel like it's a song lyric or something. It kind of reminds me of a call my name and I'll be there kind of thing. What song am I thinking of? If you call my name, something something, I'll be there for you. I don't even know the melody is like kind of loose too. Like if you call my name, da 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 da, I'll be there for you. Like it just reminds me of a song lyric. I don't think that's enough. Maybe it's enough. I mean, it's funny you tell me to look it up, yet you can look it up too. Yeah, that's not the greatest, hottest advice, but let's see. You call my name. I'll do it again. I'll answer a million times out loud. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Oh, it's a song by Madonna. It's like a prayer by Madonna. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I'm thinking of like a prayer by Madonna. 1989. No, not Carly Jepsen's Call Me Maybe. Okay. So, I mean, this sentence, I mean, the Japanese checks out, but I have no idea what this means.
Kimi no
Kimi no
namae
boku, boku o, wait,
de
Kimi no namae de boku o yonde.
de
I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. let me, you know what? Oh, we might as well look it up. Call me by your name. Meaning, not Lil Nash, not Lil Nash. Oh, it's a sign of intimacy. It can indicate. Okay, Gemini. Let's see what you're saying. The phrase, it's a sign of intimacy. It can indicate a desire to be known and seen by someone on a personal level. Call me by your name. A request for respect. It can be a request for someone to use your name as a sign of recognition. Call me by your name. I can see that, but that doesn't explain the meaning. Yes, I see that it's the movie now that I've already looked it up. Although there are multiple movies that elicit this phrase. A relationship building strategy. Using someone's name when addressing them can convey. Oh, that. Oh, interesting. That's how ironic. It's like the opposite of Japanese culture. Huh. Intriguing. That makes sense now. Call me by your name. Intriguing. Funny. Well, I'm certainly not familiar. What? What up? It's a reference to Greek mythology. I don't remember the full story anymore, but yeah. There's a modern movie remake of that. I kind of like this guy's explanation, or this person's explanation. Call me by your name as though they share a family name, in which it implies the union of two people. I kind of like that. Kind of fills out that feeling a little bit.
お手伝いします。
Okay. Well, we had two really interesting. Oh, I should write down Postman. Because Postman can go with dentist. It's pretty random. Postman was what? You been yeah. Intriguing.
お手伝いします。
お手伝いします。
お手伝い
お手伝いします。
します。
Right. I guess you can convert it into that. Instead of converting it to otetsudaku. Otetsudaku. Interesting. Otetsudai shimasu. That's a one-off case for now. Not frequent enough.
探します。探します。
彼は髪を洗っていません。彼は髪を洗っていません。髪を洗って洗ってね。洗っていません。います。
I will help you. You know what? Let's write that down. Otetsudai. Otetsudai します。
します。
手伝ってくれる。
手伝ってくれる。
手伝
ってくれる。探す。
一緒に来てくれないの？
一緒に
来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれてのね
の
一緒にくれて
一緒に来てくれないの？
来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれないの？ないの。
一緒に来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれないの？
Did you not come together? Won't you come with me? Oh. Man. Kureru becomes... Interesting. We spend 9 hours a day on screens? That sounds fairly reasonable. No wonder people seem so mean? That's a bit of a bold leap. 一緒に行ってくれないの？
あなたを探していました。
あなたを、あなたの、あなたを、探していました。I was looking for it. Whoops. 手伝ってくれた。くれて。くれてありがとう。Okay. Oh, back in the day, there was not that many screens. Yeah, that's a correlation. That's correlation, not causation. Sagasu.
探す。君。
And the blue light messes with your eyes? It changes something. The word messes might be a little bit misleading. Odorimasu. 踊ります。
踊ります。
踊ります。珍しい。
珍しい。
信じます。
牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。
牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。That's why you keep the brightness down the lowest. Will hurt your eyes over time. I can see how the two of you would come to that idea. 牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。Especially the brightness thing and the blue light thing. That would take quite a while to like elaborate on my thoughts about that conception. Guess for me implied. Maybe I can contribute some ideas here. Your eyes hurt from overuse, from eye strain, whether it's screens or not. And eye strain can be the result of not seeing clearly, which can be confounded by having low clarity or low brightness in your screens. It's the act of sustained eye strain and not the actual device. If you stand at a wall and stare at paint on a wall and you strain your eyes sufficiently enough, it will cause a hurt, like a pain thing. However, the idea of screen time coinciding with myopia is a aging effect, and it's also a strongly genetic component that made it seem like coincidentally that increased screen time happens to coincide with myopia. And myopia is not typically triggered by the thing you're looking at. It used to be conventionally accepted until they weren't substantiating enough cause and link between the two, so they're more noticeably coincidental. So they correlate. The stuff do correlate.
私
私の娘。Oh, for me? の娘は my car. Oh.
の私
Yes, that's understood there. 私の車も洗ってくれた。
先生は私の息子に日本語を教えてくれています。
Well, you saw your niece today and she needs her iPad to do anything. She's like 6. Okay. That sounds like a dependency on something. Which I'm not sure where you're going with that. Are we still talking about eyes, or are we talking about behavioral things? Like you don't know now? Because hating technology is one thing. Finding all the ways to hate technology, that's perfectly fine. That's an emotional response, right? Because if you find your early children being dependent on technology, or being very dependent, it can be very scary and it's concerning. Technology itself is not does not have causal links. It's what's on the technology, the user on the technology. There are forms of technology that are very harmful, in the sense that the literal tech is harmful. However, what's on the tech is probably why. I can definitely empathize with that. It's very concerning that your niece is stuck to an iPad. However, if your niece happens to develop myopia, right, like eye nearsightedness and whatnot, a lot, like, it's not strong enough corollary to suggest that looking at the iPad from a young age is the reason why she has myopia. It might be eye strain, though. There could be a repetitive stress injury from from using your eyes without resting for a very long time. Right. That is very real. Repeated stress injuries is very real. So like if she went out for a very long time, or you gave her a drawing book or something, and she stared and constantly draw for a very long time, her eyes would strain too, because she would be staring at a picture book, as opposed to, like, if she reads a lot, it'd be the same, right? Hopefully your niece gets a diverse form of stimulation, diversify a bit, so she can explore her environment healthily, of course. The iPad can present a lot of alternative things. I'm not sure how early does a child understand the abstraction of the device and its ideas versus the device itself. For example, when, let's say, like a 20 to 30-year-old, right, picks up a device, there's an understanding that the device's value is to connect with the information that is presented on the screen. So the device itself is not the thing you're dependent on. However, as a child, it can be that the device itself is the thing that is necessary, not the ideas and the stuff projected by the screen. So I have no idea nowadays what the average age of when you come to abstractly conceptualize that it's not the iPad that's giving her gaining her attention and value. It's the things in the iPad, like the things being told, right? So oftentimes they can be associated, they can become linked, and it's kind of a good adult, like a good older habit would be something like when you for example, when you place a bottle right next to you, and if you don't have anything to do, there's a chance you're gonna habitually pick up the bottle and drink it, right? And the idea is that when you think about the water bottle and you're picking it up, you're associating it with the idea of being hydrated. Now, you can end up being dependent, and every time you think you don't need to hydrate, you're still going to pick up the water bottle and sip when you don't need to hydrate, largely because that's the habitual pattern that you have done. So sometimes that's kind of the worry about younger people and electronic devices. It's difficult to know if the child is attached to the device itself, which then you could technically blame the iPad, or it's what's on the iPad that they are dependent on, which could be like, I don't know, a childhood television, or like a programming that was meant to fixate you, or doom scrolling. The content itself could be the reason, and not the device itself. And that was also the whole, in my opinion, one of the things that fuel the misconception about screen time. Like, is blue, like, I understand the whole blue light experiment. I actually was a little bit close. I was actually in one of the labs that studied one of these things as a early student, and that whole blue light thing really did explode. And it does have an impact on your sleep cycle. Possibly it can affect your circadian rhythm. However, in terms of myopia and your eyes, it doesn't really mess it up. It trains it into a different cycle, and then with breaks from it, you read, and like the circadian rhythm comes back, right? Like, so it's like a change in the eye. It's not like your eye just got fried by blue light or something like that. And it requires quite a lot of stimuli for the extreme cases that most people are referring to. And it's not like a you use it and then suddenly your eyesight disappears or something. Yeah, that's kind of a very exaggerated example of what happens when a journalist and media people spin the research. Yeah. Although that is a little concerning about the 6-year-old and being attached to an iPad. Not concerning in the way that I feel lots of people conventionally might. Here's my thought, right? Let's take a step back a little bit and ask, what is competing with the iPad? So the question is, sometimes you're thinking, oh, let's get the child to do something else. Like, let's get the child to be interested in something else. The question is then, what is it that can compete with the attention that the iPad is providing? And how do you leverage that, right? So if you were offering the child something, you present an iPad and then you present something else. What is that something else that could elicit the interest or curiosity of the child? And it has even bigger ramifications. Is the child getting enough attention? Right? The iPad can offer attention and stimuli, but the idea is, how did it come to be that the child becomes dependent on the iPad? Does the adult like using the iPad? Is the child mimicking the parents? Or are the parents really busy, right? Or unable to provide enough attention, and therefore defaults to a device that can provide that attention? There's quite a lot of ways to go about this. but and a lot of obviously implications. I'm being presumptuous here, of course, and in a more of a constructive way, I suppose. There's no like fault really here. Like it's not the child's fault, it's not necessarily the parent's fault, but understanding the situation. Perhaps the parent cannot be around very often. There are ways to make the iPad functionally constructive. So one could curate content on the iPad and help the child conceptualize what is on the iPad. For example, you could make it into a constructive experience if the device itself is not literally the thing that's engaging your child. If it's not, like if you have enough indication that the child is able to abstractly consume information and knowledge from the iPad, not the device itself, that could be interesting use. You were lucky to get a flip phone when you were 16, never mind an iPad. Yeah, I got a flip phone when I was a teenager as well. The first flip phone, or the first like viral flip phone. We got like the old school flip phones when they had QWERTY keyboards and whatnot. That was fun until the Moto Razr hit the market. Then everyone had a Moto Razr, and I had to have one. That was when I was around 16-ish. Then all like the fancy flip keyboard things. Well, your sister chills on her phone a lot. I see. I'm curious what your sister does on her phone, on her device. To me, I feel that it is remarkable how much a child gathers influence from their parents by observation. So sometimes, hear me out here, this was a social experiment. They're like collective, and these are surveys, meta-analysis surveys, so like parents who voluntarily fill out these surveys. One of the most consistent, this is correlation again, not causation, but behavioral correlation. One of the more consistent ways of getting a child to explore and vigorously do other things is to be the person doing it. So what I mean is the parent themselves are inquisitive and explore and do things. The child inherently gains that observational skill. So what I'm by like imitation. So like if a parent liked to draw or explore and ask questions, the child is more likely to co-participate. If the parent is not around and there's no other source of inspiration, there is that engagement pales in comparison to the actual iPad. Like the internet provides such a substantial amount of stimuli. However, the uniqueness of having a parent doing something is that the parent is a present being, right? It's a physical being that is around. So parents can leverage, in my opinion. I'm not a parental counselor or anything, and I was never a parent, so keep this with a grain keep everything with a grain of salt. However, when a parent is doing something around a child, it itself is the proper motivation. The child wants to be with the parent and sharing the attention with the parent. So if there isn't that attention or exposure from the parent, then the iPad or the technology would win light years ahead, right? If the parent is not around, drawing, tasting good food, yelling, singing, dancing around, it's tough, right? The internet going every time the land calls. I was the only one that still knew how to use a landline. That's a good question. We don't have a land. It's been like so long since we used a landline. Yeah, so ask your sister to give more attention to kids. Yes, yes. It may not always be possible. So and I don't want to make it sound like it's quantity. We're talking about quality of attention. Like when you have the rare moment, like she could be You know, Loki's sister could be a very busy person. So, planning and spending time eliciting quality attention can help navigate the lack of time, right? Whenever you hang out with your child, perhaps do something that you haven't decided to do in a long time. Learn a new language. Sorry, that's a plug. Like learning a language is wild, right? Or draw a picture when you have that limited amount of time with your child, right? We have to be realistic that more attention may likely be less possible than quote unquote better attention. Sometimes yelling at your child over and over again could be more attention, but may not necessarily be quality attention. That's right. Yelling and micromanaging is the opposite. One of the other sides of the coin, where you have a child being micromanaged completely by their parents because they gave them a lot of attention. Anyways, yeah. Corollary stuff. I'm not a childhood behavioral psychologist, although that stuff is really well known and really it's like part of psychology class most of the time, the childhood development psychology. 先生は私の息子に日本語を教えてくれています。Who needs attention anyway? Sometimes sometimes a little attention, even for the loner adults, can really brighten up their day, you know? Is teaching. Here's a deep cut. Like, this is gonna be rhetoric. It's an observation, right? I cannot tell you how obvious and how saddening a bit whenever you have a almost young adult, maybe between the ages of 14, this is a blessing, I'm gonna say older than 13 but less than 18, because when you go on these platforms, you know, where you encounter YouTubers and Twitch, we're gonna say I hope they're 13 plus, right? Because that's kind of part of the DOS, or with a guardian. They're between the ages of 13 and 18. Whenever they go out of their way to say something incredibly obtrusive, but it comes out as incredibly offensive and detached, I no longer see it as a way, as a person, as a youngster trying to trigger someone, but more asking for attention. So that type of attention it saddens me, because that person decided, of all the ways to gain attention, they decided to like hop into someone's stream and yell a racial slur, get banned, and then they're somewhat satisfied with their thing. Or like they come on and say no one cares, and then that's enough for them for the day. So not only does that tell me that it's unfortunate that they want someone else to feel the same way they do, as in they feel like no one cares about them, in my opinion, because what else could you have said to a stranger other than writing "no one cares" in all caps 4 times in a row as fast as possible before you get banned? you start wondering, how did pretty much a 13-year-old or 14-year-old get to that state where that is what they choose to do? That is the thing that they decided, hey, there's a stranger. How do I get that stranger to notice me? Oh, I know. I'll spam something as inane as possible, only to get myself banned so that stranger don't even acknowledge you and desensitizes you to that. Oh yeah, it happens all the time, Cozy. Well, it doesn't happen all the time. It happens very frequently. Yeah, just say hi. Like, how are you? How are you doing? Like, are you doing okay? Like, do you want to tell me a story? Right? Like, unfortunately, hear me out here. Unfortunately, the popular stuff to do, you get buried in it. You have to be that extreme in order to get noticed these days, right? We're not talking about kids who are also not being able to see trendy stuff. The way algorithm works is you see trendy stuff first, right? So the normalization is, okay, I want to be trendy. I want to be noticeable. So then you gravitate towards people who are very noticeable, who are very well known, right? The problem with that is then you realize you're a small fish in a large pond, right? And then with a giant overseer. So how do you get their attention? How do you get their attention? Well, you have to do something extraordinary or extreme to get the attention of someone, a singular person who needs to pay attention, who's trying to pay attention or cater to 100,000 plus people or what have you, right? And that becomes the norm. So I don't necessarily see that as a offensive thing, but more like I start to wonder if it's more of a normalized behavior to get someone's attention. So now there are softer versions of this that is masked by intellectual response. I'll give you another example, Cozy, which is not as extreme. The example that I have, it's quite extreme to that. Like it sounds quite extreme, but it's quite normal to me anyways. Here's a more tamed version that's kind of masked in the situation. Someone comes online and their first remark is, you do know you're doing it wrong, right? And then you say, oh, so what am I doing wrong? May you explain that? And he's like, well, it's this and this and this. You're welcome. I'm like, well, I haven't said if I needed help. May I ask what motivates you to want to correct me? Or maybe can you tell me what is your motivation? Like, what do you think I'm gaining from this? Like, I'm not entirely sure if I solicited the advice or not. And eventually that person's like, whoa, just chill out. I was just trying to help. I'm trying to be a nice guy, a kind guy. And that would be, you might be thinking it's a reasonable response. That's great and whatnot. And I still think that is not my social norm, that I would, in my opinion, have conversations, right? You insinuate something, then you pedantically explain something, and then you fail to explain why you did it. It's the last part that I'm worried about. The last part. Because if someone is not aware of what they motivate themselves to do, then that's, to me, is a lack of self-awareness. And without a sense of self-awareness, how do you know if the intent is malicious, they're upset, they're dependent, they want to hurt someone, they don't want to hurt someone? When you say you're just being nice, are you being nice? Like, do you know if the stranger feels like you're being kind or not? Like, and that's how I genuinely feel often concerned about what being stuck to YouTube and like iPads and stuff, the programming on the iPad ends up. There's a lack of self-awareness. As in, like, sometimes nowadays, I'm asking like 27-year-olds and 28-year-olds, like, do you know what makes you happy? Like, can you tell me something about your hobby? Like, you know, can you describe what is it about your hobby that makes you happy? And they're like, it helps me pass the time. Well, I hope it's that and more. But generally speaking, more like doing things that other people are doing, but not necessarily asking themselves, in my honest opinion, one of the more important questions. What motivates you? And, the ups and downs and why you're doing the things you're doing. And kids can be conditioned to believe anything because they don't have any prior experiences yet to identify or create an identity yet. 6 years old is quite something. I like to believe that most kids identify closely more to their parents than anything. And if their parents are healthy, exploratory adults, then their child, again, correlation through meta-analyses and self-selected surveys, kids that have healthy parents, like the parents themselves are healthy, tend to end up also being healthy growing up. So if the parent is really, really busy and every time they have free time and they're looking at their iPads or their phones, it would not be necessarily just a coincidence, but it still can be seen as a coincidence that their child also takes up that habit, right? So I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm saying this, you're a parent, so go explore. Go discover your younger self. Go paint something. Your child will probably end up wanting to paint with you, right? If your child ends up picking up a musical instrument and they really want to play it, join them. Form a a parent-child band or something until their phase goes by, and then join them in something else. Isn't that, like, in my opinion, that's one of the most precious experience you can have as a parent, being able to share experiences and time with your child, and then also being able to do things together, right? At least in my opinion. Again, I've never been a parent, so I would say that I'd probably be attached to the hip with my child. You cue all the funny bits, back in the day when it was embarrassing to have your child or like your parent around because they embarrass you. I kid you not. Nowadays, the image is kids wanting their parents to be around. It was at some point, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, when people start talking about, where are my parents? Or why are my parents not as engaging as my iPad? Whenever that trend hit and I saw like depictions of this, I'm like, man, the times have changed. Like, it has changed quite a bit. You see like viral videos getting tagged when a kid says, someone's parent comes to like show and tell or something to talk about their profession and stuff, and you hear like 4 or 5 kids in the back's like, I wish I had a father like you. Like, that stuff really blows my mind. It makes me very disappointed, but at the same time also concerned about the interactions nowadays. And yeah, technology is part of the equation. It's it's making life very convenient, for better or for worse. We talked about this yesterday. Baker and I talked about this. And technology has made a lot of things convenient, and that convenience also comes with the price of lack of interpersonal interactions. You don't need to keep your child occupied if a piece of plastic with electricity and a wave receiver can occupy your child for you, right? And feels bad, man. Konnichiwa, by the way, Baker. I can only stay for a short while, but how are you doing? Ah, that's where the work question is. I'm doing pretty well. We're just talking about things. The answer in this question basically goes, I, my son, bicycle, bought. Oh, yes. That is what this would say, yeah. In English, yes. In English with Japanese grammar. Yep. What you call it? We'll see how the future installs. I thought when I saw it was couple clips. When I saw that, it really caused me to bleed, my heart to bleed and if you're thinking, nah, Maku, you're just shooting the crap. There's no way that's a habit. It is a natural compliment. And I was at the receiving end of this compliment, and obviously I was very somewhat uncomfortable. The idea that if you have a youngster and you're leaving an impression on them, you give them attention, right? You talk to them, you try to get them to be interested in their lives. It's not very uncommon to get compliments where the younger person would say, why don't I have an adult like you in my life? No, those are not exactly that the words they use. I'm more uncomfortable with the terminology that they used, but my first thought was, I really hope, I take it as a compliment. It's like, thank you for the compliment, but I really hope you don't mean that, because you have a father and hopefully a father and a mother who does all those things already, right? Because that is very, very concerning if a younger person can easily say that, like, oh, my parents are not like you. It's like, I hope I'm not like your parents. Your parents are special. Like, they should be able to do all these things as well. Like, where is your father and your mother in this equation? If you're getting so much satisfaction from interacting with a stranger online, what about your parents? Your parents can provide all of that and more, consistently more. Well, you want to hope, ideally you're hoping that the parents can do that, as opposed to a random stranger online, right? Or like an influencer who may not necessarily know that you exist, right? There's not going to be a chance of interaction when more advanced AI comes out. We'll see. It's up to the regulators, right? The adults who are behind the technology. That had the type of comment that you're making has been also true when video games came out, and then smartphones came out, and then it'll be interesting to see what the pushback is, and then when the line is being crossed. I really do genuinely feel so bittersweet when someone says something like, man, I can talk to you, I can talk to you forever. And my first thought was, do you talk like this with your friends or your family? People who by default will be more engaging than me, right? So that is what I think about every time. I take it as a compliment, like, thank you, it's been great, like, it's been socializing. But we're talking about kids here. We're not talking about like a 60-year-old, like an adult who voluntarily choose to get online and say, nah, you know what, let's just chat a little bit online. That's different. A child saying that legitimately makes me feel like there's no other source of interaction, right? The chances, the older you get, the chances are, nah, this is something that, that's pretty chill, we're exchanging things. But when like a 14 or 15-year-old says they hate school, they have no friends, they hate themselves, and they have low self-esteem, and then suddenly they're talking to you and it's like, you're the coolest person I've ever talked to. It's like, well, I hope that's not the case. I hope you have a lot of cool people around you. Your parents, your friends, I really hope those people are just as cool, because online people, I could disappear the next day, and the last thing I want is a child like doing something very reckless and then causing harm to both me and the child, right? That can really much happen. And there are quite a lot of stories that I've been watching a channel about mishaps between online influencers and their community and stuff. So I'm a little bit on that was the story I was preparing about the relationship, how yes, those are extraordinary cases. However, there's all these fine lines in between. Lots of emotional damage can build over time, or emotional dependency, which creates emotional vulnerabilities. It's not damage until it is triggered, but as one grows up and becomes older and whatnot, the amount of emotional vulnerabilities will make it possible to trigger that adult later, right? And then when you have a bigger person who is emotionally vulnerable, that's when trouble happens, right? Now they're not a 14 to 18-year-old who has a guardian looking out for them. Now we're talking about young adults who can quite literally drive a car and hunt you down, right? So I know this sounds very scary. Thank goodness this doesn't happen like extraordinarily frequently. My thought about this is this stuff is rising, and it is a concern that one can get ahead of, like as a society, right? As a society, multiple societies interacting, that's something that can get ahead of. Which, by the way, I think 2 different countries are doing just that on a government level. So I'm kind of curious. I'm following them, kind of curious how it's going to work out. One of them happens to be Australia. So on how to carb and try to encourage diversification of social dependency, right? It is one approach. Basically remove access to a very dominant stimuli at a younger age so that there's a chance for exploration, right? Like to kind of sort of increase exploration, or to encourage and not even carb adult convenience. Like if you can think about it, you're really busy, you're really tired, you work like 3 jobs a day. The last thing you're able to do is probably start drawing and entertaining your child. I know how that sounds. The human can only do so much, right? Physically and mentally. So it can get to that point even with the kindest intentions, right? You can't stop yourself from falling asleep or being too exhausted to dance and have fun with your child. So we're not gonna point fingers here and whatnot. The idea is, well, it's no longer convenient to do that. Now the question is, how are the countries going to enforce that regulation? We're talking about a ban on social platforms before a certain age. So 1 or 2 countries have enacted bills to do that. So it's gonna be, I'm very curious what will become of it. Would it just get buried into obscurity because it's incredibly difficult to enforce? It's more like a general ban on exposure, social exposure. I'm not sure of the specifications, like the very specific, but you can look at Australia's policy. I'm not sure yet how that's going out, but they passed a social media ban for children under 16, and I don't know what constitutes as social media. I didn't look into like the bylaws or something. I'm not a law person or a policy person, but you would have to figure out what constitutes as social media, and then like technology, what technology constitutes as access points to social media. So the policy should be more strict for sure. More specific, I would say. Yes. The policy should reel it in, dial it in, figure out all the things. It probably is. I did not read it. I did not read the bill that was passed by Australia's government. So how they're going to enforce it is what I'm very curious about. Like, how do you enforce something like that? Raise the age? It's difficult to know due to like the chicken or the egg issue, where the age is only apparent after we've seen the effects, right? So we don't know if limiting it to like 13 or 14 suddenly makes all the rest of the age okay, or vice versa, because it's a cause and effect order of operation thing. We know that it has an effect up to a certain age now after the fact, right? Yeah, and Twitch is age 13 with a parent or guardian. So is YouTube, I'm pretty sure. So oftentimes the joke and the meme or the joke is any child is 14. They would say like they're 14 to give that one age gap for 13 to sign on for an account. That doesn't limit them to using social media, right? Anyways, yeah, and Facebook has faced that charge before. Facebook is one of the leading targets on how to regulate that. Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, I'm not a policy. I'm not a it doesn't even have to be a fake email. It can be any email. They can generate an email. They can have like 3 or 4 real emails to I imagine even emails have 13 or older TOS, but you can generate an email without providing your date of birth or age or any type of certified selection factor. And hear me out here. We also have to think about the audience that use emails. If you make signing up for emails incredibly difficult, then it would make you less competitive as a product. Yeah, and you don't need an account to watch, yes. So the idea is, hear me out, right? Australia is enacting a bill. However, technology could be used to regulate the access points. So nowadays, there's a different approach. There's another different approach where there's a market for people to be able to make the convenience for parents to be able to oversee their technology and accessibility. So now you could actually make the iPad less engaging. You see what I'm doing there? Like, so soon it might not be the act of having the iPad. The iPad could be like, oh, I can only do these things for so long because my parents can just look at their phone and they would know exactly. Now, there's privacy concerns and ethics and whatnot, but the idea is you can make technology very convenient in a different way, a convenient way to interact with your children, for example. Like, here's my cute little thought. Obviously there's a lot of problems with this, but it's a cute little image where and when you watch like 10 minutes of YouTube, suddenly your parent's face shows up with a pre-recorded message. It's like, hey, are you hungry? Do you want to say hi? But it would be like, it would be leveraging the recognition of your parents being involved, right? Like, for example, your parents, the phone could say like, hey, have you recorded a new TikTok short for your kids yet? For example, like, it's a reminder that, okay, your kids like to interact with TikTok shorts or like shorts, but this is more of a private thing, like a different type of program, like a program between families, where like a family member is like, hey, can you record a short message for your kids in case you don't see them in the morning, right? Then the kid will get those messages, right? Like reminders of, hey, have you asked your kids how school was today? So there are a lot of ways to conveniently like to increase the convenience, to encourage parents to be present in their kids' lives, not prohibition, not like a form of prohibition or removal of a stimuli. Oftentimes, historically, that usually ends up being suppressive and oppressive, and to a point where rebellious consequences may occur, more likely occur. I think iPads and stuff have a mode for kids to lock things out. Yeah, see, the locking things out, you can jailbreak and backdoor and whatnot. It does make kids more craftier in circumventing things, but they would be using that craft to seek bypassing things, which can be channeled in a way, but yeah. I don't have kids, obviously, grain of salt. However, I can imagine ways where technology can be used to encourage and bring family together. At the moment, I feel like technology is, yes, it's unintentionally splintering the family dynamics. It can very much as well bring them together. Cue the story of how a child and his father are the best of friends because they play Rust together, at least an hour a day. They literally make time for each other. They're like, hey, Dad, it's that time again. Let's hop on Rust. And they spend an hour together every single day. I don't even know if it's an hour. It's like every day they played Rust. They played like over 3,000 days. It was a really wholesome story, right? So technology can bring family together, not just take them apart. However, I don't think that's in the money until now. I think there's a high incentive, a market. So because, in my opinion, that there might be a market growing, a couple of tech companies are interested. It might pick up in response to the whole advanced AI taking control of your kids and whatnot. It might. I'm just saying, I'm sharing some of the cool little innovations. Parents, not so great parents or unprepared parents may end up being more prepared because technology exists for that. So at the other end of the spectrum, you can have people who are overwhelmed become less overwhelmed in a constructive way. So technology can be done with that. Downside right now, I guess for now, the trend is there's really not an incentive. There if you can't see the problem, right? If you don't think there's a problem, or you can't see the problem, or not a lot of people think it's a problem yet, then generally there's not an incentive for large societies to address the problem. It's a unfortunate thing when it comes to limited resources. It's kind of like, do you want to invest millions of dollars in solving how to remove splinters because splinters are mean, or invest that same amount of money in solving leukemia, right? And that's how I feel about the kids situation with technology. Is it a big enough problem that constitutes address? And I think we're at a tipping point, or like the general internet space is at a tipping point soon, where it has become a large enough problem, and one is gonna hope it's quote unquote not too late, right? Although time will tell. It's a sad phrase, but time will tell in this case. Yeah. Let's see.
息子、
息子、
私、
ね。
は、
私は息子に 自動車。
自転車。
自転車。Oh my god. Sorry. 自転車。自転車。
買ってお。
買ってお。bought for his child. Oh, wait.
やった。
Yeah, this is fine. 私は息子にWhere's it the other one? やった。There's no あげ。
お。
I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we gotta keep on track a wee bit more today. Largely because my sleep is I'm in another 3 or 4 hours my stamina is gonna run out.
あなた
Anata and we have new vocab day in Chinese today. That's gonna go along. Anata ne? So あなたを探っているの was いました。そうあなたを
探し
Oh wait
探し
Oh I conjugated that incorrectly. 探す Yeah 探していましたかいました Sorry, I was thinking of a question. Read a book to the children. 子供たち子供に絵本を読んでやった Read a book 読んでやったいや
子供
に絵本 or 本を読んでやった Okay. This is the book I was looking for. Past or present? The yatta was past. This is the book I was looking for.
私
Wait. Yeah, 私はこの本これ Wait. Whoa. Hold up. No. We'll just use watashi as the implied. So これは本が探して
いた
Yeah, I read. I said I read the past tense. I know what you're pointing out, that read and read are written the same, past or present. I think I said I read. At least I think. If I said I read, then my bad. And then lead and led are wonderful too. The great glories of heckin' English, right? The wonderful aspects of English, past or present. And you might be thinking, oh, but these are homophones, or like they're homonyms and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, kind of. They're like homonyms. We have lead and led and read and read as past or present, and they're written the same way. One that I had a problem personally. Here's an example of my personal thing about past and present, and past and present is says, said, say, or says, said, say. It's mainly because of like this, and then you have this. I'm like, that used to be a problematic, but largely due to the nature that when you're writing something, when you're writing like creative writing, that's usually the time that you would use says, said, and say. Because you're doing dialogue, you're like, oh, that boy said, she say, that kind of thing. This is the book I was looking for. So something is odd here. So this is right. これは本が私。Da. Maybe I put da here because this is the book. That's it. This is the book, right? これは本だ. And then 私. I was looking for. Maybe 私が探していた. I don't know. Go with it. これは私が Oh, I see. これは私が探していたHonda. Okay, so Honda goes at the end. I see. So I have to move Honda to the end. Okay. Alright. I guess I was thinking more like in Chinese than I was thinking in Japanese there. My bad. これは本 Oops 本私これは私が私がね No 私本 Oh no, I'm doing it again. 私が私が探していた本だ. Oh, that one's a little. Alright. We definitely need more practice.
この本は授業に必要です。この本は
授業ね授業に本です。Oh no. Wait.
本
授業には
この本は授業に必要です。
授業に必要です。
です。
I need this book for class. For the class. Hitsuyo. What the heck are you?
信用
Shinyo.
必要
Do you ever do the I don't know if you guys do this, but do you ever do the like the ear thing even though like you're wearing earphones? Or like I do the ear thing all the time. Even though like it doesn't matter which way my head is facing. It's not like I'm so like I have this like this is the source of the sound, right? In front of me is the source of the sound, so I would still turn my head. I'm like, okay. Because I wanted to look away at the same time, but it really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's still stuck in my ear, so the volume is still the same. I do that quite a lot. An old habit. You do it? I chuckle whenever I see someone else do it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's me right there.
すごく嬉しい。
すごく嬉しい。ね？嬉しい。
すごく嬉しい。
嬉しい。Oh. Wait. 嬉しい is happy. すごく嬉しい incredibly happy. I'm so happy. You don't realize it? I think it's really funny. It's one of those like human responses. Like, wait, what did you say? And then you're like turning your head and I'm like, wait a minute. Hold up. I think I'm wearing earbuds right now. That's boomer right there. That's pre-technology. That's pre-technology reflex right there. When you still have muscular reflexes that don't coincide with technology now. Like I still do that on like when I'm walking out. If I'm like on a bus commute, I typically have a transparent mode on with my earbuds in, like my Bluetooth and stuff, right? My Bluetooth buds and whatnot. So it would be when someone's like talking to me, it's like, wait. What was that again? Or like sometimes I would even do, here's even crazier. Transparency mode is really good now on headphones. I would take out my earbuds. And I'm like, oh, say that again. As though I couldn't hear them any clearer when the earbuds were in. The thing about transparency mode is it might actually even be louder in the technology. Like if you have earbuds with transparency, you can even amplify or even denoise the person talking to you. Yet it doesn't stop me from doing the motion as well, where I would take out one of my buds and I was like, oh, can you say that again? And I'm like, wait a minute. Like I just made it harder to hear what that person was saying. That's also like the neck sleep. So back in the day, before earbuds were wireless and stuff, you would do like the head tilt or like thing. Now you like you don't even do the earphone removal anymore if you're like on the current up and up technology, right? It's remarkable. It's incredibly remarkable how well if you're wondering what a use case is, like say on a bus, right? I don't know how often people take public transportation nowadays, or on a subway, and two people have their earbuds, right? You know, they're doing their smartphone thing, trying to keep up. But when you're talking, you can actually amplify the proximity of the person that you're talking to. So even on a like a really loud everything, you can probably hear your proximity person. The closest proximity. And also like in concerts and stuff, when you have ear protection, you can actually use ear protection to moderate how much of the sound gets to you, and also still possibly be able to talk to the person next to you without destroying your vocal cords. Which that's why I'm talking about this technology, because one of the things that happen so often when I'm in a loud place, and I'm usually in a really quiet place, like I think 99% of the time, the loudest thing is hearing my parents walk around the house, right? And when you get to a loud place, immediately like you leave like a concert or something, and suddenly you're like, why does my throat feel like a 30 grit sandpaper all of a sudden? It's largely due to you talk in the volume that's necessary to get to talk to the other person, and oftentimes you underestimate, or at least I tend to underestimate, how loud one is talking. When I'm at a nightclub, I can't hear people talking to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a hearing aid. Interestingly enough, that technology was adapted from hearing aids to some extent. That's a great point. Actually, some of the people who made hearing aids, like I think Sonos, maybe. I'm not sure how successful they were. Their ideas in adapting hearing aid technology to modern tech, like to consumer tech, is a phenomenal idea. I don't think their marketing worked though. However, it was picked up by other things. Also, for example, here's a little personal anecdote of mine. When you're traveling and you have to like stay in a hotel room or stay in a different place, oftentimes I tend to bring, out of convenience so that I don't interrupt anyone, I tend to bring like different forms of earplugs, like different ways to regulate. You can have plastic like acoustic earplugs, or you can have silicone earplugs, just in case like someone snores or there's a unnatural sound that may disturb your sleep, so you don't want to be a bother, right? So I carry these little things like in a little container like this, right? And now there are silicone earbuds in which they are designed specifically to stay in your ear when you're like tossing around and sleeping on your side, and they are used in a way to promote sleep. So you can use lighter noise isolation while also masking a lot of the sounds that might be alien to you, that might disturb your sleep, with your smartphone device. So then you can carry those things around. And that it's crazy how a little change in like occurrences and nuances have evolved smaller conveniences in your life. Like for example, the reason why my Bluetooth earbuds were a thing, the transparency mode, is because when I was in university, earbuds did not have a sufficient enough transparency mode. So when you're walking the streets and stuff, you often hear students getting close calls on not being able to perceive the noise and the environment around them while they're walking and listening to stuff, right? So that technology has made it very accessible, and it's available in the most quote unquote popular devices now. So inherently, when you're buying it, buying like your popular devices, you effectively get that feature as a standard now, right? Remarkable little nuances to technology that you can take advantage of, and that's kind of what I did back in the day. I wore these like acoustic earbuds, earplugs. So they kind of look like this type of shape, like a cone shape, where there's a tube in them that causes pass through. So what happens when you wear them is that you can actually hear the clarity, the profile. I actually prefer it that way. So like certain high notes and stuff gets suppressed, and then you can hear the music more clearly. It's a much more balanced sound when it gets to your ear. And in concerts with big speakers and stuff, it can be incredibly muddled and stuff, right? You play music at night on your speaker on your nightstand. I see. You don't like in-ear earphones because you get an infection from them, and also they don't sit well in your ear. That's unfortunate that you get infections. That's usually not because of the earphones, but what the earphones have come in contact with. And sitting in ear is not an issue anymore because most things are using compressed, most tips are now compressed silicon. So unless somehow you contracted a bacteria that somehow lives on silicon, which would be astonishing, it usually is a non-issue as long as you invest in like compressed foam, right? And losing in bed thing. Oh yeah, that is a thing. Big losing in bed. It's still a difficult time. The newer like designs where they use silicone and compressed foam to prevent like the jostling of. Sometimes it's working all right, but yeah, if you're like a vigorous sleeper, there is a habit of losing your earbuds. When I am traveling, I would buy those like 10-cent compressed foam things, like 10 to 50-cent compressed foam things, and just stick it in there. And if I lose them, I lose them. You buy like 100 at a time. They come in tubs of 100. Like just you can't buy one. You can buy quality ones, but there's also a chance of. Yeah, totally understandable. 手紙をもらうのが大好きです。I love receiving letters, or I love getting letters.
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
明日ね？
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。明日の朝7時に起こしてください。明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
明日の
朝。
明日の朝。Okay. 明日の朝7時に something ください。Okay. Meet? Wake up? Probably make wake up. What is that? 7 in the morning?
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
Yeah, 起こして
ください。
Please wake me up at 7 in the morning. Tomorrow, please wake me up at 7 tomorrow morning. I didn't realize you could do it this way.
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
Please wake me up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
水が欲しいんだけど。
水が欲しいんだけど。Okay, so I gotta pay attention from here on out to distinguishing it'll at the end. So 水が欲しいんだけど。
欲しいんだけど。
Maybe it's like the combination of 欲しいだけど, like 欲しい next to けど.
コーヒーが欲しいんだけど。
コーヒーが欲しいんだけど。
欲しい。だけど。
So I think I'm gonna write a note to myself about that. 欲しいんだけど。必要。珍しい。発音探す。君。
この言葉の発音は難しいです。 こ
この
の
言
言葉
葉
は
は発音
発音
この言葉はいこの言葉の発音は難しいです。
難しいです。
It's kind of weird. Also, I don't know if that's an American thing either, but yeah, it's a very I was gonna make a joke. It's a very foreigner thing to think that that's an American thing. That might be a regional thing, but I think that goes back with the idea that there's this misconception that one area of the United States represents every area of the United States. Yeah, thin walls. There are times when there are brick walls, lots and lots of brick walls. There's this stereotype about shoddy construction and whatnot. It kind of perpetuates that whole idea about cheap construction in the United States, when that is a very very regional generality.
珍しい
Let's see. We have to not forget that one of the highest per capita is in the United States, and that per capita translates to the quality of the house or the home. I still agree with I think Baker about how disinteresting the pragmatic design of American architecture is, but you have thick walls in your house? That's great. That sounds fantastic.
Hitsuyo.
必要。Do less privileged people in your country have thinner walls?発音。
発音
Like when you said it must be American thing to have thin walls, the regional stereotype comes from the idea that things are shoddily constructed, but since the United States is perpetuated on capitalism, thin walls come with the idea of lower socioeconomic status, like less privileged people. So their domiciles and residents have thin walls. So my earnest question is, do less privileged people in your country have thin walls, or tend to have more likely higher frequency of thin walls than thick walls? It's wonderful to be privileged to have thick walls, but it is another thing to think that another country doesn't have a spectrum of construction quality.
探す君
The whole thin wall thing comes from the idea that people's places are of lower construction quality, which does happen in the United States. You live here in the United States, so then that's probably where that stereotype comes from. This word's pronunciation is very difficult.
この
Does narrow down where a regional place though.
この
この言葉の Very difficult. We're using sugoku.
すごくすごく
発音
発音
発音はすごく難しい。
です。
母に毎朝起こしてもらいます。
母に毎朝起こしてもらいます。Oh yeah, this one. So so the speaker, something is being done to the speaker as opposed to for the speaker. So oh, up. Okay. I love getting letters. Okay.
手紙
手紙を get
もらう
もらうのが大好きです。
大です。
姉はお茶が好きだけど、私はコーヒーが好きだ。
I can definitely relate to the whole thin walls thing when my family shared a wall, or having a low income, being in a low income place where you share walls. When I was living alone in a upper, I guess a more affluent place, the apartment buildings, the walls are solid. The apartment buildings are kind of they're kind of more like a prison. They feel more like dormitory buildings. They're converted large like brick buildings or apartment complexes. The rent was not cheap though. If you had your own place, you had music or whatever on speaker a lot more. Yeah, I can see that. Imoto. Imoto wa ocha ga suki da kedo. What's that word? Suki da kedo. Oh, now it's like, but it's kind of different from this kedo. Ah! Sorry. I hit like a bunch of accidentally held control. And it opened up a different tab. Okay. Quick question. I know you're probably gotten it like 100 times, but why Duolingo? Why wouldn't like Anki be more efficient? I mean, Anki would be more efficient. Yeah. I chose Duolingo because it wasn't more efficient. That's a very cryptic message, but I chose the way to learn in a way that teaches me how to learn differently. So the reason why I'm interested in learning is that Japanese is a byproduct of learning. So you could say in a way it's more of a challenge to engage oneself. So it's more engaging to learn something, to learn about learning in the process. So if you're constantly learning the way you think you learn the best or the most efficient, which Anki, I do learn by that type of method very often, you are less engaged and invested in your own learning. So the longer answer is that I already do all that Anki does while using Duolingo, so I don't necessarily have to use Anki to remind me. It would be a very convenient thing if you don't know how to do what Anki does for you. So I'm fairly confident in understanding what Anki does would do for me. So I guess the long story short is I chose Duolingo because there's a community for Duolingo. There isn't a community for Anki. Now you might be thinking, well, of course there's an Anki community. Yeah, but Anki community you don't see people chatting about memes and talking about culture and being in the presence of things. And also Anki has people who talk about Duolingo. Like Duolingo, people talk about Duolingo. Anki, people talk at people about Anki. Like for example, your question here asked me something conversational about Duolingo. However, you use Anki as a matter of fact. So I have really little to say about Anki. It's probably more efficient. And I probably agree with you even without using it. And that's the end of the discussion for Anki. Wow. And I can spend hours and hours talking about why Duolingo. Because people actively talk about Duolingo. They don't talk about Anki. That's probably one of the major motivations. If I was studying alone, yeah, if I was studying, like not streaming it and stuff, Anki might be something. If you're wondering if that is true or not, you can go to an Anki stream and see what it's like, right? I think there are a couple people who use Anki on stream. Their personalities are very different from me. I think for me, I watched the founder of Duolingo give interviews and talks a lot, and it inspired me. Like I quite like the story behind Duolingo. There's a lot of passion and spirit behind Duolingo. Anki, being more efficient, is great if your goal is to learn Japanese very quickly, right? Using Duolingo, well, the question lies in what is my goal? And my goal is to explore and connect with language learners. It's not becoming fluent as fast as possible in Japanese or acquiring kanji as fast as possible. So that's probably one of the things. And if I can make time, I can use both. There's no reason to not use both. Yeah. That's probably the longest version of the answer. It's fun using Duolingo. Anki, not so much. You are correct. You are correct. You probably got asked 100 times. It hasn't quite been 100 times. It's getting there. It's getting close to 100 times, and it's worded in that way too. It's like, why don't you use something better? I'm like, better for what? Like, well, better to learn Japanese quicker. I'm like, okay. So I'm very, very grateful that you asked me why before you suggested something, because that gives me the opportunity to explain why it's fun to use Duolingo as opposed to Anki. I think if you're really, really into learning Japanese, Anki is a great way to start. Actually would recommend a lot of other things too, or like through other people's suggestions. I haven't used them yet. Like Italki was a service yesterday. It's been raised a couple of times. There's also Wanikani as well, and textbooks. There's a bunch of textbooks, graded readers, right? Vloggers, easy listening, comprehensible inputs, vlogs. Quite a lot of resources out there. Thank you for asking, Apu. May I ask how you are learning Japanese? I'm guessing how you are learning Japanese. Sorry, I know you said quick question. I don't want to keep you, but may I ask what your approach is? Set up a few speakers near the ceiling throughout the house. Oh, you want that you want that all-inclusive sound, so I don't need to bring the speaker with you. Connect up, the speaker has one, yeah. Synchronize on. You just have subwoofers in your office, and if I put it all on full, I could hear it at the other side of your house. I tried it one time, and all the books on a shelf will do vibration. Loki, you madman. Okay. 息子はお茶が好きだ。好きだけど、私はコーヒーが好きだ。Let's see. Oops, not my sister. Oh, Imoto. Yeah, my little sister. Oh no, it's not. It's Ane. Sorry. Ane, my bad. I was thinking something else. Ane. Ane wa naga suki. Hida. Hida kedo. Watashi wa I like coffee. Oh, green tea and likes. I totally skipped likes. I need you. Oh, do you? Wait, need in which way?
あなた。私は。
私はあなたに。What are my options here? It's how about hitsuyo desu ka? That doesn't work. Oh, right. You could just put ga here, huh? Anata watashi. Oh, I see. So the need comes from... Oh, okay. Fair enough. Let's see. That woke me up. So... did I have a problem with this one? I feel like I had a problem. Mayasa... Mayasa...
Chichi.
Chichi. Oh, wait.
Chichi.
Yes.
Watashi.
Watashi wo okoshite. Ne? Okoshite. Woke me up. Okoshite.
Okoshi.
Oops.
Okosanai.
Okoshite. Ah.
Shimasu.
Where do I throw in my father? I guess.
Chichi. Ga.
Could be the other way around, like.
Chichi. Ga.
Kureta. Oh, I have too many.
Te.
Oh, wait.
Te. Shimasu.
Yeah, you mean when you first started Anki, it was boring as heck, so you bought... Oh, Migaku. I'm not familiar with Migaku Omine. Oh, Migaku to mine your own... Sorry. I was reading it really weird. Migaku to... Migaku to mine your own sentence and cards, and that honestly made it more fun since I could choose what I wanted to learn instead of following the normal path. Papu, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is exactly how I described if someone asked me if I use Anki. So, while I sounded very dismissive about Anki, I'm not saying that I'm ruling out that I won't use Anki or could have used Anki. And the way that I would approach using Anki was exactly the way you're describing. I would do an activity that I am interested in. So in the future, I might use Anki because maybe I like the record keeping, the baseline thing. However, when it comes to flashcards or like some sort of memory technique, if one is not constructing and forming the associations and whatnot, it can get really boring because of less engagement, right? Now, you might be thinking, well, isn't that what Duolingo does? Well, Duolingo compensates motivation with other things, and I already described those things that Anki does not have. Duolingo has a community, Anki does not. Like, not in the sense of motivation and engagement, that prioritize motivation and engagement. So, however, if I were to use Anki, the motivation and engagement would come from my own interest. So, in the future, I do plan on playing video games. Again, it's not like I stop playing video games. However, when I'm gonna play very specific video games that I've already planned and share, Anki might come back into play because I am constructing my own flashcards, my own references. Those are the ways to motivate myself to construct something of interest. In terms of Duolingo, the motivation and engagement comes from elsewhere. It's coming from the interest in how Duolingo is designed. So I'm using Duolingo to learn Japanese as a bonus and other things, but I'm very much more curious about how the community interacts with the product that has a predetermined curriculum, and then how I would go about adding to the curriculum myself. So actually, a third of the time to half of the time, it's actually doing something that Duolingo exposes me to, but not necessarily what Duolingo have me literally doing. So that's the engagement. It's really fun investing in what I need to gather or want to gather from this information. There are lots of Anki enthusiasts who would say, well, the first thing you do is you download 2000 kanji deck and then try to discover what's interesting to you. It's like, I totally understand that if you don't know what you're interested in. However, I am not a spry 18-year-old that it lacks understanding of what I'm interested in. So naturally, I am less receptive to the idea that if they're not doing something interesting that relates to my interest, downloading a blanketed 2000 kanji would be very detached and impersonal. And when someone asks, well, don't you want to know the 2000 kanji so you can pass JLPT 1 and 1? It's like, well, no, because I'm not interested in all the concepts that are in JLPT and 1. When I speak in my vocabulary, it's groomed and refined in a way that suits my use. I'm not here to master a language. I'm here to understand and use the language for self-expression. Self-expression does not necessarily include the comprehensive knowledge of an unadulterated, curated list of vocabulary words. So when someone tells me something weird and I don't understand what they're saying, it gives me the opportunity to ask them, why do you say it this way? And then teach me what this phrase means, because then I get to know the person through learning what the person used. So when someone tells me, I think it was the other Irish person, Cozy, that said, let's take a crack at it, or let's take a crack, and the crack stays with me because that's for chatting. So let's have a crack. Was it crack, or was it something else? See, I remember these references largely due to the nature that they're rare and they're interesting. So, yeah, that's it. Exactly. So, we're on the same wavelength here. to offset the boring and unengagement. And I would use Anki in a way that I would literally write flashcards. Yeah, the banter. Yeah. So kudos. Yeah. Boring pre-made decks because they're disinteresting to you. It's great to start if you have no idea what's interesting to you. For me, I chose to learn Japanese because I already have things that are interesting to me. I don't have to convince myself that Japanese is interesting, and I don't need anyone telling me how Japanese is interesting, right? So with that in mind, that's a very different perspective. Yeah. Hello there, Cortez. Tubers? Interesting. SV2. Yeah. Well said, by the way. Well said. Sorry to keep you, but I know quick questions, but they often lead to wonderful discussions. And ultimately, right, I hope all those people who go about their way of studying reach the satisfactory goal that they have. For myself, I can stop learning Japanese now. It's fine. Each day is its own reward. I get exposed, I learn something. It doesn't have to be comprehensive. Comprehensive is very great. It's interesting. It's an admirable goal. But any day is a great day to be learning something for myself. Like how to figure out what the heck is up with my phrasing on this. Let's just... Dang it! Comes first. Did I do this yesterday? I think I did this yesterday too. Yeah, I did this yesterday. I put the back here. Anyways, this book is necessary for class.
Kono.
Oh, this book. I said textbook. But... Are you a watch fan? As in, watch? Like wristwatches? Thank you, Papu. Wristwatches? Or watchmen? I'm kidding. That's a little bit of a stretch. I like looking at watches. I do not wear watches. I love the idea and the hobby of watchmaking and clockwork. Like analog watches. I love like the marvel, the enthusiasts of, and pocket watches. Yes. Like the clockwork, like the gear work and stuff, the craftsmen of watches. I myself do not have I do not carry things. I'm a very hyper minimalist person when it comes to like carrying objects in my hand. I mean my wallet looks like this. So oftentimes I'm a very lightweight person. So carrying an excess pocket watch, while it looks really, really cool, like I really like the idea of pulling out a pocket watch, I have my smartphone with me, so it's a compromise. I used to have a pocket watch at some point, and I used to have a timepiece as well on my wrist. Granted, it made other activities that I do very inconvenient, so we decided not to go with the watch. I think my watch is somewhere. It's in like one of those cases, so like cases they come in with like foam padding and whatnot.
Hon.
この本は what makes you bring that up? Are you a fan of pocket watches, Loki? この本は必要ね necessary for class 授業に必要です
必要です
Well, you're sitting at my desk and I have watches on your wall and the ticking. Ooh. It's that soothing or unnerving? It's soothing. I imagine it's soothing. I like the ticking of clocks. It's very rhythmic. It's like kind of breathing and meditating and listening to your heartbeat or your breath. I don't know if you do any form of meditation or not, but it is nice. Oh, Cozy doesn't like ticking.
私
Oh yeah, that's certainly a difference right there.
に
私にあなたがね、必要です。
です。
あ、私にはあなたが必要です。毎朝父が暗記をやったことがある。Wait, why are you asking? Are you asking Yumeko? I feel like I'm having deja vu because I'm pretty sure you asked me that yesterday. Did you? Or did you not? I don't remember who asked me that. I'm pretty sure, Iris, you asked me that. So I'm guessing you might be asking Yumeko. There's maybe over 50 in your office, all ticking a watch. Oh, dang, 50. Are they synchronized? Dang. 毎朝父が私を起こしてくれた。起こしてくれた。No? Oh, I see. Imagine every second, it's like all 50, like duh. Oh, that'd be interesting.
そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。
そんな高いね。
そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。
買わなくて。Oh, okay.
そんな
そんな
高い車を買わなくてもいいです。高い車を買わなくていいです。なくても。でも。It would scare you? Dang. そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。Paraphrase. You do not have to read difficult books. Okay. 難しい本を読まなくてもいいです。読まなくてもいいです。 そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
The obnoxious loud ones. 6. There was a time in classrooms when I was in middle school and high school. The ticking made exams very, very difficult to take. Oh, hey, welcome back. Okaeri nasai, Baker-san.
そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
そんなね。
そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
そんな本は読なくてもいいです。読まなくてもいいです。
Anna.
Anna. Anna. Abam. Anna. Oh, are you serious?
Fukuro.
Fukuro? Oh, you're gonna use fukuro? You're gonna just decide to use fukuro all of a sudden? Anna fukuro.
Wa.
Fukuro wa need. Oh, just think having a grandfather clock at 12 that allowed ding 2 times a day. What about a cuckoo clock? What about a cuckoo clock? You realize on Duolingo sometimes the translations are either slightly incorrect or improper? When did you realize that? I think slightly incorrect and improper ends up being under the generality of unnatural as opposed to grammatically incorrect or etc.
入り。
いりません。
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。この手紙
It does happen though. The whole incorrect thing. The improper part is unnatural.
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。
この手紙のね。
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。お。
この手紙を書かなくても。書かなくても
いいです。
Yeah, I think it's grammatically correct. The words are in the right order, but the words sometimes differ from the correct words, if that makes sense. Are you talking about the translations? To me, that's more of a limitation of the English. I don't think they're differ from. I don't think the translations are incorrect words. To be very frank, the correct words are words that you prefer in English. But when you see the translation, the words can explain the phrase, the interpretive phrase. It's kind of like when someone earlier today asked me if kanji ni anki o tsukata koto ga aru ends up being translated to have you ever used anki for kanji? Well, it's have you used anki for kanji? But have you ever used anki for kanji sounds really nice in English. But I don't think the ever part, the extent, is in there. So that can be construed as correct or incorrect. But as a translator, as a person who focuses on translating, right? Someone who likes to be a translator, it can be seen as incorrect or correct. I don't often empathize with that, largely because when I read a sentence, it's interpreted to me in my head as opposed to like, okay, so this letter O is a direct pointer to this letter, and then there's kaku, but kaku becomes kaka because of nakutemo. And then ii desu is modifying nakutemo, right? And then that would be like the literal, you would write the literal translation. However, all this is really saying is you don't need to write this letter. Did I think about if you didn't? Probably not. Like for me anyways. Yeah. It's understandable though when you learn a target language. There are correct and incorrect ways of doing it. I totally get it. Oh, they said you do not have to write. You don't have to buy a coat like that.
あんな
Anna coat. Anna coat を買わなくてもいい。
買わなくてもいいです。
あんな袋はいりません。
あんな服。
あんな
手袋服。
あんな袋はいりません。
ね？
あんな袋はいりません。
Yeah, kind of like when someone is learning English with you, sometimes they would say or skip out on words that English speakers would normally use, but we can usually understand that is trying to base on the way that, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Have you ever done the thing where, like, here's an example, right? I use this a lot. It's a fun example because my friends got used to it and they know that that's kind of what it boils down into. There's whenever, like, if my friends ever somehow end up visiting we're hosting and we would walk in and my parents would say something and I would say something in Fujianese. So we would talk for like 2 minutes and then my friend would look at me and say, "Oh, what did they say?" It's like, "Oh, they said hi." Like, what do you mean they just said hi? That the first couple times would be like, what do you mean they just said hi? They said like 16 words. It's like, yeah, they're like, it's the ritual of saying hi. It's like okay. Do you want to know what the literal meaning? Okay, so they asked if we have eaten yet. Are our stomachs full? How was your drive? And hopefully it was a pleasant one. Do you need to rest? And that translates to hi. How are you? Although I still explain it near the end, but the idea is initially the interpretation is like, oh, they're saying hi. And it is it does have that oh, but you're not being like diligent and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like saying bruh nowadays. Like you hear someone complain for 3 hours and then your only response is bruh. That's it. It just stops there. Like, what does that mean? And then you're trying to explain it to someone who doesn't speak English, I suppose. It's like, what do they mean by bruh? I'm like, well, let's see. So they could mean like 4 different things, but given the context, it's kind of like sheesh. Like, what does sheesh mean? It's kind of like mendosai. Mendokusai. That's probably the closest. Mendokusai. Like, okay. Like, but you know, we don't know for sure. We gotta ask the person if they're annoyed. They could be like taihen desu as opposed to mendokusai, right? So it's like, oh, okay, so both of them. It's like, all right, yeah, you can use both of them. That's what bruh means, and it's specifically bruh, not bruh or bruh. It's bruh, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, that I'll go with that. Also, you spent all day speaking Japanese, so if your English is bad today, that is why? Nah, it's perfectly sufficient. Quite a lot of Japanese words doesn't have English meaning, so it can be difficult to translate. Yeah, it's the other way around too. So therefore, you interpret. The whole idea of the whole idea of language itself, like, it's not unique one way or the other. It's universal. Language in itself do not have direct and all-encompassing clairvoyance of human interaction. So when human interaction comes into play, interpretation by deductive reasoning is largely the most flexible way of going about it than unnecessarily trying to find direct translations. Sometimes you can feel people without knowing the translation, right? It's kind of like listening to a Japanese song and you're like, this must be conveying some sort of love right here. This sounds like it hurts here, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, of course. In both ways. There are no Japanese words to describe specific English meaning as well. Anna. Anna. What did they ended up using?
あんな袋はいりません。
Oh, Anna fukuro wa irimasen.
いります。
Yao. Yao. Yao and irimasen are the same meaning. It's the same character too. Yao. You not have to write this letter.
この手紙。
この手紙を
書か
なくてもいいです。
もいいです。
図書館に行かなくてもいいですか？図書館？
図書館に行かなくてもいいですか？
今日は学校に行かなくてもいいです。
Quite a lot of Japanese words. Oh, wait, I read that already. Sorry. Occasionally I look over and something moved, but it's not like part of the text box. And so I automatically habitually this recent comment. Sometimes I don't say it out loud, but I do read the most recent comment at least 2 or 3 times every like 10 minutes. Shh. This will only be a secret between you and me. So if you happen to be the last comment, I always I process something every like 10 or so minutes. 今日は学校に行かなくてもいいです。Story time. One of your friends was reading your text. He's Japanese and he has white hair. Intriguing. I called him Aqua-san. Ooh. Thing in the text, and he started questioning me and laughing. His laughing made me realize it was actually Shiroi. Yeah. Shiroi Kami-san. What did you actually said in the Hakuwa? What does Hakuhatsu-san? No. The other one. I know what you were intending to say, the Shiroi Kami. But what did Hakuhatsu-san mean? I know what you were going for, but Hakuhatsu, what does that mean? Interesting. He has white hair. I wonder who you're referring to. I have someone who I listen to someone who coincidentally have naturally whitish hair, which is interesting. Kyo wa gakkou ni ikanakute mo ii. You have to.
病院に行かなくてもいいです。病院
に行かなくても
いいです。
難しい本を読まなくてもいいです。
難しい本を読まなくてでもNo need to write. Huh. Although it's funny that your friend mentioned it. Mentioned how it was understandable even with a drop of one kana. There's one drop. That's funny. I was gonna say something like, man, how does it, how would it feel in English? Like, what is an analogy in English? And I'm like, boy, there are too many. That becomes like the meaning gets lost if you drop a letter. Largely because, you know, we're working with kana now, like a kana analog as opposed to like a kanji, a compressed kanji situation. I need to write a letter to her. It can be seen as a boon or, you know, an advantage or disadvantage for people's preferences.
彼女に
彼女に手紙を書かなくてもね Wait. Yes. Oh, I already I'm like, where's 書か
なくです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。Okay. Dang it! When I was dragging, it didn't drag properly. This is not true. Hmm.
そんなことないよ。
そんなことないよ。Quite sure how I know that. Write it as a side note.
これを借りてもいい？
あ、これを借りてもいい？May I borrow this?
そんなものは買わなくてもいいです。
そんなものは買わなくてもいいです。Yeah, そんなもの。Sorry for the late question, but hakuhatsu is similar in meaning. It means gray or discolored hair. Oh, interesting. So when you hack off when you use haku, it ends up being gray. Interesting. Instead of heiru. Yeah, instead of using hairu, sorry. Hairu. So you don't have to say hai, hai kami. Or hairo no kami. I probably can get hai kami. Shiroi is white is a better way to say since shiroi actually means white hair. Yeah, I understand. I know what those words. But it's interesting that haku ended up being gray instead of using hai. What happens? Oh, nothing happens. I guess it would end up saying ashened hair, but fine. You hear that a lot in anime, that's for sure. Ash-haired. Right. And then Hairo.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。Right.
図書館はどこか知っていますか？図書館
で
図書館はどこか知っていますか？は知ってかどこいますか？図書館はどこか知っていますか？
どこか知っていますか？ That makes a lot more sense. 図書館はどこか知っていますか？知っていますか？珍しい。必要。発音。優しい。君。
子供が好きです。だから先生になりたい。子供が好きです。だから先生になりたい。
子供が好きです。子供が好きです。だから先生になりたい。先生になりたい。
それで先生は何を言いましたか？
それで先生は何を言いましたか？It's interesting the character Shiro in Haku can also be written in multiple ways. The same could be said for Kami, the word being said as Hatsu. Yeah, when you write Hiroi, it's pronounced as she, and Kami is pronounced Kami. Yeah. Onyomi and Kunyomi. Different reads. So and euphonic changes. I guess there are euphonic changes for like reading purposes. And there are ones that sound really weird if they don't have euphonic changes. Nowadays. Like Hachihun. Oh man, that sounds awful. Hachihun is like what? Or like Juhun. That would sound a little weird. Instead of Jupun and Hatpun. Soれで先生は何を言いましたか？それで right, それでYeah, the euphonic changes for clarity. You kind of start feeling them out though. You get to a point after speaking or like repetitiously speaking to the point you're like, wow, that sounds awful coming out of my mouth. It's like something's weird here. So when you start reading something out loud, you start doing the English thing, right? I would say around 9th grade to 10th grade, there's a point where you start participating in speech, right? You start doing presentations and you have to write the oral presentations and whatnot. And you get to the point where you start reading things out loud and you realize that you can catch a lot of weird intuition breaks in your sentences, and it helps clarify things. And that's kind of the same in my opinion, for me personally, if it reminds me of that feeling. Like when I say, so what did the teacher say? If it was like, so what did teacher say? I'm like, do I need an article there? So what did the teacher say? Or do I need it? That kind of thing. So it gets you to question that. And it sounds interesting. In Japanese, when you start reading certain things, after a while, you're like, that does not sound great. We need to pause here and figure out why this sounds awful. Exactly, the way people write isn't necessarily how they end up speaking. Yeah, like, whoa. Yeah. So it's kind of nice to start getting that feeling as well. It's like, Nana, is this Nana or is this Nano? Nanoka. Nanoka sounds nice. Nanaka sounds like Atatakai all over again. I have a beef with that Atatakai, especially Atataka Nakata. Right? I can it was hot. So what did the teacher? Actually, I think Duolingo would accept what did teacher say. We might as well find out. Dang it! They didn't accept it.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
It sounds a little bit off, but not that off. What are we saying? I only heard atarashi.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
でも、
新しい
靴はいい。それとも茶色がそれ
がね。新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。それと茶色ね、いい。
黒ね。
黒
がいい。
それとも
茶色ね。
茶色ね。新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。ね。
I just need 茶色。I was gonna say like, you could kind of ask a question. Stipulate a choice here. 新しい靴は黒がいい。黒がいい。それとも茶色。
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
図書館
はどこかしていますか？
いまか。
I can't really tell, but those voices sound like AI to you, are they? Yeah, they're synthetic voices.
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
それね。I just heard a lot of beer.
それ
I don't drink, but I don't drink for pleasure, but it's funny. It's just like ビール、ラララララビール。
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
Okay.
君
それ君のビール。ビール
です。
ですか？
でも
ね？
でも
なんていうの？
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
それとも
弟
のビール。
でもですかは
Huh. I'm missing a while.
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
それは、君のビールですか？それとも、弟のビールですか？
それを見せてもらえませんか？
それを見せてもらえませんか？ Do I drink beer or does your little brother? Is this your beer or is it your little brother's? They're just asking, is this your beer or is it my little brother's beer? Or your little brother's beer? Do Japanese speaker really sound that mumbled? This is mumbled?
それを見せてもらえませんか？
I think Japanese people actually a lot of times sound more mumbled than this. It's actually very unnatural how sharp everything is. At least personally. I think they run things together a lot more. There are quite super articulate people, but I tend to watch the people who like run things. Like they are blitzingly fast. It's kind of like listening to Spanish the first time. Like a what? Did you say 3 syllables in there? Can you articulate a little, a wee bit? It sounds like everything runs together. English is, we have English examples, for sure. Speaking clearly is a luxury when you're on the move. I learned how to not to mumble in English first couple years of my high school times. You got to get going? Take care. Take care, Baker. Good luck, good luck. I look forward to your next story. Love the story. Like with is a una is a wait. Like with is and a una is a oh, like as in in Spanish. I see. Yeah. I think here's my thought. Here's a little thought about running words together. I think when words run together enough, they become a new word. So you have like 2 words, right? And then eventually, they get mumbled together so much that they become a new word, right? And if a new word, if these phrases have something like in between, like or like a particle, like oh, right? Oh, right here, oh. If it runs together so much, it's like, nah, let's just drop it. And that happens when you're listening to like Japanese speakers, when they're like really friendly with each other or they're talking. A lot of these there are a few things that gets dropped very consistently. So it sounds like they even run together even more, but it's an omission of the sound. And I run them all together because wait, did I show you this clip? Oh wait, you're not, you don't see the Discord stuff. It's like there was a clip. There was a recent clip about this. Hang on, let me just look on my Discord. That's a pretty funny clip. It was that comedian. Yeah, it was that comedian, McIntyre's routine when he talked about silent letters in English. And to spell the silent letters, right? To spell the silent words, you would voice them. Initially, when you're language learning, you would voice them so that you can spell them. And that's kind of what I'm doing with Japanese. That would be the closest equivalent. So resyllabification and connected speech. We are naturally wired to use fewer resources than necessary. Yes. Yes, I would say there's a large incentive to become more efficient. Naturally wired. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. So so when we're learning as a when we're learning, using fewer resources can be interpreted as I'm adequately reading these things because I'm emphasizing them, right? So that's kind of the example where this guy was doing a routine. This comedian was doing a routine about silent letters. However, a large majority of the comments dealt with English learners, ESL learners, learning to spell those words for the first time. Like receipt, for example. Receipt. Right? Receipt. or Wednesday. 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 As opposed to Wednesday. And I remember clearly my parents also did this. They also go through the period where they say Wednesday. Wednesday in order to figure out what Wednesday looked like. So that's kind of how I feel about these two. Witness day. Witness day. Or what's a good one? What's a really good one? I know this is also dealing with Italian, but lasagna. Sorry. I'm gonna get a lot of fire for this in the future. Lasagna. Okay, alright. It's off the guy's routine. If you're ever interested, it's the comedian McIntyre. What is his first name? Michael? Mike McIntyre? No. What's his first name? Yeah, Michael McIntyre. Yeah. Has a really fun routine dealing with language. Really wonderful routine. British through and through. Have a very electric and wholesome presentation. Not like body language and whatnot. As opposed to like leaning on like potty humor and, you know, the edgy stuff, right? Potty humor, controversial takes and whatnot. It's very language centric, the recent routine. He was one of his routines were about how lots of people have names, but they're always spelled differently. So he like enunciated all the names as through the spelling, so the applying of the diction. So then you had like Seen, Shaan, and Cian instead of just Sean, like the three Seans. And the reason that comes up is because I have a friend that directly applies to, like Cheyenne, Seen. It was a good routine. Like, it's tough. Like he really executed it so smoothly. The stuff, practically rewiring your way of pronouncing the things on the fly. Like the name Shanna. Yeah, Shanna. Or I don't know if there's any other way. Yeah. What was the most ridiculous? And here's my thought though. His last name, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but what is even funnier than that? When I went to figure out what his name was, it's Michael. So it's Mikael. It's like it's spelled Michael, and we're pronouncing it Michael, but it can be Mikael, right? Mikael, and also Mikael. You know, like that's the way it's spelled. And then his name itself does that already. And McIntyre, his McIntyre has a Y in it for tire at the end. And Mac is M-A-C. So M-A-C. So it's funny that he didn't like draw attention to his own name when he was doing that bit, because it would be like, oh, I see what you did there. Like you're doing a bit on names being spelled differently, and yet you have one of the most common names, and your family name is an alternative spelling of McIntyre. Or like, what I mean by alternative, I mean, I don't know which one comes first or the etymology of it, but it's funny. And my family name, which I'm not gonna specifically say, but the long story short is, my family immigrated, and their name was using the Cantonese pinyin, of the name. So when we came, when they immigrated, the last name was changed forever. As in, like, no matter what, there's nothing about English that will ever get the last name correct. As in, like, it would not sound like the name it uses, because it's using Canto pinyin, not. And then when a Chinese person tries to read the last name, occasionally they might get it. Like, it's like a 50-50 depending on where they are from China, because it's the Canto pinyin. And it kind of sort of could give it away now that I know a little bit more about pinyin in Mandarin. No, like, it wouldn't exist either. One of the letters don't even exist. So funny things about names. Funny things about names. それを見せてもらえませんか? Show me これ? This? That? これ? それ? That one. それ.
あの人は誰か知っていますか？あの人は誰かね、誰か知っていますか？ ていますか？
だからね。だから no, I need something. だから oh no, I think that's fine actually. だからパーティーに行きませんでした。でしたか？だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか？
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
もう少しね。
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
優しくしてよ。
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
もう少しは優しくしてよ。優しく into the して。優しくしてよ。
それで医者は何を言いましたか?
I'm thinking of another I'm thinking of another video clip of it's two guys that sit like a podcast thing. One person is the Japanese guy, or the Japanese speaker, and the other is sounds very Americana, but clearly possibly also Asian, possibly second gen Asian. And then he keeps asking the Japanese dude to like do tongue twisters, or like he would ask questions in the form of like a deadpan humor. So he would be the deadpan, but it's kind of like a straw man and a straight man straw man, like a duo situation. That's kind of like Osaka humor kind of deal. But he's always deadpan, and he would ask like, so how do you say this in Japanese? And there was a clip that uses a she, like uses she as the tongue twister. So whenever there's like shite, nesh like shiku, shite, skoshi, like anything that runs with she into like every other thing, I started thinking about when this guy was trying to say it. What a life. Imagine your whole shtick, right? Speaking of she, right? Shtick. Imagine if your whole shtick is that you get on and you record yourself attempting to say tongue twisters all day. Oh boy. You know, she sells seashells by the seashore. それで医者は何を言いましたか? それで医者は Be a little nicer, won't you? This took a while the other way around. I'm like, how do you get from that to this? Now the other way is a little bit more relaxed because yesterday we saw this already, so there's a lot of short-term memory aiding here.
もう少し
もう少しは優しく and we already had this the other way as I'm listening. 優しくしてよ優しくしてよ。
だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか?
だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか? Yes. Okay. So what did the doctor say? Right. They're repeating. It's coupled.
何
Whoops.
何
¿Cuántos idiomas hablas? Dos. Posible dos. Mi español así. Soy así. Or es así. I speak Fujianese and then English largely, and I wouldn't constitute as speaking Japanese or Mandarin at the moment, although it's okay for conversation, right? 少し日本語話しました or 話している I suppose, and 我说一点中文，但是 I mean 我还是学习中文，现在还学习中文。 So currently, like, I'm obviously studying Japanese and Mandarin. However, most of the time, 我係胡椒話佢係媽咪嘅爸爸講話, right? The native, my mother tongue is Fujianese. Outside of that, though, in this sphere of space, I typically use English. There's no need to. Sorry, I started thinking in something else. Yeah, so probably 2. I would say 2, fairly comfortably. We're going to stop after Spanish, though. Spanish is my first learned language, actually, and it's incredibly rusty. I prefer to read and then respond in English to Spanish, and it's the same for Mandarin. Right now, it's kind of the same in Japanese, so I prefer to read right now. It's kind of the curse of the second gen kind of thing. However, maybe we'll find more and more incentives to use them. Thanks for the question. Hopefully that helps explain. So what did the doctor say? I said it before, whenever you decide to try Spanish, you have a human ChatGPT here. Absolutely. February, JCVP. February. We can talk and joke about everything that is Spanish. I'm looking forward to it. I have also ChatGPT, human ChatGPT people in over on Twitch as well. We're ready. That's gonna be a can of worms, but I look forward to it. I look forward to the Spanish thing. It will be so wonderful to see what I have forgotten and what I have reviewed over like the 3 years of Spanish that I have learned. I love going back down memory lane. It'll be like, oh yeah, this is what this is. Oh yeah, it'll be like Mandarin. When I was learning Mandarin, nearly 70% of the time it's like, oh yeah, that's what that word is. Like I can finally see it and write it and stuff. So it'll feel like that for like maybe the first, I'm gonna say maybe like at least the first 2 levels, A1, A2. I was around B1 to B2. We were reading books. We were slowly going approaching Don Quixote as the writing source material, but now it's like I don't want to speak Spanish until we're learning it. So then I can be a goofball for everyone's entertainment purposes. I'm starting it in February. We're gonna say tentatively, depending on how the project is. So there's a project that I'm doing at February 11th. So this might take a while. So when this project ends, it's probably gonna end in 2 to 3 weeks. It could be more spaced out because I might be juggling other things. So it's either the end of February to March. Beginning of March, around my birthday, is probably when we're doing Spanish. And somehow we're gonna have to juggle the 3. So nice. Yeah. Oh, that's how you say it. Oh. Yeah. So we'll mess around with Spanish. I think Spanish is this isn't a competition. Please don't crucify me for this. But I'm going from the most isolated to the most default, and Spanish is like huge, right? We're not simply leaping from a hobby and or in large isolated country. Now we're talking about Spanish. It's like the next franc de lingua next to English. So I expect that even within a small community, or like someone like myself who's doing this out of special interest with no high viewership engagement kind of thing, it'll still be far more conversation than Japanese and Chinese. Japanese is pretty high up there disproportionately though, because of the way streaming and internet culture, but it still holds a candlelight to Spanish. Spanish is actually mentioned far more, even when I'm streaming Japanese and Chinese. Spanish comes up all the time, and I totally get it because I also chose Spanish in that way when I was in school. Spanish was incredibly relevant. I'm born and raised in the United States, so I have a very soft spot for Spanish. The thing that I would have to admit is my Spanish is like video game slang and stuff now, because the most interactions I've had with Spanish is kids insulting each other and yelling at each other for like poor gameplay and stuff. And then, you know, occasional Spanish person on like an older game that I play with adults who constantly bicker about politics and religion. So most of the Spanish that I know is insulting other people's mothers and countries and whatnot. So it's been a little dicey. I haven't really worked on my proper Spanish in a while. I can read it fairly okay though. No, I can read it to the point I can answer a question. Yeah, not so. It's not very clean Spanish, so it's okay though. I at least know words that I can avoid in the future. But I definitely know how angry Spanish can sound, so I'm very used to that. Along with other languages, I happen to play a game that's kind of European centric, and it's filled with older people. So yeah, there are a lot of questionable language when Polish, Italians, and French and Spanish all end up in one party. And then you throw in an occasional German, and it gets a little wild sometimes. So you kind of get used to it. Yeah. We'll have fun in February and in March. And that's the last language, by the way. I do not... these are all the languages that I can see myself using every single day. So I know that's like a shame. Like maybe if someone became my best friend or something and they spoke, I don't know, Arabic, then perhaps we'll add additional. But these are the languages. I encountered them every single day in some shape or form. And now, since I have the time, I'm committing. You're still learning Spanish, Loki? I hear ya. We'll continue to learn all our languages together. At least in my opinion. Right? The learning every day. Until the day. Right? Alright. And obviously, how would I interact with all these languages? I will attempt my best to find any excuse to play a video game through multiple times in multiple languages, because that's how I view the world. When I watch a show that I really love, I actually watch them in all the different languages, and then I watch them with all the different subtitles too. So if English is the only language, then I watch it in different subtitles, or I watch it in English. Like I even have subtitles enabled when it is English. So I like reading and that kind of thing. Lots of times though, obviously I don't have time to like learn German or something specifically to watch Dark in German. I listen to Dark in German, and I'm sorry. And then there's Korean entertainment. Korean entertainment is quite big outside of Korea. So how do you make it easier to understand what you hear better? That's a good question. For myself, if I care about it, I know this is gonna sound reductive and it doesn't answer a lot of questions. It really doesn't. It's not. I'm not intending to. If you care about it, if the thing you care about, I think we talked about this yesterday. I'm not sure if it was our discussion yesterday or the later discussions. The older you grow, right, the more experience and life experience you have, in order to form, in my opinion, neuronal connections to memory or how you understand something, internalizing it involves putting some of yourself in the thing. That sounds so sappy, but if the thing you're consuming is something that is a part of you and is an ever-present thing, that to me is the way to quote unquote understand something, as opposed to know something, right? To grasp a better understanding. Now, I want to make it clear, it might not be the correct understanding. There's a very difference in trying to be correct versus trying to understand something, right? Like, for example, if I one day say, the connection you have, I would say something like, ah, man, I don't know what to say. What is the correct way of interpreting what I said? I don't know what to say, right? But part of me would try my best to express that I don't know what to say because I really mean it. Like, I need to get this across. And that kind of emphasis creates understanding, in my opinion, that willingness. If you say, well, I don't care, whatever, well, whatever, that would probably not lead to a better understanding, right? So that's kind of my take on things. So what did the doctor say? So, I see what you did there, Hideyoshi. All right, I don't know what the doctor said. The doctor told me that I should complete this lesson today in a reasonable amount of time, I think.
医者 それで
それで医者は何かをsay 言いました。
言った。
Oh,
た
I don't need. I can put at the end. Yes. Did you deliver it? Could you deliver it? Could you deliver it for me? Is that what they're going on? No, they're not. They're going with it.
配達
配達を
やりませませやりま
やりません
しませ
Wait.
し
Oh, Moraes. There too.
もらえませしてやりか
Oh, Duolingo gave a streamer lay as the past tense earlier, and my mind was blown. Wait. Wait, how does that work? Lay as the past. He lay on the couch? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. That's... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's so mean. Wait. Have I gotten... No. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't have the same impact in Chinese. Chinese is fine. Aku. Oh yeah, that doesn't have the same impact in Japanese either. Oh no. I personally, I avoid I avoid using the word lay. Oh no. Yeah, that's kind of no. Way to remind me of a word that I avoid. Huh. You said ignore this only ignore this, it's only for British people. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, not every English teacher would know that offhand. No. Yeah, it's one of the words that often gets confused with lie and lay, and then all their iterations of lie and lay. How was it simplified? Just lay and laid, and then lie is just used for lying, as in like, as opposed to worrying about lying intransitively. You lie an object. Oh, okay. You lay an object. Wait, is it still pronounced lay? You lie an object? You lay an object? Alright, let's not... We better not digress into more English, because English is... Earlier, it's funny you mentioned laid. Laid and lay. Earlier I was talking about say and said. And says. I just by pure coincidence, I was talking about say, said, and says. which involves this coupling. Like lays, not the chips, not potato chips, but lays, lay, and laid. And then there's like laned and lie. So, and then multiple laid. And there's multiple said. No. No, thank you. I'm not hating on English. I really like English. Don't worry. It's like weird because you kind of think that this stuff is funny. I really enjoy bantering about English. Not necessarily for its consistencies, but more for it's a hoot and a half when you talk about English. And much so when you're learning Japanese and Chinese and Spanish and stuff, it's a hoot and a half to talk about it.
新しい
Oh, right. 新しい靴。
靴
靴はね。靴
は
靴が
が
靴は
黒
黒がいい。黒がいい。それとも茶色。
茶色
It was word select, so he got it right because it didn't present other options. Okay. I think Duolingo kind of gets away with that. That's kind of one of those things. Occasionally, though, that means it may overlap in the future, right? Occasionally, that means what that screams to me is it's going to happen in the future. It's happened several times with just translating. Like in Japanese, when you're translating, they already do those things. Like they legitimately make you I mean, I'm surprised there aren't the there things yet. How late do people, how late, like how early or late or whatever when they get all three of these, when they get the theirs? I'm like, now I have so many questions. Like how long do they get like a common thing like this? Oh, that's so interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time. Just break Japanese people in general because it's a foreign sound. Oh yeah, the. What about How much of us? I kind of low-key want to watch it.
それで先生は何を言いましたか?
What did I do wrong here? What did I mess up? What did the fox say? So what did the fox say? So what did... Oh, this is why I said said and say. Oh, yeah. Duolingo also takes liberties with can in place of may. Yes. You weren't here, I think, during the Chinese. Oh no, you weren't. You're not in the. This is a Discord thing. Someone brought up like someone was explaining Chinese to another person who was learning Chinese, I suppose, and they were talking about 会, right? 会可以 会可以 Sorry, I'm just gonna use 可以 可以 and 难 right? 难 能 sorry 能 sorry yeah, 能 right? 能 and two of them, one of the distinct one of the separations, one of the Duolingo separations that isn't used, like Duolingo doesn't use the separation, is the difference between can and may. That's one of the bigger separations between these. So you have can and then may. In terms of one of four. There is one of four like nuances that separates these guys. But instead they chose to translate all of these as can, which is the typical thing, right? It's a very typical thing to do. And I made an argument like, okay, you might want to know the difference. However, if you think about colloquialism, it's cool to know the difference. However, I can kind of see why they ended up summarizing as can, because while Duolingo, yes, they're not changing the mold, my thought on on English communication online is that this is already lost. It's lost. So it's lost, right? And my thought was, oh, okay, I see why they summarized it all as can, because may just doesn't exist anymore. Like what I mean is doesn't exist or not used frequently. It's rarely used frequently in colloquial speak. Can is felt. It's contextually felt now. So when someone says, can I ask you a question? Right? Can I ask you a question? It invokes contextually may. Even though the word may could be used there. May I ask you a question? Right? And that to me is kind of why I could see what happens when you're translating 会可以 and 能 into can. But yeah, it was an interesting thought. Yeah, definitely a common one that comes up. The liberties of can and may. And to me, why is this important to me? Professional writing. When you're writing in science, like scientific writing, or any form of like professional English that requires writing things, may is very important and can. Right? These things have nearly equal weight. Like, my example was like more of a science related. Like, for example, this theory may explain the results versus this theory can explain the results. That's a personal, maybe not a pet peeve of mine, but more like there's a hyper focus on making such statements. When you say like, oh, the results, right, the results are, right, are versus suggesting a possibility, which deals with may as opposed to can. That kind of thing. And separator of 会 可以 and 能 is that too. Just kind of fun. Anyways, let's continue. What time do we have? Oh, it's past midnight. We gotta get our pep in our step. Today is our final, we're starting our final unit in the Chinese Duolingo course. Final unit.
それで先生は何を言いましたか？
それで先生は何を言いましたか？先生 how did I screw this up? Oh, my subject was not proper, right?
私
にはね、あなたがいりますの。
必要
必要です。Like it's this one is roundabout way.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
You had to find the adverb for a novel math definition a few days ago, and the nomenclature becomes so precise. Interesting for mathematics, huh? Can I think of a science one? Like a molecular biology one. In terms of nomenclature. That is very commonly used. I can think of one. DNA and gene. And this is personally a genetics topic. So the colloquial use between DNA and gene. DNA may have genes, but a gene is not substituted by DNA. However, most people default to DNA, yet genes is a very common word. But these concepts, these two concept nuances, these nomenclatures are not associated with each other, like the scope. Like, what is a gene to a DNA and what is DNA to a gene, right? Genes may be composed of quote-unquote DNA, but then DNA is being used as a form of genome. DNA is referring to a genome, in which genome is composed of genes. And genes are composed of DNA, actually. And they may be composed of DNA. Genes can also be defined by RNA. So, depending on the context, gene results in DNA, or like in a discussion about DNA, or DNA is encompassing the topic of genes. So whenever people go around and they start talking about, you know, it's in your DNA, they might be referring to it's in your genes. But if it's in your genes, it might not actually be in your DNA. So that kind of thing happens. And this is a really common one. This is one of the, I'm trying to think of a word or two words that does this. Oh, and here's a different one. Viral or viruses and bacteria. Now, viruses and bacteria often get clustered and are used with words like parasite. Parasite. But there's a lot of things that make bacteria not necessarily parasites and viruses not necessarily parasites, but the generalization is sufficient. So oftentimes, and then, you know, parasites are in, it's a really large group. It's a very, very large group, right? Sometimes people get a little fancy, in my opinion, and I really appreciate it. I'm not like making fun of it. It's there's a lot of nuance, right? So when people talk about a bacterium, right? A bacterium that is largely, most things are bacterium. It constitutes all single cell organisms, right? Single cell. They talk about like single cell, and then the idea of cells then become an issue, or like then becomes like very technical as well. So when people talk about cells, bacteria, viruses, and parasites, this stuff can get really tricky. Although it's generally, the generalities are understood. They're felt. Like when you hear parasite, you think of a very specific thing that deals with bacterial infections and viral infections. However, there's no distinction between what a virus is and what a bacteria is. It's very difficult, and it's very important. It's one of the concepts that are incredibly important for both healthcare providers and those who are trying to raise awareness of their health. The distinction between what is a bacterial infection and what is a viral infection. Not even from a not just from a medical perspective, but medicine is the most felt way. Like you found a polynomial that when you set x to integers between 1 and a few billion, it yields a prime 20% of the time. Oh, that's interesting. That's a really neat polynomial. Is there a name for that polynomial? That seems like a crazy phenomenon. So they found a relationship that connects all the prime on even integers, or on whole integers. Neat. That's not in always, almost always, it's just often, but what does that really mean in math? Yeah, I know, right? Don't get me started on linguistics. I don't know if you were here, but I will quote something that I was literally told. Literally. And I really do mean literally, not figuratively. I was literally told. Almost. I mean, when I say every, it means almost. I think it might have also been always. When I said always, it means almost always. And my thought was, you made my point. Thank you for illustrating my point. That person quite literally interrupted to demonstrate that I was being too maybe like too pedantic about the generalities becoming too harsh, too encompassing, much like my comment about viruses and cells and stuff. Always has become almost always. So what does that mean in math? Is 99% always? From a scientific background, well, give me the confidence interval. Right? Give me the confidence interval. If your confidence interval is below a threshold, then okay, I'll take it. But for all intents and purposes, whenever someone says always, every, never, it's below this confidence interval. And even then, semantics would suggest it can't be always, never, and whatnot. But hey, I say always and never a lot of times too. Force of habit and exposure. But generally speaking, rarely does this type of vocabulary even come up in the context of most studious conversations, right? It's within a confidence interval that one may say it's almost always, not even always. How many universals do you have? X squared plus x plus 41 is an always from 0 to 40? Interesting. 1 squared 43. Wow, what about 0? 41. What are some weird ones? About even? That's really neat, actually. That relationship is pretty sweet. Is there a name for that relationship? The x squared plus x plus 41? That's really neat. That almost sounds like a Vsauce thing.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
買わなくてもいいです。あんなコートは買わなくてもいいです。English. Euler's. Oh, Euler's polynomial. Not to be confused with all the other Euler stuff. Okay. So something related to Euler again. Huh. Obviously, no polynomial can be prime for all integers because x equals. Yeah, I was testing the 0. Yeah. Or I was testing the irregulars, like, you know, the unique things, just to see if it checks out or not. Oftentimes going to the extreme, like asymptotic, or one way or the other, hitting the limit of like going to infinity or hitting 0, what the behavior of the thing is. Yeah, 41 is the limit basically. Yeah, understandable. I still know a little bit of math, like conceptual math. Probably not that great. It's enough from calculus, like doing like proofs, polynomial proofs and differential equations. I still know a little bit about how to test for the obvious, like the likely cases where a proof will fall or something like that. Because you're trained to do those. Like whenever you say, oh, here's a true and false statement, prove that this is a false statement, like, you know, offer a proof that this is false or offer proof that this is true, and immediately you just go to those specific extraneous, like extraordinary cases. So remember that. Those exams where I struggled with those exams.
毎朝
Your passion is algebra. Oh yeah, that's right, you did mention algebra. Yeah, that's right.
私
Mayasa watashi, insolvability of the quintic. I don't. What's a quintic? I'm actually conceptually not familiar with terminology anymore when it comes to mathematics. Like any deep level. Oh, quintic as in, okay, to the 5th power. I see. Oh, I didn't realize they have names beyond a binomial. Oh, I guess trinomial. Okay. I guess I only went up to trinomial and then I switched to polynomial. And so a quintic. There's no closed algebraic form first. In that? Interesting. Huh. Do you not teach math? They exist, but you can't ever represent them with A through F as an equation. I'll take your word for it. I haven't like ever simulated anything of that nature. That sounds like a monster. I think the largest polynomial is it's a binomial, right? It's at least just 2. Then relationships typically don't go beyond 2 or 3 when it comes to like trying to find biological relationships, like regression, right? Fitting regression onto a piece of data, like a longitudinal study. The regressions don't go beyond like the second power. They exist, but what, like ugh. Oh, okay, like a quadratic. I see. Interesting. Oh, that's where the quadratic comes from. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Quintic and oh, okay, I see. I'm learning English now. Sort of. 父が私を起こしてくれた。
これ。
I have to go to the bathroom, but I can finish this first. We're going too late? It's a great discussion. I like to share. I have to apologize in advance. It's very difficult thinking in maths. It's been so long. Like a language that I have yet to rekindle. I think the closest I've gotten is to like data, the application of like data science, like bioinformatics. Basically exists in the quadratic because you add and subtract. Yeah, that's understandable.
私
The book I'm looking for.
私
これは本。How do I screw this up? これは本だ。
私
が探していた。Did I do the same thing again? Oh yeah, I did the same thing again. Dang it! You gotta move the Honda to the end. And not that Honda. This Honda. Stop thinking in Chinese. Call me by your name. Oh yeah, this. Oh, today I had a hard time understanding this, but now I kind of understand it. I kind of like it. Call me by your name.
君の
君の
名前
君の名前名前を僕
で
僕を呼んで And it's super non-intuitive that in some cases of the 5th power, these changes in roots don't commute. I'm gonna take your take you at your word. Unfortunately, that's beyond my comprehension. But yeah, algebra has a legit ending to it. Interesting.
ピザを配達してもらった。
ピザを配達。ピザを配達してもらった。
母に本を読んでもらいました。母
に
本を
読んでもらいました。I had my mother read me. I see.
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
荷物を届けてもらいました。荷物
を届けていましたのもらいました。She carried the bag. She delivered the baggage to me, or the luggage. I had my baggage delivered. Oh, okay, that's. I had my baggage delivered. No. That does matter, actually.
私たちは写真を撮ってもらいました。私たちは写真を撮ってもらいました。
Okay. Okay. So, 私たちは写真を撮ってもらいました。So, I had the picture taken of us. Oh, we had a picture taken, yes. Okay.
これはみんなのための映画です。
これはみんなの映画はこのみんなは映画のためのです。No? Or
は映画のため
このみんなのための映画
はです。
映画です。
これはみんなのための映画です。これはみんなのための映画です。
Oh, whoa, just kidding. This way. これは、yeah, this. これはみんなのための映画です。This movie was for everyone. This movie was for. This is a movie for everyone. Okay. Not was, because yes. Look, I was looking for. Oh, I screwed this up again. Oh, right. Cool.
これは
私が looking for 私が探した No. Wait. Yes. 探した本だ。Wait. No. 探していた本だ。これは私が探していた本だ。 Alright. So let's do a little bit of, let's clean this up and then we're good. Right.
優しい
And then we're gonna move on because I'm behind.
優しい
Look at this monster. It's so tall.
優しい
優しい
優しい。
優しい。
It's like looking up on a basketball player.
優しい
優しい
Sorry. I don't think I've actually
優し
literally
い優しい
優しい
went up
優
to
し
like
い
that tall a person.
優しい。
Although I am acquainted with
優しい。
fairly tall people over my life so far.
や
Let's see.
優しい。
優しい
優しい
優しい優しい
優しい
優しい
優しい。
優しい。
優しい
優しい
The only time we can complete a kanji section
優しい
nowadays when the unit
優しい
is largely grammar. Okay.
優し
優しい
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 優しい。
That's vocabulary. Mostly conjugation and
優しい。
saying similar things
優しい
but using a different structure.
優しい
優しい優しい
優しい
優しい
優しい。
優しい。
All right. We're not gonna go back. That for the sake talk about money the next unit. Anyways, just got one more day on this. All right, that's a wrap. I made some notes, so let's talk about this. So there was sore. There's soreka. Soreka is interesting. And we have oops. Yeah, no, that's. So we also have Yubinya. Out of left field. And also otetsu otetsudai. As a reminder. Otetatsu. Ostau. I mean, not all, but it's tetsudau. And then another use of kedo, right? The combination. The first use of kedo was for the big butt with three teeth. And then we have the new kedo, like a flex on kedos here. And there's this very specific one. Not sure if it's specific. So, そんなことないよ。Try to see. Right. So yours emphasis. So nai negation of suru. Suru and then koto as a guess a nominalizer. It might be. Koto of sonna. I have to do. Anyways. Oh, that's a wrap. That's a wrap for our Japanese for today. We had some wonderful conversations. Talking about parents. Again, a little bit of a talk about technology, which I actually talked about yesterday during our Chinese session, but not that much in the Japanese. The idea about child development, right? Childhood development, behavior development, and the intersection at technology and whatnot. All right. Well, that's a wrap for Japanese today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And I hope that everyone's having a wonderful holiday. If you're gonna watch this later, hopefully the holidays were wonderful. Yeah, time to hang out, chill with friends and family. Yeah. And so until next time, right? Mata ne, ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, hydrate, get a snack. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 193. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第13天。Right? We are finally here. It's the very, very last unit. For the time being. Right? Until interest arise, and then this course may be perhaps updated. Although, this course is being updated. There were multiple updates this year, actually. We'll see how that works out. Right. Let's do our recall very quickly about business, all things business, before we head into our new vocab day. It's the end of the line. It's a long time coming. The last time I've had a project this big and this long was the previous project. However, the previous project had milestones, right? It took over 4 or 5 months to complete the Like a Dragon saga up to the current time, and this is probably the second largest project that I have done to date. It's already exceeded by the Japanese project. However, the Japanese project is still ongoing, right? So for the time being, we've reached a logistical endpoint. Sentimentally, the journey does not end when one still breathes, right? Okay, so unit 10. Unit 10 was talking about business, right? Business. Where do we start with this? Oh, and I had to make one correction. Bao xie. I used the wrong bao. I used bao instead of bao. Bao xie. We'll correct that.公司wobble.贵, not gao. 贵. Mian Gui. Lost my voice for a moment there. Mian Gui. Wei Xing.投资 Oops. Mm, 投资合作 系联系联系练习联系联系 Oh wait. Yeah. The NC is the oh. Oh, is there a dot at the top? I don't know if there's a dot at the top. I'll have to double check that too. Does it look weird without the dot? Questionable. I'll double check that. We'll do ball. Wrong one. Ball. Bao xian. Right. 保险 risks 风险风险帆船Okay, that's so invest. Oh, I forgot this one. It's something. Oh no, I forgot it again. 选not to. Oh yeah. It is to, not to. 之选 Chances of me remembering this in the future is so slim. Then I need more connections with these characters. 资选 律师发生是 没事。有事。眼中。眼中。OK， 眼中。意外，意外，受伤，受伤，受伤。救命！救命！护车，救护车，护车，报警。警 ，Oh no。Fight。报警。警察。警察。Oh, I dropped something. Me too. 苦。辛苦。辛苦。感谢，感谢，感谢。感谢。谢。一块。一块。Oh no, not that 块 other 块 happy 块乖乖。I think I'm missing a term. Oh. Toe. Toe. The reason why I know that I'm missing it's because yu kwai is how I remember in toe as well. It's a radical. Okay. Unit 9. 广告。广告。项目。回复。回复。回复。尽快。Oh, wrong kwai. That's not the right kwai. I keep defaulting to the other kwai. This kwai. 尽快报告。报告。回告。no 回报。费用。费用。费用。天地。Wait, no, that's fine. Budget, capital and budget. 资本。资本。资本。预算 or 预算。预算。预算。Agreement and contract. Share. 协议。协议。Yeah. I don't think I'm writing this correctly. Or like, I don't think this is the right stroke order. Okay. I mean, it would be kind of weird to write these. Or this one first. 协议合同okay, agreement. 写网签名鲜明签名签名收据报销销okay. All right, good enough. We're leaving that behind. Talk to coworkers. All right, let's get into it. New vocab day. Let's stay vigilant. Talk to a coworker. Ooh, last thing. Do you need my opinion? Huh. 我的老板上个月没有给我工资。
我的老板上个月没有给我工资。
That makes sense. Salary. Because 资 has an element now. 资 is associated with elements of money. We're dealing with money. 工资 work money. Fine. Salary. 我这个星期每天要加班additional work overtime. It's on the floor. Sorry. I see.
我这个星期每天要加班。
So adding work over time, that's neat. 今年我们没有 something
今年我们没有奖金。今年我们没有奖金。
奖 That's a new one. 奖我想和朋友开始做生意sinh意 Oh, I wonder how that 我可以叫sinh意生意
我想和朋友开始做生意。我想和朋友开始做生意。
Interesting. That's all intelligible. Oh, that is not. Is that still 包? And then maybe that's 钱 抱歉 I don't know what that second character. 我迟到了。
抱歉，我迟到了。
抱歉 yeah. I thought it was 抱歉. I was like, it's kind of close to what I think it might be because of the bao. The bao gives it away. 抱歉.
抱歉，我迟到了。
抱歉，我迟到了。歉 is new. Bao is kind of new, but there's bao in it. So I think it showed up a couple of times. I can't quite think of which vocabulary word. 我要跟你 something. Oh, that right one is familiar. I don't know if it was Japanese. So that might be non show. I don't know. 一千事情。
我要跟你商量一件事情。我要跟你商量一件事情。
商量 Oh no. 商量 No, that's not even close.
我要跟你商量一件事情。
商量 Oh, 量 量 Where have I seen 量 before? You need my opinion. 意见 means opinion. 你需要我的意见吗？意见吗？ Not 见，意见吗？ When talking about a specific topic, add 对 before the thing you want to. Yeah. 你对这件事情，你对这件事情有什么意见？ That's good. Okay. I like it. All right. Ooh, 6. Oh, this is gonna be a long lesson. Oh no, we gotta strap in.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's use our opinion. Yeah. What are you? What could you be? Okay. Oh, we got this in the guidebook. Was it
讲
Sorry, 讲
抽
this is a repeat. 抽 I wonder if it can be 抽
呀 床
Fun is a repeat.
讲
Young. Okay.
讲
这是谁的责任？
这是谁的责任？这是谁的责任 ？Responsibility 责任 OK.
任责
Whose is this responsibility? Whose responsibility is this? That sounds better.
责任
责任
别给他太大压力。
别给他太大压力 Pressure? 压力 Bonus? No, yeah, it's pressure probably. Don't put too much pressure. Don't place too much pressure on him. Or don't don't put too much pressure on him. 压力。
今年我们没有奖金。
今年我们没有奖金。奖金 bonus. Right, we know.
奖
金 and then there's 金 is a giveaway. 金今年我们没有。
这家商店的生意很好。
这家商店 Oh, that's Xiang. Oh, yeah, that's Xiang. So how did that relate to the other Xiang? The new vocabulary word. Right. 这家商店的生意很好。生意很好。商店的生意很好。这家商店的生意很好。相声。This shop's business is good. This shop has good business.
现在我们的生意不好。
现在我们的生意不好。
现在我们的生意
不好。
现在我们的生意不好。
去年的奖金是多少？
去年的奖金是多少？How much 奖金去年那今年去年的奖金是多少？
我要跟你商量一件事情。
商量 I've heard this quite a lot. 商量我给我跟你商量一下 right 商量一下 like 来这里 like 来我跟你商量一下 right let's discuss this for a moment 我要跟你商量一件事情一件事情。I hate, oh my goodness, Duolingo. Seriously.
我这个星期每天要加班。
It's so heckin' cheap. 我这个事情每天要加班。Every 星期 every single week every week oh every day this week
他今天晚上也要加班。
他今天晚上 今天晚上要
加班，
也加班，
也加班，
加班。
他今天晚上也要加班，
也要
加班，要加班。
他今天晚上也要加班。
我的老板上个月没有给我工资。
我的老板上个月没有给我工资。上个月。压力，
工资，
分享，律师，收据，商量，
分享，
工资，
压力，
预算。
我要跟你商量一件事情。
I can need and needs.
暖。
Wow. Well, that's one way to remember Atatakai. No, that's the same character. I was just talking about that today. Atatakai. Or Atata.
One.
Young. Uh-oh. The. Oh.
物。物。则。讲。物。暖。则。报。报。
It's new too?
报。你误会我了。
你误会我了。Interesting. Misunderstood us. Or you misunderstood 我了。误会。
会。
误会。
我没有意见。
我没有意见。Have an opinion? 我没有意见。
抱歉，我迟到了。
抱歉。Oh, and then 歉 is just not going to be added, huh? Although that character shares except for the right radical exchange. Yeah. 抱歉。抱歉。我迟到了。
抱歉，这次我不能帮你。 抱
歉，这次我不能帮你。
我抱歉，这次我不能帮你。
这次我不能帮你。I can't help you this time. Sorry.
明天会比今天暖和。
暖和。Interesting. 明天会比今天暖和。Oh, is it warm too? Oh, it's related to 暖かい。暖和。
暖和。
暖和。Oh no.
明天会比今天暖和。
Double reads. 暖和。暖和。So. And like it's like and heat, like extra heat. Do you need my opinion? 你需要我的意见吗？
意见吗？
Do you like dry weather? The heck is dry? Oh, wait. Can't be. Oh no, it's not. Intriguing. 更早。干燥。你喜欢干燥天气吗？干燥的
天吗？
干燥的天气吗？天气很干燥。天气很干燥。你要喝多水。Or yeah, 你要
多喝水。
Oh. I don't know. That's fine. 你要喝多 instead of 多喝水。Oh gosh. As an intensifier? Yeah, I understand. I don't really think it has to, but it's
When
pedantic. Let's see. Oh.
亮
Oh.
亮
We have a Lian. Yeah. When Wonder if this is gonna be related to the other. Oh. Ooh, I wonder if this is related as well. I guess this is
圆
yuan.
亮亮亮凉
凉
暖亮
Interesting.
温圆凉圆
圆
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what so who said it? Churn said it.
多尔
Door. Door. Oh, because it's just referring to duo, right? Duolingo. Door. It's actually two different things. Very scary face, huh? Oh, and this is referring to duo, as in the character duo, as opposed to Duolingo. Duolingo.
多尔住在多邻国。
多尔住在多邻国。All right. Okay.
抱歉，请原谅我们。
抱歉，请原谅我们。哦，原谅我们。forgive 原谅我们。抱歉，请原谅我们。Okay.
原谅。
外面的温度非常高。
温度 temperature 温度 Oh, that's kind of cute. You have 度 and 温 like those characters. You use those characters for temperature. That's kind of neat. 外面的温度非常高。Okay. 非常高。
温度，
秋天的天气很凉快。
凉快。Oh, 凉快 cool. Oh, that doesn't overlap with Japanese. Wait, can I make it? Nah, not really. No. 秋天的天气很凉快。快。Okay. Second articles. There are articles everywhere. We all love this cute owl. Which cute owl are we talking about here? Way to plug yourself on the last unit.
我们
我们都爱这只的 owl。可爱的果汁 That's kind of funny. This juice. 猫头鹰 Wow.
猫头鹰。
I have no idea what an owl is. I don't think it's one. When 知 is used as a measure, it's pronounced as first tone. I disagree with that. Sometimes. Not all the time. Duolingo should do more work to make the tones context specific. I don't think so.
知
It's literally first tone.
可爱
Okay. Alright. I'll take your word for it.
的猫头鹰。
This is 这 though. This is 这只可爱。 I would agree with E though. 一只猫. Interesting. So I. I'll look into that. Yep. This caveat is interesting because it shows one unintended side effects of the simplification process. This caveat is also interesting because you're suggesting something that I might not actually agree with you when it comes to the written representation of this. So, I suppose. You sound very confident, but I wouldn't be so confident. Okay. I'm guessing this is how. I don't actually know what.
天气。
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 秋天。
秋
天的
天
气。天气很。what was it? 凉快。凉快。
凉快。
Oh, what did they go with? Oh, door. 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 I mean, I'm glad you could explain the etymology of the simplification, but that's not what I'm referring to. Unless we're talking about two different things. I mean, we're not talking about, yeah, we are talking about two different things, but that does not talk about how this is related to whether that is a 1 or a 3. I was more referring to your it's literally first tone. Door 是聪明的。聪明。是很聪明的。
猫头鹰。
That doesn't.
一只。
See, this is 1-1. So 一只, but that was 这 fourth tone. So I wouldn't go so bold, but 一只 I agree.
聪明。
多尔是很一只聪明的猫头鹰。I was register of what you said. I disagree. Like, I don't think as much as I agree with the potential that it is fourth, I'm not entirely sure I would be so confident that it was after but the way you said it sounded like it was an oversimplification. Oh no. Let's see. Or I don't need. Oh, oh yeah, the counter goes before the thing. Door
是一
只很聪明的
猫头鹰。
Are we having a disagreement of the tone of the conversation? Are you making a joke right now? Are we having a disagreement about the tone of the conversation? Oh yeah. Oh. A little bit. I suppose I would have to do my own check on my skepticism. About that. Because it might be something unrelated that you and I do not share. And it's maybe more something that I share with other people. I don't have time to be. I'll do that as a homework assignment. And we'll revisit the matter later.
Yeah.
Interesting.
暖
暖 this one versus to
则
when
以 度
Oh, like Hindu. Funny enough.
以度
度
则 以 温 度 量
度 In case if it was unclear, you'll reiterate and say 知 is pronounced with first tone no matter the context, even the context of it, or maybe I'm misunderstanding the disagreement. Okay. I mean, no, you made it pretty clear. I understood that. Yeah, I understood that for sure. And I will respectfully reiterate my skepticism regarding that. And it might be unrelated to your directness about Mandarin, but this is a matter that probably not concerns you because you seem to oversimplify the idea that my thought has specifically to do with Mandarin only. But my skepticism is related to other things that are related to Mandarin, but not Mandarin directly. So while you literally are very forward about your reiteration, which is very clear to me, I again remain skeptic of what am I thinking of when I'm thinking about how they come about the idea that they have a tone 3 marker there. Now, you might not be interested because you're blindingly direct about whatever the context is that is correct. However, I'm curious as to why they have a tone 3 marker there, as opposed to assuming that it is an erroneous marker. And I would like to reiterate that there is a very high chance that it is marked like that in various texts. So before being presumptuous about it being an error, it would be interesting to understand why is it that. But instead, you went further and say the caveat of oversimplifying led to this discrepancy. So that is an interesting thought. And I'm kind of curious how deep this discrepancy become compressing the two characters together. Now, is the pinyin erroneously marked because of an actual error in writing, or is it that your presumptions that it's always first tone, so it has to be marked as first tone? Kind of like how tone 3s are tone 2s, but they're marked as tone 3s instead of converting into tone 2s when they're in front of 4s in pinyin. So I have a lot of thoughts about it, and I'm going to do some background research or, some converging evidence on your incredibly forward and confident inculcations about gleaming what is erroneous and what is not. Perhaps that will fix up some misunderstandings. You and I don't necessarily disagree on anything, really. It's more of an observation of curiosity and skepticism. Ooh.
度，现在几度？
现在几度？ Oh. This is a trivial matter regardless. That is very detached and indifferent of you to belittle something that's very important, since you raised the matter yourself. And then I found it quite enthralling and challenging to see how the discussion went. But since you trivialized the matter, that kind of seems like it defeats the idea of having an intellectual exchange regarding the matter. Trivial in a neutral way. This is a trivial matter in a neutral way, regardless. Okay. 现在几度？
度。
So, what was when?
明天最低几度？
It is a small difference in language that would be overlooked and glossed over. And yet you made a very direct observation about it. So I don't think it would be necessarily glossed over. And using trivial in a neutral manner is using it's depicting and exemplifying the exact point I'm making. Not only did I misunderstand your subtle turn of phrase on the meaning of trivial matter and meaning, that highlights the idea that the small differences in language are often not overlooked because they can lead to complications when you're being very specific and pedantic about language, which you seem to like to focus on, right? The idea of 知, the history of 知. So these aren't trivial matters if you're bringing them up voluntarily, at least in my opinion. You don't give me the impression that they're small differences that would be overlooked or glossed over. I can imagine you're speaking about like a generalization of conversation, but I was kind of under the impression that this is a discussion between two specific people, as opposed to like a generality applied to other people, right? You strike me as someone that is incredibly hyper-focused on sharing the small differences in language, as opposed to overlooking them and glossing over them. With respect, of course. And because of that passionate directness, I also want to engage in that directness and use of the language, the similar language. It's actually quite refreshing.
明天最低几度？明天。
明天在低天。 You're right, on a second thought, it's not trivial because you cannot assume the person you're speaking to will regard that small difference mistake charitably or have the gauge to understand. Have the gauge to understand? Huh. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair statement. Interesting that those are the two possibilities.
明天最低几度？
明天最低 Oh, 最低几度？
几度？
Huh. Tomorrow, lowest. The feeling is mutual.
他大约40岁。
大约40岁。40岁。大约。Oh, interesting. Approximately. 大约40岁。
别放弃，加油！
别放弃，加油！放弃。This example highlights a broader challenge of programming Pinyin into educational resources. I can see that. It's funny you make a comment about Pinyin and I'll retract what I was starting to say. I think I would be overextending here. There are probably hundreds of exceptions, common and uncommon, where tones change. They most certainly do. They most certainly do. I'm trying to think of your motivation or your point in all of this.
别放弃， 加油。
放弃，加油。Don't give up. 放弃。放 gives up. For lack of a better word.
放弃。那件衬衫大约500块。
那件衬衫大约500块。500块。
多尔有绿色的羽毛。
多尔有绿色的羽毛。羽毛。Interesting. 羽毛 Oh, really? Huh.
羽毛。绿羽毛。
The point you're trying to get toward is I imagine it's difficult for whoever make the software that outputs Chinese phonetics. And to you, I think it's a small barrier to many Chinese learning. I got the last implication that your hyper focus on pinyin would suggest that last sentiment is where I was thinking why your observations are so hyper focused on it. So allow me like this courtesy that I use all tools that are available to me, whether there is pinyin or not, and understanding the limitations of those systems allow you to synergistically leverage different tools, complementary and supplementary together. Highlighting that one specific tool has a shortcoming and another tool does not, that's fine. But offering a very, very biased and hyper-focused pointing out all the shortcomings doesn't deflate the usefulness, in my opinion, of the pinyin system in complement with learning your Hanzi, your audio cues, and your reading. So if you're insisting that, yes, they can become a barrier to many Chinese learners, well, am I part of that many Chinese learners? It kind of sounds like you're insisting that is the case. But since you aren't here most of the time when I'm learning, it would be interesting if you're presuming that that small barrier will become a problem because Duolingo is using the pinyin system in this case. Possibly. It's less so about the limitations of the system pinyin, but more so about the tool that interprets Chinese text and outputting pinyin not accounting for edge cases otherwise detected manually. Then you learn the edge cases, right? You learn the edge cases in other systems, other exposure. What can be used as potentially a limitation of the implication of this tool can be then corrected and or juxtaposed to other tools later down the road. They are experiences that you can use to understand the relationship. So much like you, how you understand all the limitations of the pinyin that's implemented here and the errors that are being made, that is also juxtaposed to the knowledge that you gathered elsewhere by other tools. So in a non-fancy way of saying all this esoteric language that you're using potentially in this heightened form, if I learn something from Duolingo and the pinyin is erroneous, later it would become interesting and confusing and or ways to draw a contrast like, hey, oh, this tool also shows it in a different way. That's interesting. So which one is quote unquote correct, right? And one can use their observation skills to discern the discontinuity or the continuity, right, between two different sources and two different tools. Yes, there are, and you're saying it's less so about the limitations. Well, you kind of cited a lot of shortcomings and errors and things that the Pinyin system cannot do, right? And then specifically also implied that Duolingo is erroneously representing something. That's fair. I understand that. Since I don't necessarily have that knowledge outside, you are telling me that knowledge outside. At some point down the road, though, using enough tools and exposure, one will also encounter that juxtaposition of, wait a minute, I thought this was first. And to me, that's not necessarily a barrier to language learning, but a obstacle in which you learn how to reconcile differences in sources. So I would simplify all the things that I'm droning on about with technical wording and whatnot to, oh, it's a learning experience. And yes, the Duolingo system would require some refinement and whatnot, and which either you stick with the tool alone and you assume that a language learner only uses one source, or you take my word for it, and since you raised this issue, I will probably look elsewhere and confer and find converging evidence in order to correct myself, right? Or in order to refine my interpretations of it. Duolingo is a tool, after all. It's one of many tools, and like you said, there are many outliers and probably plenty of other systems. In fact, there is an entirely different system, specifically favored by Taiwan, to use to capture the sound and phonetics of Hanzi that I'm aware of. And we could explore that too, and you can probably find a lot of limitations with that system as well, and then spend a whole line of thought of being pedantic about what its limitations is in isolation within a single tool, when language learners do not necessarily are confined voluntarily to a single tool. So whether that creates this onerous of foreboding barriers or limitations to a language learner's competence, eventual competence, or fluency in a language, it is not restricted to the single tool. I do appreciate, though, your concern and your hyper-focusedness on the limitations of the Pinyin system. Right. A tool that uses Taiwan's, yes. Mofu Mofu, I don't even know how they go about it. It's the same way we produce the same error. Fair enough. If it produces the same error, it would create two systems with two different contexts. Those two contexts may suggest something else. You can also juxtapose it to actual interactions with other people. Those are interactions, because the issue is the lack of human checking and human proofreading. That's bold. That's a very bold statement. That is a very, very bold statement. But yeah, sure. I agree. Some things may be attributed to human checking and human proofreading. And you know what? As opposed to sounding incredibly technical and very detached, as in having no semblance of sentimentalism or emotional intelligence in your comments, I would say that if there are errors due to human checking and human proofreading, certainly that would make for a really wonderful discussion when someone interacts with another human being in communication with the target language. So if I mispronounce 知 in 这知, then one day it will lead for an interesting conversation between a human being who may or may not have human checking or human proofreading issues, and that makes for a wonderful sentimental interaction. Hello there, Baker. Welcome back. So, yeah, you can continue to point out these things. It is very enlightening. However, I find that a lot of times your commentary lacks a human touch to them, I suppose. And it really does, it's very reminiscent of a time when I do not share a lot of empathy with people as well. So I'm being a little forward, but I think it's a very appropriate place to present this case before it spirals into some sort of pedantic like exercise in being exact and precise. Yes, lots of tools have fallacies because humans are the ones that create them. And I personally find it incredibly beautiful when these things happen. I'm sorry if I say it has no hint. It is difficult to convey human touch through text. Well, it can be difficult to convey human touch through text, but it is certainly not as difficult to not sound like that, I suppose. Right? Like no one is I don't think it is something that I think this would be overstepping. So I respect that you may experience a difficult to convey human touch through text. I think that's probably my issue here. Like personally for me, my why I'm very being contentious, because the way you make statements, in my opinion, is as though you have ascertained the truth of human nature. You make statements as though they are generalities that are constantly true. Like, for example, it is difficult to convey a human touch through text. Perhaps if my opinion is, I think it is difficult for me to convey a human touch through text. I'm not entirely sure if other people have the same issue, because I genuinely think that in this new format, most human touches go through text. It certainly does not look very similar to the way you're typing. And hear me out here. I type like that, and quite a lot as well. And oftentimes the feedback is very similar. So not only am I saying this in a non-isolated way, I'm trying to project my own personal experience here. Sometimes sounding like incredibly assertive and as a matter of fact kind of thing tend to come off as very like I don't know what I should say kind of situation. So if you want to keep on talking about the technicalities of things, I really have no commentary about it other than, well, Duolingo made an error and maybe they'll correct it in the future, right? Maybe they'll correct it in the future. If pinyin makes me pronounce or be unaware of specific tone changes, then it will be interesting in the future when I talk to people, what they think about that. And I would make a small modification. I think it is difficult to convey a warm human register through the format of live stream comments, which enforce conciseness. I see. That's an intriguing thought. Is this conciseness of yours self-enforced? Because generally speaking, my experience often deal with people not being concise enough. 300 characters? Huh. Oh, you're talking about the length. I see. Well, verbosity is certainly something that I have personal experience with. I guess that does come down to the need to speak at length. But yes, I would say 300 characters is very limiting. However, this would be a form of text. However, there are many other forms of text, right? Much like languages, one can exchange these conversations not simply through Twitch. However, I'm not sure in this case, since we only interact on Twitch, that's a very fair assessment, I suppose. I'm not sure if human register, small modification, difficulty convey. I feel like you have a really wonderful command of all your languages that you're used to. The way you type and talk, I like to think that's how you sound as well, right? So you're trying to convey the way you sound, but you're suggesting that because text is text, I can't actually hear the way you sound. To me, the way you sound and you write are incredibly precise and concise already. I don't necessarily think the vast majority of this is not how you sound. So I think that's probably what I mean by the human touch. So I can definitely find that relatable, that the way typing is, it is very different from the way you converse, right? So my direct response and change in the diction of the way I respond to your, or provide commentary to your comments, is a reflection of what that sounds like. Like the way I sound now is probably not the way I sound usually when I'm streaming, right? Your goal was these interjections, corrections is to briefly point out the error of the educational tool used to prevent you making the same error in the future. That is all. And I want to paraphrase. I'm going to paraphrase it with a human touch. You just want to help out of kindness, and you presume that I will make the same error in the future, and yet you presume that I will feel bad, and that somehow you're benevolently saving me some grief or something. And I think the human touch would be to empathize with me, that I've shared that if it does happen, that's nice. If it doesn't, all right, right? It's pretty bold to believe that your interjections and corrections pointed out in that state is used to prevent something that's already set in stone in the future. Like, if I do make the same error in the future, I can explain it through my observations of a tool. So pointing out the error of the educational tool may also be the same as, oh, hey, that's cool, I noticed that Duolingo do it this way. It's like, oh, that's not how that works. And would that be an error in making, like, would that be an error that is upsetting or sad, or an opportunity to have a discussion? So I've had many of these discussions with people who are no longer here, because they find that it is very painful or very emotionally, selfishly painful to see that someone can remember information that is potentially erroneous, because you're saving them the grief of making that error when they can explain how they've made that error, right? I think that's probably something that we won't be able to relate with. But thank you for pointing out that it does not deflate me on the skepticism of how direct your language is. So is it an error? I will find out, I suppose. Thank you for pointing out the discrepancy. I do not openly trust people who are so confident in the way they express these things. So, excuse me, right? I guess I'll have to apologize in advance. The more direct and confident you are in suggesting something would be countered with an increased proportional skepticism on how bold the statements are, right? Like how you suggest that live stream comments enforce conciseness. It enforces conciseness on you, right? And then you think it's difficult to convey. And I really appreciate that. And it's a shame that 300 characters is too concise, right? However, for other people, I find that you are confident because of your extensive live experience of learning Mandarin using online resources. Okay. And that somehow is enough to inform how you interact with people learning Mandarin, and also how you interact with people who know Mandarin. Because I could honestly say, I could sit here and say I read a lot of books, and therefore that your confidence is exuded by your living experiences of your research. You have a lot of extensive knowledge of learning Mandarin using online resources. In what proportion is that related to interaction with human beings? Because you seem to inculcate a lot about the erroneous nature of human beings. I have no qualms. You know way more about Mandarin than I do. Like, there's no doubt about that. You know, it sounds like you probably know more English than I do as well. Like, knowledge is a fantastic thing to accrue. I don't necessarily think that the way we're conversing now, and the way you're talking to me, and the way I'm having to reply to you would suggest that experience includes interaction with people of different cultures and language proficiencies. Much of the online ecosystem of Chinese users have the same phonetic error in common, and it was a source of a small amount of embarrassment, frustration to unlearn. For yourself, I see. So naturally then, may I be as bold to presume that that small source of embarrassment and frustration to yourself is projected onto me because you're doing me a kindness to prevent myself from having the same embarrassment and frustration, because your experience of learning Mandarin in online resources somehow informs you about how other people approach learning Mandarin? Or do you watch other people learn Mandarin all the time? It's a very fair discussion, by the way. I think this is an incredibly important topic. I've crossed this bridge a couple times already with 2 or 3 other technical people, and we chose to mutually distance ourselves from each other, largely because they can't bear to see someone go through the process of learning and error correction, as with most things. I would beg to differ that I'm not an exceptional person, but I do represent a group of people that you won't likely see online. Like, what I mean is visibly see as in a way that you would interact with. I feel like the vast majority of people that would meet my archetype tend to be people who are relatively solitary, and they would not necessarily publicly show or demonstrate how they learn Mandarin. So there might be some pre-selection bias here when it comes to the perception of embarrassments when it comes to making errors. And you mentioned that a lot of online ecosystem of Chinese resources have the same phonetic error. So if they have the same phonetic error, and would that be, I'm not entirely sure if that would be considered an error anymore, unless it's still the vast minority. Not everybody has access to somebody to talk to, or other resources of verbal practice online ideally are all that are available. That's fair, that's fine. And the facts are then, if you don't have access to somebody to talk to, right? Which I don't either. One would be objectively inclined to understand of making statements of the limitations of their own experiences, right? As opposed to overselling their experience. Like, you have a vast experience with online resources. However, those might be limited to non-conversational interactions with other people. So a logical conclusion or a reservation you may have is overextending one's ability and perception on providing human touch in the terms of interpersonal communication, right? If you do not engage or practice in interpersonal communication, what say your limitations and observations about presuming someone's emotional intelligence? I say this in a very direct way to myself when I was younger, because I definitely knew that I had a deficiency in emotional intelligence, largely due to the nature that I was very analytical. So I was solitarily confined in a way of accruing knowledge without interaction and focus or practice of interpersonal skills. So a command of the depth of a language does not necessarily command emotional intelligence while communicating about a language if one does not practice interacting in the first place. And that, in my opinion, is a fair admission of the limitations of one's own experience. I don't understand. Couldn't parse what you just said. Could you kindly reiterate? If you do not practice talking to people, talking about people, or focusing on a human touch, what is to say your commentary on human touch and registry and expression of human emotions is adequate enough? Like, if you're suggesting things like it's very difficult to express emotions through text, the question is, how often do you engage in that practice of expressing emotions in text with other people? The reason why I ask is because the diction, the way you type sentences, would suggest that you do not often type text on YouTube or on Twitch. Largely due to the nature that in my position, I understand that your typing and your speaking is very different. So hence I'm speaking very differently. Who is you? Is that literally referring to, it's referring to you. We're having a discussion between two people. We're not talking about anyone else here, right? Like, there's no deflection here. Most of your statements a lot of your statements dealt with generalities that deflect off of you. The human touch is typically speaking between two people. Like, in most of the time when I was speaking to you. I wasn't speaking to some generality, right? So whenever you say it's very difficult to convey human touch, that's interesting. I'm kind of curious what your experience is with that. And I find that your confidence in understanding me is not necessarily through the context of being very competent in a language, right? I think you're frustrated and you're preventing a frustration largely due to the nature that I might be frustrated in the future if I made that error. But I wanted to assure you that that was not the case. I find it very humbling and interesting that there are lots of people who know a lot more about Mandarin than me. However, I remain skeptic when someone is very exact and confident. So I wanted to let you know that. And if that is indeed an error, and I were to make the same error, it would likely not be a source of frustration or embarrassment to me. But I really appreciate the gesture, right? And then now the rest of the commentary was dealing with or concerning the way you type and speak. It's very different. It's almost exuberantly memorable. So it makes me start thinking, what part of it is seemingly almost automated and what part of it is the human touch? I almost exclusively type the way you did or the way you currently are maybe like 10 years ago, and it's very perhaps my very passionate observations here and my directness is reminding me of a past experience. So you're gonna have to pardon me for, if I may, you may have to pardon me on how assertive I may be when it comes to someone who else is equally as assertive. Yeah. This is I don't want to give you the impression that this is a very, very interesting discussion we're having. So feel free to unhinge your thoughts, I suppose. Within appropriate limits, right? Within appropriate limits. Some TOS friendly, perhaps.
Yumal?
You're getting more and more lost? I think you type very different from other people. And the way you type doesn't scream to me like an attempt was made on the human touch. It started as a simple correction, suggestion, and now we are discussing about human nature. Yeah, because your motivation is human nature, right? You're making a simple correction and suggestion due to be motivated by human nature. I think the words were, we are literally hardwired, like things like that, statements like that. Most of your contexts and your corrections are from discussing about human nature. You wanted to make a correction because you expressed human error, human proofreading, right? This error is made by humans. There was an emphasis, an undertone of human nature in most of your motivations. So I was tapping into that because that part is the human touch to me. Whether the error is there or not, but in this case, is it a human error? I don't know. That would be a great question. That's... You got it. That is the question that is most interesting. Is it a human error? And I'm not sure. However, you made a very... Yeah, there it is. You said it's a rigid program system that humans created which don't capture the nuance of human language. That's exactly what I mean. Now we're back to the same thing. Is it? I guess whatever you surmise is likely the truth. I will have no commentary. I do not want to contribute to a commentary to someone who defaults back to their original conjecture. So yeah, sure. It's a program system that humans create which don't capture the nuance of human language. Fair enough. And yet you choose to discuss that with a human being who obviously treat it that way. So it is a tool, and many of the tools. However, you went further and argue, well, all your other tools are also systematically prone to the same error. It's like, well, gee willikers. That's a shame that I'm going to be closed in on a system of tools that I don't primarily rely on because I actually talk to other people using it. But then you made an argument, well, not everyone has access to other people. You're talking to me right now. And then I made a commentary about how when talking to you, it doesn't seem like I'm talking to you or you're talking with me. You're talking at me. You made a global statement, a generality about the erroneous nature of these systems. It's like, that's great. What does that mean to you? And what does that mean to me? I wanted to share with you what it meant to me. It meant to me that, okay, I will probably have to remember that. Thank you for pointing out the erroneous parts of the system. Does that alleviate some of your concerns that motivated you to make the correction in the first place? You expressed that you wanted to correct in the first place because it saves, hopefully, me embarrassment, right? In case I make that error in the future. And I appreciate that sentiment. I think that was the most human touch that I gathered from all of this. Right.
别放弃，
别放弃，
加油。多有
Oh my gosh.
多
有绿色的
羽毛。
This course is difficult. It's very human. I feel oftentimes discord leads to strength. And it leads to adaptivity and embrace and appreciation for interacting with other human beings. Sometimes you can't tell where the conversation or what the goal of the discussion is. I don't really think you need a goal of the discussion or the conversation. Human interaction is fantastic in that way. It can be aimless. It's beautiful. I don't usually say these things when I felt maybe like 15, 17 years ago, something like that. Sometimes I think one of the most beautiful parts of human nature is talking about what motivates you to perform the actions in the first place. perhaps it would be interesting. Here's a thought experiment. It would be interesting if you were able to engage in the type of your discussion with all the other streamers that you watch. You believe that if discussions are aimless, that should be indicated with some sort of maxim. Would you care to elaborate on the maxim, and how do you feel about discussions being aimless? Does one not consider the possibility of emergent purposes in retrospection, or like when one reflects on an aimless discussion, do you not consider that as a possibility of creating purpose out of a discussion that is aimless? In verbal communication, that maxim is usually tone. In oral communication, or do you mean in both text and oral? Because the tone that you gather is statistically variant from the tone of the vast majority of my experiences. So if we're really talking about experiences, right? You have your wealth of knowledge of online communication and resources, and you can constitute that as a great way to project your experiences with communication. Yet I'm here baffled by your insistence on communicating a specific way that is incredibly irregular from the vast majority of humans I've interacted with. Or other strategies are... Alright. This is... discourse is difficult. And it is very, very intriguing, challenging, and actually quite exciting. I will learn quite a lot from this type of discourse. But I would guess that in communication via text and virtual space, the system of maximums becomes a little bit more complicated. I suppose. You can make it as complicated as you want it to be. Aimless discussions, huh? Intriguing. Aimless discussions.
大约
大约
40岁
40岁
晚
And is that uniqueness in our style of communication a neutral difference from others, an advantage or a flaw? I haven't even thought of the advantages or flaws to it. I think it's it creates beauty in how communication works. So neither, I suppose. Neither. It's something I don't think about. So I think it's an aspect of communication that one can leverage when the time is appropriate for it. So if there's anything, this is helping me use the type of language and English that I haven't used in a fairly long time. And it definitely reminds me of how esoteric it can be and difficult to follow when one become unhinged in that nature. I think for the most part, my type of interaction with other people are not quite like this. So there is a novelty to it, and in a way, whether it's flawed or advantageous, it's kind of one of the beauties of interacting with another human being. Now, the question is, sometimes when it comes to this one-way exchange where I'm the speaker and the person who's demonstrating the action, obviously I have my own suspicions about the way people talk through text, right? Now, much like Duolingo, when I look at Duolingo, I find myself trying to at least try to make myself aware and play by the limitations of systems. So when you talk about how it is difficult to convey a human touch through text, it is difficult for me to convey how different you text from my experience with other texters. So does that make it erroneous or flawed, or that you have to change the way you type and whatnot? I would take it as the same approach as how you're suggesting that it is some higher duty to correct all the phonetical errors in Chinese online resources, right? If that is your goal and that's your desire, that's probably the most human thing I've heard in the day. My question about that is, if it is an error that's perpetuated the entire time, I'm kind of curious what that's like when you talk to someone. Is there a reason other than a mechanical thing? Higher duty is a strong wording? Well, yeah. That is very proportionate to the impression you're giving me. So, if not, then I don't see what the motivation was other than a human thing, right? You notice an error and you want it to be corrected. And I appreciate you pointing it out. And then I make commentary, right? What the heck is this?
Lan.
Lan? Huh.
Lan.
行
Lan.
Lan? What do you look like? Oh, you're either Gu or Chang. We'll go with Chang.
Chang.
Chang. Okay. Chang. Wen.
Gu.
行
Chang.
Oh. It is. It's star and it's to me it reminds me of a drunken star. That's how I'm gonna remember it. A drunken star. Chang is a drunken star. Although I still don't know the definition of like what they're gonna use it in, so I'm looking forward to it. It'll be revealed soon. What was this?
Gu.
Gu.
Chang.
Oh no, it's not Chang, sorry. It's what was it?
Xing.
Xing? Oh, Xing, my bad. Xing. You assume the yo radical has something to do with waking up with the hangover. Oh, is that what it is? Related to?
懒 软
So 醒
骨 骨
Oh yeah, that's
成
Chang. Oh, and Lan is okay. It's not as interesting.
它有橙色的嘴巴。
它有橙色的嘴巴。嘴巴。Interesting that they swapped it up. Huh. J is mouth. Huh. Yeah, they used a different one. Huh. Probably not, but that is how I would think about it from now on. Yeah. Huh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to remember Chang. What is the difference? They introduce Kao. Before. But this is J. Which I'm more familiar with J than Kao. Right. Is it Kao? No. What is it? That's not Kao. It's or I might be writing it. Oh yeah, Kao. Yeah, so they ended up swapping to J. So the difference is that now it is Jba instead of Kao. Yeah. Yeah. So this is actually new vocabulary. So Jba is new. Is why I stopped on it.
嘴巴。
请提醒他吃药。
请提醒他吃药。Please remind her please remind her to take medicine. Interesting. Huh. Our drunken star ended up being well, that didn't turn out as helpful. So remind. Easy. No. I got nothing.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？喜欢。你给你提醒。电子邮件。谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
给发 哦，给
你
发。
提醒电子邮件
Given the glyphs, I thought it had something to do with waking, sobering up, but Wikipedia says otherwise. Apparently, it originated as a cognate of clear. Oh, okay. Clear. Huh. 谁喜欢给发你提醒电子邮件 Who like to give you who like to remind you to reply to emails or email reminders? Who likes to give you email reminders? Who likes to forward you email reminders? Who likes to remind you about email? Oh, that would explain it because I misheard it. 谁喜欢给你 oh no, it doesn't actually change my interpretation of it. Yeah, is after because it's pointing to 你发提醒电视邮件 Who likes to send you email reminders? Okay, I guess an odd question. Just an odd question. What makes sense now? How can it mean so many different things? Waking up, sobering, to since all of those concepts are somewhat connected to clarity. Oh, okay. Who likes to send you email reminders? In what way? That is certainly something coworkers might actually say, though. Huh. Shows how long I've had coworkers. How long it's been since I've had coworkers. 多尔不喜欢很懒的人。懒 oh lazy. Interesting. Okay. Well, Duo doesn't like lazy people. Well, there you go.
如果你很懒，多尔会哭。
Okay. If you're lazy, Duo will cry.
如果你很懒，多尔会哭。多尔，如果你很懒，多尔会哭。如果你很懒，多尔会哭。
多尔鼓励我们每天学习。
It's true. You can turn it off though. You can turn off you can turn off the notifications or encouragements. 多尔鼓励我们每天学习。What a way to end the Chinese course.
鼓励
多尔鼓励我们从不放弃学习。
多尔鼓励我们从不放弃学习I'm not sure about that one. Like, sometimes. And sometimes it do be a little like "gu" means drums, so I wonder what the etymology of 鼓励 is. I see. 鼓励 It's interesting that they changed li. Noli has a different li, but it's related in meaning, but they decide to change it up into a different li. Interesting. It's still related though. The radical is still in there. It's only on the right side. No encourages us to never give up on learning.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, how to screw this up? Oh. 谁给你
发
Wait.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？喜欢。
谁喜欢给你发给你发
提醒
提醒电子邮件。
电子邮件。谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
Okay. Alright, are we at the end? Actually, I'm not even sure if this is the last lesson. Huh. Uh-oh. No. Oh boy. Guess I will keep it at 5 for today, and then we'll do the construct for tomorrow.
晚。
醒。
Oops. You did not just do that.
晚。
Right.
醒。醒。
But they already did these.
成。
No, not the same.
晚。成。
成。
晚。
醒。
鼓。
鼓。
鼓。鼓。成。
成。
醒。
醒。
晚。晚。鼓。
橙。
它有橙色的嘴巴。
它有橙色的嘴巴。We already go over this? Are they repeating? Unintentionally? Huh. Whoops. Imagine having an orange mouth.
请提醒他吃药。
请提醒 Wait, something's really weird here. These are the same prompts from the last set. That doesn't usually happen. Interesting. 提醒 吃药. I'm having some major deja vu now. This is in the same exact order. Am I crazy? This is a way to get me to become crazy.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
What the heck? It's in the same exact order too. Okay, I'm going a little crazy here. I'm pretty sure these are the exact same prompts in the exact same order. So I wasn't imagining things at the beginning. I was like, wait a minute. Because I paused and said, isn't this the same? I thought we already went over these prompts. Like, I could have sworn it was in this exact area. And then I started questioning. And with every prompt, I'm like, wait a minute. Oh man, Duo, don't do this. It has one less lesson set. So so basically they repeated the last lesson set. So it should have been a 5 instead of a 6. So they have 6, but the last 4 and 5 are the same. 4 and 5 are the same. So 5 lessons. So they had a redundancy that they didn't trim. They didn't trim the redundancy.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
Yeah, this is the one that got incorrect. 谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件 that's wild.
多尔不喜欢很懒的人。
Yeah, it's the same exact prompts. Holy. I was losing my mind for a little bit. I was questioning my reality just momentarily. Sometimes I do have deja vu and I would like create the behavioral patterns, but this time this is literally happening. I mean, these orders are different though. But the prompts and the stuff is. I think these orders were mixed up. Actually, was my memory good enough for that? Was I paying attention? Were they in the same spot? No, I don't think they were in the same. I would have to go back. I would have to go back in the video. I'm not sure if this was English to Chinese as opposed to the other way around.
Door.
Oh no, this is the reverse now. This part is the reverse. So fascinated. Okay.
今天每天
我每天
鼓励我们放弃鼓励放弃学习
放弃 Duolingo encourages us to quit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was. Oh, what did they do? Or. Oh, but the time here. Interesting. Because he's encouraging to study every day. Okay, that's actually a fair point. as opposed to every day Duolingo every day Duo encourage us to study versus every day Duolingo encourages us and then to study every day. That's fair. If you're late. Oh yeah, it is the reverse. Never mind. So there is a change. It's not identical. It's actually paired up to be literally the opposites. It's every exercise, but in the same order. So the prompts are in the same order, but the activity is different. The last, I'm pretty confident in these last two. It was the Mandarin was displayed up here, and then I was translating. But boy, that threw me for a loop. Right? Now I've lost my mind.
如果
I've lost my mind. Now I'm not even sure anymore. I'm positive. At one point I laughed when they said the Mandarin, and I wasn't even translating it. I laughed and said, Duo will cry if you're lazy, right? So I'm absolutely confident, at least in this point, that this was in Chinese originally, that we were to translate it. I think. 如果你很懒多会哭 or maybe not. Oh no, I think it might be it was a listening exercise. Yeah, it was a listening exercise. You heard it, and then you selected. Oh, it wasn't translating. It was listening. You listened and then you translated, or not translate, but you selected the. This was same too. That's understandable. Okay.
Door.
Door. Door.
鼓励
我们。
我们
Door 鼓励我们。鼓励我们。
从不
A new grammar point. 从不
放弃
学习。从不 Sure if I have that. What does this look like? Holy.
奖金
Let me see if I hit the listening thing. 奖金
奖金
Okay. Oh no, that's a different stroke order.
奖金
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 奖金 奖金 奖金
奖金
奖金
奖金
Different stroke order.
奖金
Okay, No. That's not what I saw. Okay, so let's sort this out. Let's make a... Oh, was there really that many characters being used? Huh. Talk to coworkers. Let's whip something out really quickly and then head off. Okay. So we have a bunch of things that deal with working, right? Let's group them. Yang responsibility. Run. I guess. We can say responsibilities lead to... Oh, we can make it around responsibility. No. That's ugly. Trying it. Oh, is this right to left with a steady slope? Yes. Okay. Oh. So let's say that leads to... Okay. So, Yang and Severin. Pressure. 压力。Add it to here. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Sorry. 压力。哎呀呀呀呀暖，maybe 暖天。哦，暖和，
暖和，
暖和，right，暖和，暖和。That's oof. We'll put it over here. Four. Oh. No, 误会 misunderstand. The heck? Did we do this? Wu Hui. Checking. Wu Hui. Hui? No Hui? Oh, there's. Bao Qian. Bao Qian. Bao Qian. Bao Qian. 抱歉，抱歉。Maybe we'll. 抱歉。抱歉。Oh, wrong. Oh. I think this is the maybe not. It looks like there might be one. Oh, no. Oh, I did have one too many lines, and it's intriguing. is it not here? No, it's not. Oh, Tian. Oh, Tian. Oh, where the temperature? When? When? No. Is it? No. Oh, this is dry. Oh, 干燥. Lump it in over here. 干燥. Then. Oops. And so Liang 2块 2块 oh wait 2块 Liang is Liang is oh 2块 2块 kind of sounds like 2 piece 2块 try a couple with this. When something when do when do imagine seeing do because that was skipped over before. When do in Hindu they when do up here. When to right? Oh, dang it. Not the same. It's what were you? Forgive. Okay. 原谅原谅 Wait, I had the other Liang? Liang? Really? No. Just omit it. When Liang. Yeah. Right. Yes. Nope. 放弃，放弃，放弃。嗯，No, I'm certainly not done yet. Is this recap or ending? This is constructing. Yeah, this is the constructing part. Yeah, of day 1 for the last unit. So I guess it's understood. You can up. How's your day going so far? We had a bit of a digression. It was interesting. I gathered and learned a lot. From the interaction. See. Okay. Where do we stick the thing with door? I think just so random. Oh no. This one's the tough one. Emo. Oh, I guess we're just gonna create a third group, right? Because it's related to duo. So let's put a third group down here. I have a really random connection to remembering this. This is wa, isn't it? It's wa. Or am I crazy? Yeah, it's wa. It's a counter for birds, right? And wa, it's a counter for birds and also has that tongue twister that deals with niwa, right? Niwa. Which niwa reminds me of something that duo would do a lot. So because I've already forgotten what the sound of that is. But what I know is it's gonna be very hard to forget. And Mao, right? Mao? Mao? Yi Mao, right? Yi Mao. There are lots, and Duo has a lot of feathers. Like birds have a lot of feathers. And Mao is a low unit, right? It's a low unit with high number of units. So that's how I'm remembering that. It's elaborate, but at least I'll have something to hold on to. Yumao. What about this drunken star? I don't remember what drunken. Oh, it's remind. Son of a. So. Yi xing we're gonna have to stretch from here, right? Yi xing. Oh, it's this T. Xing. It'll come together. I understand. I see it. It's T listed. It'll come together. Is this math but Chinese? It's not math, unfortunately. Not that good with math. Don't tell my Asian parents. Guli. Yeah, Guli. So I imagine Li is not listed here. Oh no, it is. Oh, neat. I wasn't expecting that. Guli. This is gonna be. Oh, we can add. We can add. Oh, I got it. Can connect this. Let's do Guli first. Gu. Li. Don't you are you interested in Chinese? Don't you learn Chinese like this? Come on, this is all the rage. I'm kidding. This is not all the rage. This is the best part. Oh, 鼓励. And then we're gonna connect this with this. And we're gonna do... 정보. That's kind of ugly. Try again. Am I being a butt? Why does that look off? No. You're gonna try to just learn Spanish? I will be starting Spanish in February. So, I'm gonna be joining you sometime soon. Yeah, Spanish is Beautiful language. Absolutely wonderful. How's that going, by the way? Yeah, there's a lot of Spanish. We talked about this earlier. There's so many people are hitting Spanish and talking about Spanish. So I'm looking forward to sharing and engaging in all the discussions involving Spanish and other sources and whatnot. It's going great. Great to hear. How are you learning Spanish? Little, yeah. So what the? Of course, orange. 橙色. Of course. Orange. How the heck? Oh my gosh, I remember now. Talking about purple. Oh, a orange mouth. Oh, I totally get it now. It was describing a door's beak. Doesn't door's beak have... Is it orange? Oh no, maybe it's not. Am I crazy? Does door's mouth even have a color? Oh yeah. Yeah, they were describing... I didn't even make that connection. You can just speak a little bit of sentences. Well, that's nice. May I ask why? What is your motivation for learning Spanish? So I guess we're gonna go with Chang. Soya. Soya. Fun. Oh, okay. Oh, that's all you need? That's all you need? Hablo un poco español. Demo. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually know how to say but anymore. Entonces. No, that's then. I should. I keep replacing it with Japanese and Chinese. Yeah, but I don't really... haven't worked on it in a long time. We'll see. We will see. It will be lots and lots of fun. I'm looking at pictures of Duo right now. Okay. So he has so they did, what was it? 嘴巴, right? 嘴巴. So just write orange here for now. 长. I don't imagine Spanish have a section like this for something else. It would be interesting. I can't wait to see how Spanish is laid out. It'll be like fresh, refreshing, and start off once again, you know, like new. 尝试, 尝试. Okay, so now we have 相异. 相异. Oh yeah, 相异. 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 Where are we going with it? We can put it up here. 相异 相异 工资 we'll just place it here. 工资 加班 we'll put 加班 加班 okay. 相量 and 相量 oh 相量 I guess so we'll place it up here 相量 yeah 相量 oh I think the strike is right? Okay. Into a misunderstanding. That's understandable, right? 回来 Not even sure. I think 回来 we already have. So we can skip that. 我 just straight up 我 会 okay, we're not either. 会变 oh 意见 that's 意见 right 相恋意见 oh no I lost a piece that's right cover that a little bit 意见 what do you mean I didn't start my lesson? I started my lesson. We're at the end of the lesson. Yeah. This is the end of the lesson. We're reviewing all the lessons. Yeah. Today. Then finish the lesson? What do you mean by finish the lesson? We finished the lesson already. This is a part where all the characters are gathered. These are practice things. Yeah. This is constructing. There's no revision. Like we're making our memory aid for tomorrow. For all the things that we learned today. This is all the things that we learned today. 以前 Mao? Oh, right. Mao Tou. Mao Tou. We're missing one. Mao Tou. Ying. Oh my goodness. I can't see that. But it does look like there's... Oh my gosh. That heckin... Oh my god. Mao Tou Ying. Ying is so dense. Oh no. That is so dense. They squeezed in a Nyol? What? How the heck do you expect me to squeeze in a Nyol at the bottom of that? This is absurd. Who made this character and thought this was a great idea? Oh boy. Okay. So... okay. Place it here. No, we'll place it here. So... Mao... Oh, we can move orange. Mao, Tou, and absurd. We have the cap. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I think it has 4. Oh, you are. Oh, she has 4 strokes across. What the heck? How do you squeeze that in? Okay. Oops. And then they squeezed a Nyol. That's absurd. That's too fat. Okay. That's such a large character. That's fine. We'll just leave it like that. Okay. Mao Tou Nyol. Mao Tou, not Nyol. Something else. Ying. Mao Tou Ying. Mao Tou Ying, and then Duor. Duor. Right. So Duor. Da. Yeah. Approximately. And put da yeah up here. Da yeah. We're missing some stuff. There's Chongbu, which we've pigeonholed here. This is years. I finally understand what the years are coming from. Shu. 15 years? Hold up. Shu. When was Duolingo founded? (2011) Sure, that would make it 2026. Oh, not quite exact. I was thinking maybe they were talking about... Oh, wait. Actually, when was Duolingo first? Oh, it's 2011. 15 years? That's 2026. Never mind. I thought they were deliberately saying something was 15 years old, and they were referring to Duolingo because it was 15 years since Duolingo started. It's actually 13 years for now. It's almost 15 years. Wait, it's almost 14 years. 14 years. We're gonna remove this because it's probably the age, right? That's fine. So we're missing 2 from what I remembered. We're missing now. What inspired me to learn Chinese? 我的父母是中国人。Mainly, 如果 I mean not 如果 my parents are Chinese. So because I wanted to play certain video games, I guess here's the last thing that it caused me to learn. There have been certain video games that have video games have been very accessible now with like reading Chinese texts and whatnot. So for the longest time, I had largely been reliant on listening to Mandarin. However, I want to read. So I'm actually, I'm rather illiterate. So I've been illiterate before I started. So now most of the time it's, we're writing and looking. Yeah. I'm a American born Chinese. So I'm a second generation American. So my parents are the immigrants. And oftentimes second gen, they often prioritize English. Because, well, Chinese people are very pragmatic, and in the United States, you want to excel in English in order to be successful. And now I have time, so I'm going back to learning Chinese. Any advice on tips on learning a language that I found helpful? This is probably my thing. So I do this at the beginning, at the end. So you could use Anki and stuff. You could use flashcards and whatnot. However, I spend most of my time slowing down in the beginning and at the end. So I'm most slowest at the beginning and end of my learning lessons. And I would say this is the one thing that a short number, at least from my experience, this is something that is the dawn of an old has-been time where I do not feel that lots of people engage in the manual construct and use of the thing they're learning. So because technology makes it very convenient. But this is it. What is this? I guess let me describe this a little bit. What is this is what I call active recall. So this sounds cliche, but when you read a textbook, right? A lot of times textbooks they start with, here's a summary, here's a teaser of all the things you should have learned going into this chapter. And then here's, all the things that you should have learned, right? Or maybe you will gather from this chapter. And at the end of the chapter of a textbook, typically they would have summary of everything you have read and should have gathered, the major points. And then here are all the questions that would trigger a lot of gathering these thoughts. So now what does that look like if you don't have that? So what I have been doing for a while now is, well, now I don't have any of the prompts in front of me. I did 6 lessons today in a lesson set. Where are all the vocabulary? So I take all the vocabulary and I try to organize them in a way so it's kind of like taking notes. Back in the day, some people like, oh, read the assignment. And then what do? You take notes. However, it's different from copying notes. You're trying to create the notes in your own words in order to organize them, right? So you may not like the way the textbook organizes ideas, so you reorganize them. And then you use that as your recall. So right now, I'm spending most of my time, this is why day ones in new lessons are very, very long. At the end of the day, I'm trying to organize everything. So I don't know if you guys read Chinese at all or Mandarin, if you know these terms, there will be an obvious reason why I've placed them in certain places. So doing this is active recall. It's first constructing. So you want to construct. And then you use it to actively recall something you constructed. So this stuff, tomorrow, the first thing I'll do before I get to the lesson is I'm going to try to recall all of this. And most of the time, since I spent so much time organizing the stuff, 80 to 90% of it retains. And in the future, this stuff becomes bigger and you get used to it. So then you start connecting more ideas together. The reason why I do this is because, like a lot of people have suggested, Duolingo does not offer lots of context. Duolingo does not associate or build upon certain things and concepts. So a way to engage myself in organizing is that you do it this way. So I do it this way, and I'm asking myself questions along the way. So it's kind of like the end of a textbook. Like, how does, Xiang Yi relate to, and I don't even remember this character's name anymore, right? Or like the read on this character. It's Severin, right? Severin. So how does that relate? Well, it's business. Like this organization will help me remember the reads eventually. So this is company. Company has responsibilities, right? Responsibilities, and that leads to stress, right? Stress and responsibilities. When you're working for a company, or not a company, but when you're working for a business, this is business, you have bonuses, you have a salary, in overtime, and these things can be approximated. So I don't know any of these like hardcore reads yet, like all the reads, because they are new characters. However, I can relate what they mean by what they look like because I've already organized all this information. That's kind of how I go about it. Don't worry, I am the one that speaks perfect English as well. I'm Arab. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. So sort of constantly revising previously learned phrases before moving on to a new topic. Yeah, so you're trying to store this in, right? You're trying to store all the information in a way that you'll remember it. And then eventually you can connect all those things together. So practicing this creates active construction. So it makes you feel like this is your own, right? If you're not using a curriculum-based thing like an Anki, if you're using flashcards, for example, and you're going through vocabulary, at some point, that becomes more of a cued or triggered response. As in, if they're giving you the context, then in that very specific context, you'll know it. However, how do you get yourself to remember something based on something else you remember if you don't practice it, right? So in this case, if someone starts talking about any of these topics, it can lead me to thinking about any of these characters and any of these words. So for me, this organization, like, yes, you can go look at Duolingo and you can click on this organization. It's like, well, that's not how my brain is organized. My brain is organized based on the arrows. So this is an arrow representation of the links between the characters, and then the characters form words that are linked in this logic for this unit. And that's how I go about doing all that. And at some point, when you want to review more and more units, you connect all those units. It seems like it will have a scaling issue, like it will take a lot of time. In the long run, the ones that I end up keeping are the ones that I have trouble remembering. All the other ones that I don't have trouble remembering, I no longer have to do these over time, right? Like, encourage yourself to connect. Like, for example, it doesn't have to make sense, in my opinion, and it doesn't have to be correct in the sense that you have to remember the correct meaning as long as you get to the meaning that is useful for the pragmatic thing. So, for example, this one, this is a really difficult term, like for me to remember. Like, what does this mean? Well, in Japanese, this character I have rehearsed a long time ago. It is the counter for bird. So, not even knowing what this is. But yeah, I don't. It's maybe something Mao. Yu Mao? Yes, Yu Mao. I know that this is feather because this is the character that I practice in Japanese for bird. And Mao is a small unit that came from a different unit earlier on in Chinese. So what is something a bird has a lot of? Feathers. So then Yu Mao comes to mind. And if I know Yu Mao, I know Duo, because Duo is the name of duo, right? And duo is a bird, right? But not just any bird. Duo is an owl, which is Mao Tong Ying. So that's a good example, right? And the way anything teaches, it's fine. Like, you can take that and then integrate it into your own way. So journaling and writing, trying to get yourself to write with anything limited, like you might be looking at this stuff and it's like, oh, there's no context, there's not enough context. Make the context. And what I mean by that is, if you don't have the word yet, explain it in English. So if I don't know the Chinese words that connect these two things, I make a note. It's like, I don't know yet. It's an arrow. And one day you're going to go back. One day you're going to go back and say, I know what's in this arrow now. So it becomes an arrow. Originally, I used to write the connection between these ideas. So the arrows are words that I'm very used to already. So the link between this, explaining what this is to this, is an arrow now. So I don't need to do those again. And that's kind of how you like shorthand. So at some point, after like hundreds of hours, you can take a blank piece of paper. You can start with a topic. Like, let's describe Duo's routine. Okay, Duo is an owl with a orange beak. So I'm going over my things now. So tomorrow I have to remember these terms. Like, so Duo is an owl which have green feathers. An orange beak is part of this lesson, which I haven't added yet. An orange beak. They encourage me. It's either this one or this one. Oh, reminds me. This reminds me to encourage me to never quit. That's this branch right here. Alternatively, this unit was about a business, about responsibilities and stress. And some of the stuff that you have to stress and responsibility about, it leads to bonuses, salaries, and overtime. And these are approximated. Alternatively, you can have a discussion about it, and it can lead to, discuss. This is, one of these is discussion. This is, opinion, sorry. So the discussion have opinions. You discuss opinions, which may lead to misunderstanding. And a misunderstanding could lead you to give up. Or it can lead you to an apology, which then you are to forgive. That's all the vocabulary in the English meaning without knowing any of the characters or any of the reads. So at some point tomorrow, I will know these characters and know these reads, largely because I've already connected all the ideas. And then over here, it's about the weather. This is temperature, warm, cool, and dry. So it alleviates a lot of it adds an extra idea and connection. And I've done this every single 3 days. It takes me 3 days to get to a new unit. So I keep on iterating on this. Tomorrow in day 2, I'll look for things that I missed because I'm doing this largely from what I gathered, and not all of it is listed here. If you are using a program or tool that has a list of stuff, try rearranging it. Try thinking of it in a different way, the way you think of it, and the more creative you are with it, the more it's yours. It's no longer something that's static, it's unrelatable. By coincidence, though, if you find something that you relate really, really well, like a vlogger or a podcast, that's a bonus. When you're doing things like this, like SRS, like Anki flashcard, there's no one explaining the relationship to you. Like, what I mean is, there's no one making you care about the words. So if you don't care, in my opinion, about these words and how these are useful to you or what they mean to you, then in my opinion, you can still remember them. However, it may require more effort in a different source. I think this way it's a little bit more effortless, or it feels effortless, but obviously you're spending your time thinking about it and whatnot. So I think the one thing that may differentiate between me and perhaps a good number of people is probably this activity. Other than that, I'm sure there are plenty of wonderful people out there who have already dialed in all the usual routine. Yeah. So hopefully that there's something useful in there. I really am a person who encourages people to journal. I stream to help keep myself accountable. So instead of journaling, I literally record myself, right? And then I have to interact with other people. So when I interact with other people, it gives me sentiments on doing this. And yeah, hopefully that was an interesting, hope there was something interesting in there. And that's what I'm doing right now. So we're done with our lesson today. So now we're just finishing up our construct for tomorrow. Let's see. We need beak. Or we need mouth. They use mouth. 嘴巴? Yeah, 嘴巴. So, duo, feathers, owl, 嘴巴. Oh my gosh, this character is gigantic too. Okay, so J. Oh, I didn't leave room for ba. J ba. And we can use J ba. This one, ba, as a reminder for s. Oh. Yeah. And here's one more thing. All the stories, like these things that you create, you can share with other people. What I mean is, at some point, all these weird stories, these connections, if someone comes up to you and say, "Oh, how do you remember this?" You're gonna be able to express these funny stories, these connections. At some point, they're gonna become sentences. They're gonna become paragraphs. So one day, your notebook or your journal or whatever you're recording, you'll have a wealth of creative sentences and creative sentiments that you've created yourself. And that's largely what mnemonics are. The thing about mnemonics nowadays is a lot of people take mnemonics from others. However, that's a great starting point. Now make the mnemonics yours. Make it yours. And that book, these constructs, I call them constructs because you're constructing. These constructs will be yours. And one day, when you explain meanings and stuff, you can share these connections with another person. And that person may find it super interesting. Interesting enough to incorporate that mnemonic into theirs and then make it theirs, right? So personally, that's where most of my stories come from. Where, how do I remember this? How do I remember that? Well, let me tell you, I have a story to tell you. There are other ways, but this one is very visible on screen, so it's very convenient. Other ways is making your life, involve your life with it. Describe things in your daily routine and stuff with the vocabulary, with any vocabulary you have, which is very similar to this. Let's see. Is that one stroke? It was one stroke. Oh, 长色. So orange beak. Any advice as well on how to stay motivated? Ooh, that's a really tough one. This one, when it comes to like behavior, right? When it comes to behavior, the safest thing I could probably say is, and without knowing you, right? I can't get into, in my opinion, I'm uncomfortable in getting into specifics, largely because we're strangers to one another. However, I think the answer, to me, I truly believe that the answer already lies in the person that's asking the question or asking for the advice. It takes a time, but I probably encourage one to sit down, write and describe as many things as you can in detail that gets you motivated. Those are all the things that currently works to get you motivated. Is there any way you can be creative enough to make that be involved and associated with the behavior that you want to create? So this is a habit formation. You can probably find this in lots of other people's like books and whatnot. In order to one of the lowest ways to make consistent habit formation is to look at all the current habits you have. Pick out all the habits that work already, and then associate your new habit that you want with that old habit. So for example, if you absolutely love breakfast, you can either study right before breakfast or study right after breakfast. Now, usually you want to, if it's an entrained desire that you find you need to do, like you're expending energy to do, you're going to have to evaluate for yourself. Do you already have the energy before you eat breakfast or after eating breakfast, after the habit? So the habit that you have, all the things that you currently do, like maybe play video games, vibe to music, you can slowly introduce a smaller unit of whatever you're doing with it. And at some point, those habits will become associated. Then you can start developing and finding creative ways to solidify the habit. The idea is that you're making things that you already do regularly become the positive motivator to associate the other thing. So, like for example, I know this is going to sound crazy. However, I don't get to eat until I'm done studying and streaming. Because I love eating. So the reward that I get at the end of the day is a gigantic meal. And then I get to vibe all day. So you remember that little like cliche saying about do your homework before you go out and play, or do homework before you play video games or do your thing? It's even stronger the older you get, where if you understand the things that keep you motivated, the things that give you reward, you can leverage the ideal situation, or when you're feeling the best. When you're feeling the best and you're building up something that you need to build up, it will become a lot more consistent. It's likely. It's not guaranteed. Obviously, building a habit is effortful. You doing something around a time that you feel best is more likely to be conducive. And you start small. You start slow. You start smaller, right? So if you're going to eat breakfast and you're really pumped for 5 minutes, study for 5 minutes, do your thing, and then you expand it. 6 minutes tomorrow, 7, 8. The idea is that at some point you're making micro adjustments. It's like, oh yeah, at some point it's going to grow to like an hour. It's like, wait, an hour is really long. How do I do it differently so I can go back to 30 minutes? So at some point, all of these, when you get into an act of regularly adjusting over and over again, it's a thing referred to, in my opinion, as atomic habits. It's popularized by someone else. You can probably look up Atomic Habits. Their book is pretty wonderful. I forgot the author's name, but I occasionally refer to him for his terminology. This is the idea of habit coupling, and he has a way with words. I like the phrase atomic habits. So you're making small changes, progressively small changes, in which you're combining and leveraging cues that you already have. So for me, I don't get to stream until I go outside and run. Running used to be tough, but now when I run, I know I get to stream. When I get to stream, I know I get to eat. If I don't speak or practice my speech, then I don't get to eat, because when I'm streaming, I have to practice my speech and communication skills and whatnot. So everything goes downhill, right? As in, things keep getting better as my day goes up. So as my energy dips, the things I have to do become more and more laxed. So this part is one of my favorite parts in learning. I'm not concerned with all the stuff that needs to be correct or needs to be written correctly. I'm basically creating as a creative thing as I can to link all the stuff. It's the least effort I'm putting in. So peak hours is in the morning for me. I have a lot of balance of physical energy and mental energy. It just climbs down. So organizing all of that makes for a consistent thing. When I start the stream, I'm at my peak. When I'm ending the stream, I had a good day's rest. Right? Hopefully you find something that you're already doing really, really well and plan a little study session around it. There are other ways, like you can associate meaning and sentimentalism to your motivation. So if I ask you, that's why honestly, the the thing is, it's why I asked you. Did I ask you already? No, maybe I didn't. I think I only asked a little. Yeah. Like, what motivates you to learn a language in the first place, right? That's kind of where I'm going at. I typically ask whoever asks a question, like, what motivates you now? Like, have you written down and understand or come to terms with the things that make you want to start learning a language? And then what do you currently do that works? Like, I'm sure you went through school, right? There's got to be things that worked and didn't work in school. You can take those things and apply it to a time of day that you, or the time of week even. Remember, you don't have to study every day. You started learning Korean? Yeah. So, say you're learning Korean because you love K-dramas, or you love Squid Game 2, which basically came out recently. Watch an episode of Squid Game, do a session. Watch like a film might be a little long, but watch like 20 minutes a film, do an exercise. Watch 40 minutes of film, do an exercise. You can start small by saying, I'm going to watch one Korean film, do an exercise. That might be a little, like, time management is a little tough on that one. However, you could say, I'm going to do a lesson and then I get to watch a Korean film, right? And the motivation is you remind yourself, why are you doing this? Yeah, it's a sort of like a reward. It's the thing that you do already, and you're linking it with a habit that is relevant to that reward. So no matter what, you're going to be motivated because you either gonna do this and you immediately get reminded this is what you're doing it for. You are one day going to watch this Korean film without subtitles, right? And hear me out here. There is a somewhat danger, like there might be some caution about this. One has to remain vigilant to make sure that the activity that you're doing stays positive and stay consistent. As in, there are times when people end up breaking both the habits. So there is a little risk involved where, like, someone who started learning Japanese because they like watching anime. So they begin to learn Japanese, but then they changed everything that they like about the anime. So they stopped being able to enjoy anime the same way anymore because their standards were affected by their learning in Japanese. So then their anime source, their passion for anime, disappeared. So then likely their language learning also disappears. Or their source of motivation both drops, right? To me, that's a case when you're using the habit that you have and you're using it to create motivation for the habit that you want to create. However, keep in mind that every day you're trying to make that habit something that is not dependent on your reward, so that one day you can use your study habits as a reward for something else. So what is the reward of my study habits? Getting to study Chinese and Japanese is the reason why I run. So I go out in the morning. When I run, I know that running still sucks because being breathless sucks all the time. But at least the moment I'm done running, I get to do something that doesn't involve feeling like I'm going to suffocate, right? I get to study Japanese and Chinese. And then after Chinese and Japanese is over, I get to eat and chill and watch vlogs and stuff in multiple languages. I get to chill with my friend. We get to play video games. So downhill and going up. And then when I sleep, we do it all over again. Obviously, this is dynamic. So you regulate your behavior as much as you regulate your new habit. So some days you're not gonna watch Korean films every single day. You're not gonna have that much time. Or like you may watch it like every other day, then study every other day first. No studying, not being able to establish something, and then having that drag everything else down can create a negative habit. A negative habit is a coping strategy. So then that can end up being something that drags you down as opposed to elevate you. So it's great to work on and associate things that you already have, at least in my opinion. So that's probably what I would sort out. Not knowing anything about you because you have all the answers. Hopefully that it's something to think about. I think that's usually where I would start if I am like, I'm not a professional, by the way. I do not do this with like patients or anything like that. A life coach, I would say someone that's a career advisor would start with doing a profile of the person they're advising, and then they can offer enrichment, right? Sometimes when you say, oh, I don't know why, I'm just so bored, it could help with another person who knows you. So my other suggestion is, who's a person that knows you really, really well, right? So one day you write down all the things that already work, right? And then you can confer it. You can go and brainstorm it with your closest friend, your family member, someone that knows you so much better than any stranger online that can offer an advice. Because the only other way you can determine if my advice is relevant to you is if you knew a lot about me, which that can't be done in like 30 minutes, right? So my background is very different. So the idea is you have the answer, shape the answer around you, and then find out what doesn't work and what does work. And the internet is already there for you to pluck the information out. So until you know what you're looking for and what you might be looking for, and having friends who can tell you things that you might not even know you're looking for, right? People who know you well, going on the internet and just randomly sprawling out and trying things can work. It takes up a lot of time, and I think a lot of people can become cynical and jaded to a point where they don't reach their goals. So that's probably why I'm suggesting this idea instead. I started language learning with all the list already. Like, I already know my motivations, I already know my plans, I already know what I'm looking for. I can answer why I don't use Anki. I can answer why I chose Duolingo. All these things, and the way I'm able to do this and prove to myself that I understand is I stream it. So all this stuff that I explained was planned. Like, this is the stuff that I do all the time. So if I'm unable to explain it to someone else, then there is a chance I couldn't even explain it to myself. So that's the whole idea of learning, acquiring, and then if you can teach it, that's the last stage. If you can explain something or attempt to explain something, that's probably a great example. So it's kind of like when someone comes up to me and say, I ask them, are you happy right now? And they say, yes, I am happy. And my thought was, prove it. I wouldn't say like prove it in that way. I would wait and have that person want to show me that they are happy. Because if they can, then I have no doubt in my mind that they understand that they are happy. Or they are understanding that they will make mistakes and fix them. They understand what they're doing, right? Like, for example, if someone says, I'm good at doing so-and-so, it's like, okay, can you explain it to me? You don't have to demonstrate it directly. Show me examples that you've put, you place thought in it. And it's not necessary to prove to me necessarily that you're worth something. You're definitely worth something. Like, every human being is worth something, in my opinion. Like, I rarely ever downplay or underestimate the other human. However, if you choose not to express yourself and your opinions, then how can you get anyone else to be interested in believing in you? So that is the stuff you're talking about here. That's the stuff that you're listing here. If you're able to write down what motivates you and you can explain it, then those are winners. And then now find behavior or set up a behavior they can do. I'm no longer strictly speaking about language learning. I'm speaking about fitness, diet, exercise, developing emotional intelligence, attempting to overcome social anxiety, developing interpersonal skills, learning not to sound like a robot, because I did sound like a robot at one point. Like, if you asked me 18 years ago, I would give you a textbook reason on how to improve yourself by prescribing exactly what I've learned from online resources and statistics in the best mechanical, pragmatic way of telling you this is the most efficient way to do this. This is the most, without even knowing who you are, what your background is, what your predilections are. That's a very distilled, objective, pragmatic approach to offering advice. But advice is subjective. It's not purely objective. Recommendations based on statistics, someone can ask you, hey, what is the statistical likelihood of me? Fair enough. However, it would be a disservice, personally, for me to ever say that I can ever predict what you need without even knowing you. So in this way, I don't have to, because you doing this, you gain ownership. You gain ownership of how you keep yourself motivated and why you're learning the language. And every single day, you're going to remind yourself why you are doing it. It's not dependent on other people's approval. Well, maybe your loved one and your friends, because they're wonderful people that you trust, right? Hopefully you have a lot of people around the holidays and reminded that there are loving people around you, right? Not necessarily a stranger online, obviously, or like likes and dislikes comments and whatnot. Yeah. I don't think it's I hope it's not a lot to take in. It comes down to, it can be summarized in a sentence or two, but I like to add a little bit of flavor and life to my explanations. So thanks for asking. It's not every day. I get to practice this fairly often, so yeah, any practice is good practice. Thanks for asking. I think this is it. I think we're done. Oh, green? Nah, green feathers is fine. Yeah, with that, this is an excellent place to stop as well. So we finish our construct. Tomorrow, we'll figure out what we missed, right? Tomorrow's hunt day. So today, we completed our construct. It will be very tough to remember the reads. But we'll see how this is organized tomorrow. This character is a butt. It's a really big butt. I don't really know what to do about this character other than try to write it as big as possible. Yeah, this is easily one of the most dense characters to date. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. We had a really interesting discussion today. I don't know what this is going to lead down, but honestly, hopefully there weren't any poor feelings or objective criticisms or whatnot. I think in the long run, I like to match the energy of someone. So today it got a little weird. So maybe I'll be a little less assertive next time. We had interesting discussions, but largely I guess the take-home message is I'm more interested in the person. It's nice and it's kind gestures of correction and whatnot, but it would be I would say I would feel like I didn't make an honest attempt if I don't probe or attempt to understand what the motivations are behind people's actions, right? I think that's the whole point of being here and doing things. Like, yes, you can offer corrections and trivia and stuff. However, it's a dialogue between two people. So can you explain to me why you do that? Like, why are you doing this? For what are the reasons you do this? I personally find it, bear with my bias, I personally find it disinteresting when someone states facts and whatnot for the sake of stating facts and whatnot. I don't think I'm that ignorant that, or I like to think that I'm not seen as that ignorant, where when you state universal truths or like human nature or discussions about human error and stuff, that is particularly enlightening to me. With that said, if I knew that is what is interesting to that person, I would be more inclined to entertain that idea. However, correcting for the sake of correcting and being pedantic for the sake of being pedantic, it raises curiosity in me to understand what motivates someone to be that way. Because in my opinion, I'm wanting to get to know people. I don't want to get to know what you know, like the knowledge and depth of your experience. I kind of want to know the human touch. And that's very odd that there was an impasse today. We had an impasse where there are things you say that are forms of self-expression. And then there are things you say that are unadulterated facts. The fact that humans make errors, yeah, I agree. There's no commentary that I can make about that. Humans make errors. Systems are created by humans, and humans have errors. And natural language has errors. Regional characteristics of languages have quote-unquote errors or inconsistencies. So there's no doubt in my mind that all these things are agreed upon, right? However, we have oftentimes there's a mutual disinterest. I suppose I'm guilty of being disinterested as well of the facts a lot of times. Maybe I diminish people's knowledge a little bit too much. So for that, I kind of apologize today. It might seem like I was deflecting from the facts. I actually still am going to like study the stuff that was raised, right? It's not like I stop and ignore those type of things. However, it doesn't bring me any closer to caring, like sentimentally, about the thing if the comments and stuff are built on the lack of a human touch. As in, well, why are you telling me this? Is it interesting? Like, do you feel like you want to do something about it? Like, do you dislike that this exists? Right? It's not for everyone. So those people who are not interested in doing that, they typically don't stay around. And those people who are end up learning that they have I've encountered plenty of people so far that found out that they really do have a lot of form of self-expression. And then you don't hear from them ever again because they're busy discovering their voice and their identities and their motivations on doing things. I think that's one of the most priceless things. And my conversations, interactions and stuff are almost coincidentally addressing the crutch of blaming limitations of communication as a coping mechanism, in my opinion, for engaging in communication. So like, is text, for example, limiting? Well, it's limiting in a traditional sense. If you value nonverbal communication in IRL meetings, then do you do those things? If you do, then is there any way you can make texting capture that type of motivation? In that case, you're being a problem solver, not necessarily a giving up, right? Or saying it is what it is. It could be an act of futility, sure. At least you tried. And I think that's the human touch, right? Someone comes up to me and say, Duolingo doesn't work. It's like, okay, I guess I'll find out. Like, but I'm telling you this, Duolingo doesn't work. It's like, okay, pause. Can you explain to me what you know about me? That's where you start. Like, okay, let me tell you something about me, and I want to get to know something about you. Because when you're offering advice and you're talking about things with certainty, the question is, when you're talking between two people, are you telling me things because you want to, or are you actually telling me things because they're relevant to me? It's very different. Duolingo doesn't work for dishes. So yes, it's exhausting. Like, let me make some concessions. It's super exhausting to hear me say this over and over again, because I actually truly believe it. The last thing I want is someone who thinks I'm someone or something, and then you didn't nip it in the bud, right? So then there's this like huge reliance, and then there's this huge fight or this huge dissonance that lead to chaotic, emotional, passive-aggressive feelings later. And yeah, that means that you're not going to be popular, because the idea of creating connections and whatnot it takes a really long time, right? It takes a lot of effort. I am very worried and concerned when I have individuals that I'm exposed to that spend so much time favoring and focusing on things that I don't necessarily find would be able to connect with another person. So if I find that that is a problem for me, I will probably be very direct about it. Like, I can't understand your motivations for doing this. And then I press and say, so are you telling me this upsets you? Like, there's an error and you have to correct it. It's like, okay, now we understand each other. And for those people who didn't want to hear me rebuttal every time or converse, or they don't want to stay in silence, in which letting me to troubleshoot things, then they find their own way of entertaining themselves. They found some other source of entertainment, you know, some other things. I personally, that's a mutual disagreement, right? And it's wonderful because now that person can go and help and do the things with appropriate people, while I do not, we do not end up clashing in the future. You know, as two adults trying to express the misunderstandings. Obviously, That's a rare opportunity. Usually, I'm here. You can always find me here. And then the other person can leave whenever they want. So it's voluntary. So if you're still here conversing with me and inserting effort, you sure as heck bet that I'm going to spend as much time as I can possibly can to assure that it's an amicable time. The last thing I want to do is to evoke a very terrible situation where someone creates a fire or a torch, or like start witch hunting and stuff. I think the internet has plenty of unfortunate circumstances that involves white knighting and witching, witch hunting and whatnot. So very brilliant people can be very, very powerful. And when you're learning a language and you have the capacity to learn a language and distill information and whatnot, yeah, if you want to call me out on being scared, I am kind of scared. But I don't fight the fear with making showing up the person. I actually combat the fear by double downing on trying to get the person to be expressive. That's my personal take on things. If the person is intimidating, I would tell the person they're kind of intimidating, and then ask them if they have ever a desire to be less intimidating, right, or be more relatable, right, by sharing information, whatnot. In the long run, I'm trying to combat fear, intimidation, detachment, and pure solitary behavior, because this is live stream, right? This is interaction. It's viewer interaction. I wouldn't choose this medium to challenge myself if all I really wanted to do was tell people what's the right way to do things and prescribe the right way to do things. I think for every one person that becomes successful, healthy, they can go on to affect many more people. For every singular person, you bet I'm going to double down. Anyways, I just thought I'd let people know. I'm absolutely sure that I'm willing to bet money on it. The next several years, I'm still going to encounter the same thing, being called a sappy crap, like a snowflake, etc. And there are people that say no one cares about what I say, and all that. That is irrelevant compared to what I said. My motivations come from myself, and I believe in the idea of getting people to do that as well. Becomes a form of expression that doesn't necessarily lead to miscommunication, right? If someone comes up to me and say, I want to correct all your errors because I know what's right, then at least I know what motivates this person. And I will tell the person, hey, there are a lot of people out there that would love to have someone correct you nonstop. Like you correcting them nonstop to help them learn. I hope you find that person, because I'm not that person. However, you are welcome to correct me if you're okay with me counter-arguing and challenging you to change, to like alter the way you correct things and how you can effectively meet me in the middle, right? So, for the record, right now is 0 for 6 people. So all 6 of them have chosen it's easier and it's not worth it to deal with someone who actually constructively challenges instead of being told what to do and be okay with it. So it's a little different dynamic. Maybe that's just not how people are used to it. You're a people pleaser, right? What does a people pleaser look like? Well, an influencer that does everything that's popular. And they do it because everyone loves it. So I have largely become less of a yes man over the days. That doesn't mean I don't care about people. I try to invest, right? It's an investment. That also means that there's a huge gate. It's a gigantic gate. And the gate is not like gatekeeping anything because it's just me. Like, I'm gatekeeping my own self. That's fair enough. It can be considered as gatekeeping. I keep the selection factor high so that one day I don't mislead people. I don't mislead people to say that I wouldn't ever challenge you. If you want to eventually become co-workers or collaborators or anything, I want to be transparent about this, right? If you're collaborating with me, it's not that we're buds and we're never going to clash. We're going to clash because we're intellectual people. So I've done this rodeo already in life, and it became unsustainable. I burned out so hard that there are times with the darkest thoughts, and actually I wasn't alone. And luckily, some of those situations in my past professional life is that I was the one less depressed than the person next to me, and I happened to be the person who was able to bring that person the reliance that they needed at the moment. So when it comes to a dark place, I'm at least experienced about this stuff. So no, I'm not going to go down the road of being a yes man again in a entire different scale that could destroy someone's mental health. It can also destroy the mental health of whoever is dependent on them, and also create a friction that can lead to some of the wildest stories. A particular bias of that, I've been watching and reading and listening to YouTube videos and channels that focus on this, so I'm a little bit cynical, just a wee bit cynical lately. So I'll go back to watching happy people, like multilingual people, like, you know, enjoy culture, sharing their culture. So it's a little bit of a darker tone today. I apologize for that in advance. However, it's worth it. I think it's worth it to mention that, so that I sound very, very sappy a lot of times. I also want to make sure that that doesn't mean that I just agree with everything, or like whatever advice is given to me, I take it wholesale, right? There's a level of trust, there's a tact, there's communication. If you talk in a specific way and do not compromise, like writing and texting and whatever between two people, personally, I would get ahead of it first by stating that, because otherwise, if both parties are not amenable to accommodating, then we are no more than strangers, and we will continue to be strangers. And that's mutual. It's I guess I'll quote, it's a trivial matter, right? It becomes a trivial matter, and I'm okay with that. And if we want to keep it as a trivial matter, that's perfectly fine. The more time you spend, the more time you accrue with someone, I'm still going to attempt to try to make it less of a trivial matter, right? Just my 2 cents. Most of the time, nipping it in the bud in order to safeguard yourself from potential emergent properties, by all means, right? The door is the internet, so you have plenty of doors, plenty of people. So whenever this escalates, I commonly ask the other person, do you have other people you watch? Do you have other people you talk to? Are there other people who make you happier? Because clearly I'm making you upset. So the last thing I want to do is become the source of someone's agenda. And also, at the same time, I want to encourage them that they have wonderful people around or people who entertain them better. And that's great. Like, do that. It's my privilege to have your company voluntarily. If your company makes it a negative thing, so if you're coming here and you're only getting negative vibes, obviously the most responsible thing I can do is to tell you to discourage you from doing so unless you're willing to change it, or encourage you to go spend your time with a self-aware source of benefit. When someone tells me, and it's already happened, that they love language learning because you make mistakes and you learn from them and stuff, right? Which is no one here anymore. And then they go around and say it annoys them. They can't resist the urge from helping me correct my mistakes. Then that is incongruous. That is cognitive dissonance. You basically told me that you're okay with making mistakes and learning them, but somehow it's a double standard for the people you hang out with. So that's a negative point. The most mature and professional way to deal with that is to mutually distance ourselves. That happens, right? It's a everlasting example, and I don't think it's not new. It existed since the first 3 months of streaming over 6 years ago. Every single, and this is not a self-pity thing, I hope. Like, by saying that, you probably think about it that way. I'm so glad that all the people that I've met so far, they either left out of indifference or mutual understanding, and they went to pursue their things, hopefully because they're healthy, or fall out of interest in a mutual, natural way. The last thing I want to do is leave a trail of bodies that come back to me and like paint me as a villain or something. I like the idea that if you really dislike being here, ask yourself, where do you want to be? What do you want to do? And then hopefully this type of situation doesn't happen at all, or won't happen at all. If you want to challenge yourself, I suppose, to make it work, I like that. I really like that. Because I certainly would reciprocate. I would reciprocate. Right? So my best friends are examples of that. Friction, discussion, argument, adaptation. Not status, knowledge, competence, equal intellectual exchange, right? It's not starting with something like, oh, well, I did this a very long time, therefore you must listen to me, because that's it. That's how you get credibility. It works for a professional standpoint. If you work for a business or a company or someone seeking professional advice, absolutely. I don't necessarily, I'll go out and say it, right? I don't stream to get professional advice or seasoned advice. I stream to interact with people, to be able to constantly talk to people. So if you think that texting is really restrictive, challenge me. Like, take up the challenge. If it's not worth the challenge, then maybe you can interact with other streamers who like to voice chat with their viewers. I obviously can't possibly do that. But just so you know, the last time that did it, I was so aware of what that person was going to do. They basically screamed a racial slur, but I didn't add them to my stream yet. So, there is many reasons why you don't randomly chat with people in a public space. So, there is still limitations on that. But DMs are a thing, right? Private discords and servers. You can express yourself in many different ways. At least find them. If you say it's too restrictive or it's too hard and whatnot, then you know your answer. You've got your answer. It's not worth it. So if it's not worth it, I like to say it's only logical to refuse it or reject it and avoid it. Not my first take. I personally like to see what the other person does, and I like to match their energy. So there you have it. Thought I'd leave it on a weird note. And it's another day, another 5 a.m. conclusion. Well worth. These are the types of videos that one day, when I'm going through my video list, I'm gonna say, oh yeah, this one is 10 hours long. I'm probably gonna look back and say, this is interesting stuff to me personally. Like, I like this stuff. Challenging and being challenged in discussion is great. And I kind of wanted to show that all the time. That's why playing video games live is a great idea. People will have differing opinions, right? I can't go anywhere, right? I don't go anywhere. So if people are upset and they click on the dislike and stuff, it's like, come here and talk about it. I'm okay with that. Now, the question is, are you going to do something inappropriate, or are you going to invest? I don't like shut off my stream or something when suddenly someone who wants to talk have great points. It also means that I will also participate in the discussion. So that's where I want to leave it up on. You get better, in my opinion, at interpersonal communication if you actually practice it. And I try to communicate and use a form of diction today at a high rate that represented what I used to sound like. And then we went back to what I sound like now. That's a little bit more softer, less exacting, less aggressive, that kind of thing. And I kind of like this new voice. So, mind you though, my typing is pretty verbose. I think Fictitious can speak for that. Anyways. Alright folks, that's the end of this session. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for chilling. I love all the questions during this session. The Japanese session. Add other things. It's very desperately different. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right? So until next time, 下次再聊吧. Right? 聊吧. And yeah, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.